am absolutely ready to roll. I got 2 coffees in me and I cannot wait.
Everybody has that coffee fuel, so I think we'll get started here and hear some great pitches.
Perfect. Yeah. So welcome to block number 1. This is the ag tech specific block. Ag tech definitely holds a special place in Cultivator's heart as well as Alex's heart, which we're going to talk to you about super quick. I know we're definitely not the main event today, so we're going to buzz through a couple slides and then we will let the startups take the stage because they are the main point of why we're all here today. So I'm going to just toss it over to Alex to talk a little bit about U of S and what they have to offer.
Yeah, just to let you know where I'm here from today and why I'm super excited to be here. So I'm associate director at a unit called Research Excellence and Innovation. You can flip for me, Amy. Flip for me. What we do is we do a lot of things in our unit, but today I think what is cool for you guys to know is we're the commercialization office. So from that perspective, our focus is on partnerships and innovations, inventions that happen on campus. So what we do, we're kind of think of ourselves as a little bit of a pipeline in and out of the university or connectors, really. We work with campus inventors and entrepreneurs to help develop innovations that they're working on, and then working with funders, industry, stakeholders, the rest of the ecosystem to help connect them with our innovators. I include this slide on every presentation I feel like that I do, because I just think like that cow looks so happy, right? To be getting that scrub, that morning massage. I love this. So anyways, happy cow. This is a sort of a sample of what we do. So we provide legal services to the campus community, focusing on sort of research agreements and intellectual property agreements. We take care of patenting and licensing patented technologies out of the university. We manage the university's intellectual property portfolio, and we manage industry and stakeholder partnerships. Also, some innovations that come to our office that happen at the university are really perfect for a startup. And so we help with that too. So yeah, we work with all innovators. They can be students, faculty, staff, to forge connections with the rest of the ecosystem. And that's what our office is here for, and to help the ecosystem come in and forge connections with our innovators. So that's me. Feel free to reach out. I'll throw it over to Bree to tell you a little bit about Cultivator.
Amazing. Thank you, Alex. So I'm sure some of you, of course, know what Cultivator does, and we have some familiar faces here like Lyndon and Callie. But for those of you who don't know, Cultivator is a tech incubator that really focuses to support Saskatchewan tech startups with a big focus on both hardware and software. We are really excited about the Saskatchewan tech scene that is growing here, and we really want to put Saskatchewan on the map, and not only really dictate the fact that Saskatchewan's a place to be from, but it's the place to be and continue to grow the tech eco space here. Amy, if you hit to the next slide. So really what we do, like we said, is just grow SaaS startups. So everything that we do in between programming or resources is really focused on that. And it's a founder first mandate, and that we're always there at every step of the process. So here we actually have, like I said, every part of the life cycle of a startup. So whether you are just curious about startups and you maybe want to get your feet in, we have our start program, or you are a company that is already well established and you are generating significant revenue. We have programs like our grow and scale. So we really work to find innovative solutions and connect people with mentors that really help them in their space. So if you're ever interested about Cultivator, make sure you reach out to Amy or I, and we'd be happy to chat more.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Bree. So this is where we get to have our little humble brag about some of the things that our startups have been able to create within the last 2 and a bit years that Cultivator's been operational. The blanket statement here is we try every day to ask ourselves, is what we're doing growing Saskatchewan tech startups? And thankfully, we collect metrics. So these metrics actually prove that that is happening. Some just major things would be just about 20 million in private capital raised. I think if you flash back to like 3 years ago, there's very little private capital within our province. And now we're seeing some really awesome opportunities with organizations like the Broad Street Bulls, Connexus Venture Capital, and then startup TNT, what they're beginning to do now too. So really cool opportunities now within Saskatchewan for tech startups to flourish. And this is, you might be asking, you guys are just a tech startup stage agnostic incubator. Well, we are about to launch, and by launch, I mean, we already launched, but we are going to be kicking off our AgTech Accelerator. So this is a huge partnership between us, Economic Development Regina, and then the soon to be announced, and I think soon is actually today is the official announcement, spoiler alert, but the Emertech Venture Capital Fund, which is focused solely on AgTech and flourishing AgTech nationally. So while Cultivator is the Saskatchewan-based incubator, this will be a full national program that will be kicking off in about 3 weeks at our SaaS Startup Summit. So we could not be more excited for that. Why AgTech? I think that we've seen the last little bit the exciting announcements that have been happening, but we believe that Saskatchewan truly holds an unfair advantage when it comes to the AgTech space. We are working to make Saskatchewan that global hub for AgTech, and we believe we have the startups and the people and the mentors to do that. So that's our next big adventure. And the exciting thing too is we have U of S, who is going to be one of our post-secondary partners. So we could not be more excited to have this group in the co-host ring today, because we will be working with them very closely as we embark on this new adventure. Connect with us. So if you want to connect with us, you can email hello@cultivator.ca or Cultivator SK on all of our channels. So yeah, please reach out. We are actively recruiting AgTech startups right now for beta as well as cohort 1. So please connect with us for sure. So now the moment you've all been waiting for is the pitches. So we have 5 Unreal AgTech pitches today. First being VeriGrain Sampling Inc., then SuperGeoAI Technology, FieldAlytics Solutions Canada, MeatMeatGo Inc., which holds special place in Cultivator's heart. And then Ulivit is our 5th pitch. So yeah, with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Make sure that you are dropping questions in the chat as we go. I'm going to welcome to the main stage Ken from VeriGrain Sampling Inc. So this group is looking to solve a significant problem for both grain growers and buyers. So Ken, if you want to get your screen share loaded up here. And Ken's joining us, I believe, from the great city of Saskatoon.
Right, you should be seeing me now.
Perfect. Yeah, just not in, there you go. You're full presenter mode. There you go. You're ready to roll.
Oh, great. And I just have to comment that this is, it makes me feel so good to have this kind of energy in Saskatchewan. I've been seeing this in a lot of other places and saying, why don't we have this in Saskatchewan? We are the heart and the center of the agriculture world. So kudos to you guys, and they really appreciate and enjoy the energy that you guys are bringing to this. So, all right, I'm up, I guess. Okay, so as introduced, I am Ken Jackson. I'm the CEO and one of the founders of VeriGrain. And so what VeriGrain is all about is addressing this problem that's quite substantial in the agriculture sector. And it comes from grain quality and quantity determination and tracking at the farm level is quite inefficient and inaccurate today. And this results in suboptimal grain value realization for growers, essentially lower revenue. Buyers and processors are dealing with inefficiencies. They're incurring additional costs. And there's also quite limited or poor data for traceability, blockchain, carbon, and sustainability. So VeriGrain has developed a solution which replaces a quite manual analog process with a digital automated process. And the result is that now we can provide detailed digital records of grain quality and quantity as it's loaded into and out of storage. We streamline grain characteristics analysis at the lab and buyer level. We provide an accurate, trusted, easily shareable data, and also a much greater certainty of delivery quality and significantly enhanced traceability. So the value proposition for growers, of course, is increased revenue. For enterprise users or buyers, it's a reduced cost, and both of those are seeing a 10 to 50x annual ROI. So our business model is largely annual recurring revenue based, and that comes through app subscriptions, proprietary consumables, margin on sample analysis, brokering, automated samplers, and data monetization. So we estimate there to be a $240 million annual recurring revenue total addressable market in Canada and the United States. There are also global markets that we can address in the future. Currently, we have no direct competition. So we've started to commercialize the product in both the grower and the enterprise sectors. We have pilots with quite a number of key customers. We've got several channel partners we're starting to work with, and we've got some very substantial intellectual property on the technology as well. So we also put together a management team over the last couple of years that is comprised of a number of individuals with some pretty substantial experience, as well as some quite diverse expertise. So we are asking for, or looking for $1 million to $1.5 million this fall with an instrument to be negotiated. And that will sort of get us set up on the path to building some commercialization momentum. And then in 2022, we're going to be looking to do a $5 million plus Series A. We also are pretty confident we're going to get acquired by a strategic partner in the next 2 to 4 years. And quite frankly, some of those discussions are already in process. So that's my pitch, and I look forward to answering any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Wow, Ken, I have to tell you, we neglected to sort of share the pitch format with people, which is companies are going to talk to us all for about 3 minutes, and then we have some time for questions or chat. And I love to keep things on time. I did set a little timer, and you ended at like 2:59. Like you're a pro. So yeah, anybody, Amy pointed out, drop some questions in the chat. Let us know what you think of VeriGrain. Questions for Ken?
Ken, I could pop in with a question here. So just wondering, with that $1 million ask, is your biggest kind of venture with that would be to get your tech created and operationalized?
No, we have an MVP. So this is really, kicking off the commercialization process. We're in the market. We're just finalizing a number of products. I looked at, we've got something like 1.3 million bushels have passed through our system so far, and this fall we expect to see several million more. So that'll set us up essentially post-harvest to be in a position to really put the throttle down and start commercializing quite aggressively.
Was your original goal like acquisition, or was that just an opportunity that had presented itself to your guys' group?
No, our original goal was to be acquired, or certainly either in whole or in part. It just takes so long to build out the channels. You really need to connect with a strategic partner that can, give you that broad exposure, rapidly. Like I say, we're a leader in our space, but that can evaporate pretty rapidly if you don't, stake out the ground. So yeah, we know we have to align with a strategic partner in some fashion, and the normal conclusion of that is that they usually acquire you.
Yeah.
I have a quick question here. I love the pitch. I love the idea. I'm just wondering more in depth, what type of metrics are you collecting? Is it like around moisture and grain quality itself? Does it do like a grade? I'm just kind of curious because I'm a farm boy too. So.
Sure, no, for sure. So actually, what we're setting up is getting that accurate sample and setting up a digital record so you can add whatever metrics you want to that. So sort of the bigger picture of that is that if you've got on-farm moisture or whatever kind of testing equipment, you can add your information. You can also, we very easily add information from your buyers. We set up essentially a store. Think of us as kind of like an Amazon connecting with the various grain labs. So we've we've provided an environment or a platform which allows you to bring other sources of information into that platform. Now, having said that, long term, we do plan to start adding real-time analytics and metrics as the grain flows through our system, but that's next year.
Awesome. I do have another question here, Ken, in terms of what is some early feedback that you're hearing from users and sort of just along that realm of what people are saying out in the market?
Sure. So the fundamental problem we're solving is that growers don't really know what they have and buyers don't really know what they're buying. And so both growers and buyers are saying to us, you know, this is something is very necessary, very needed, and solves a big problem, which ends up with, again, growers realizing sort of that additional revenue because of the knowledge they've got and can sell their product based on, you know, characteristics, and buyers are happy to pay the extra because they know what they're getting and there's no surprises when the truck pulls in the driveway.
Thanks, Ken. I think that according to our schedule, we're getting ready to move on. I just want to remind everybody and remind our presenters that questions are popping into the chat. So when you're done, peek back in there, and for sure, you know, there's going to be people looking to make connections with you and hear your answers. And so attendees, keep firing those questions in the chat, even if we don't get a chance to talk about them in the time that each startup has. That's the purpose today, right? Is to make connections, learn what these companies are doing, catch up with the companies you know, learn about the companies that you don't know. Think about what you can do. You know, is there some connection you can make? Reach out and offer that. So thanks, Ken, for kicking us off.
Thank you.
And I'm going to move us on to our next startup. And you guys, like, we're heading so many cool topics in the area of ag tech. And our next startup is going to like tell us about, I love these events because I get to learn. We get to learn this stuff, right? So we're going to hear about geospatial artificial intelligence. I'm not kidding. This is real. This is real, you guys. So our next startup is SuperGeoAI technology. And they're alum from Co.Labs. So a little shout out to Co.Labs in the Saskatoon incubator. So I'm going to throw it over to you, Wei Ping.
We just have Wei Ping. We just have your presenter view here. So if you can just, I think there's one button you just click and it'll go into, or sorry, we have your speaker view. So just, yeah, I think a button at the bottom there to swap it.
I think David will give us the presentation. So David, looks you show the notes too. Maybe you have to play it. Yeah.
Okay, which one am I looking at? It's just not the reading view, but just a slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay, and what button do I need to? Sorry about that. You
go, no worries. I think if you go to the top, there should be the display settings right next to, just pop that down.
Okay.
And then swap. Yeah, then
okay,
you're ready to roll.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much to Cultivator for inviting us to be able to do a pitch. Apologize that I have a little bit of what I call the helicopter view and having these goggles on and things like that. But we want to present to you our company, SuperGeoAI. We affectionately like to call it SGA for short. My name is David Yee, and I have a co-founder with me, Dr. Weiping Zhang. And we want to present to you our company, SGA. So who are we? SGA is a geospatial company, and we're focused on providing digital insight to agriculture. If you take a look at what we are and our origins of our particular sector, we're actually cartographers or the old map makers. And what SGA's goal is to start beginning to map the world of wheat in a really unique way. And why do we want to do that? What we found in terms of the work that we've done is that we're noticing that as agriculture has become digitized, there are certain sections and certain parts of the overall process, especially within wheat and the business of wheat and the trading of wheat, that has not gone into digitization. And it's still based on a very strong and long-standing manual process. What we look like and what we're working on is that we're using ubiquitous devices and ubiquitous technology that exists right now in the areas of satellites, drones, machine vision, the analytics, and much of the computer science and the data analytics are coming up. And we are proposing to be able to develop fast scalable and brand agnostic engines, data engines, in order to manage the spatial big data that is coming out as there is this wave of digitization coming to agriculture. Our goal is to be able to automate laborious and manual, and more importantly, what is really becoming problematic is the subjective observations associated within wheat grading and also in-field wheat yield. And part of our goal and what we want to be able to provide as value to everybody in the ecosystem is that using Geo AI and using some of the things that we know from geospatial technologies, we believe that we can bring a new form of standardization, and we can objectify what is normally a subjective process that is being presented to everybody inside of the wheat ecosystem. We have an MVP right now. What it is an AI-based mobile application. We are already in beta testing, and we're formulating and creating our partnerships so that we can get producer cooperators and also industry in here. We're looking that we will commercialize in April of 2022. And this is a very, very convenient and low-cost mobile application, agnostic to whatever smartphone device that you have. And we are looking to launch right now because our bench tests right now show that we're about 94% accurate. We also are moving inside of the cloud with a cloud platform that allows people to access our detection, our categorization, our index technologies that find certain characteristics that our customer base is looking for. So not only are we mobile, but we're also going into cloud. Supporting these two things is that we have two major research projects. We're focusing specifically in the area of detecting crop yield and also disease detection, but also taking a look at grading the quality of the commodity itself. Who are our customers? Well, because we work all the way from the people who are growing and planning their crop for that particular year to the people at the end of the day who are utilizing it to go and isolate, create some other product. This takes us all the way through from producers to the industry, the grain trading industry, the regulatory agencies, the research communities, the grain breeders and the trait development communities who are looking to be able to optimize and create the next products. So we're looking at an enterprise license model right now. Our total available market is about 148 million. Our annual or ARR will represent about 35 to 40% of that TAM with these two particular projects that we're working on. Oddly enough, our particular company has already got consulting services, so we are an actual business. We have done over 100 projects already, and they have been focused primarily to the public sector in terms of federal and provincial governments. We're very, very well versed in terms of geospatial information systems, or GIS. And it was through that work that we found the niches and the problems that we're looking to solve. This is, I guess, our NASCAR situation right now, and these are the brands who are associated with us. They're working with us right now in two critical research projects that are formulating our MVPs and supporting them and helping advance our cause. And that's it.
Awesome
Thanks,
job.
David. That's awesome. Folks, we have about 2 or 3 minutes for questions.
I can kick it off with one here. So what would you see as your biggest hurdle as a company as we look to close out 2021 here?
Yeah, there's a key part, Amy, that we've been working on as a company to be able to get. So we believe technologically and process-wise, we have alignment with a critical regulatory authority. And we will be making extensions. We've already started talking with them, but we're hoping to be able to solidify that relationship. So we have the producer relationship, we have the industry relationship, and there's a key regulatory relationship that we are going to open the doors. And then we get that third leg of the stool, I think that we will really take off with our MVP.
That's awesome. Yeah. Any questions? Just fire questions in the chat. I can toss it to Bree, Alex. You guys got any questions to throw out?
You bet. I actually did have one. You had mentioned that you have the mobile app and it's a low cost. So what would this cost structure look like for the average user that wants to use your technology?
Yeah. So on the mobile app right now, what we are looking at is we're looking at annual licenses to I guess the tipping point, which is going to be the producers in the triple digits. So we're talking about hundreds of dollars for an annual license. The real secret for us is that as we get to the producers and we create the tipping point, who really finds the value in this area is this data and what's happening. It's only really powerful on a commercial level at aggregation. So the producers only deal with the amount of commodity they hold on farm individually, but it is the actual grain traders, the regulatory agencies who are looking at the millions of metric tons who value it highly. And so when we're talking about the hundreds for the annual mobile license, that mobile license is just part of the first layer. There is actually other licenses, and there's actually other products that go to the regulatory and the industry side that are going to be in the tens of thousands because they're dealing with much, much higher commercial risk associated. So the mobile app is an early product to the industry. We actually have a finalized engineered product that is a lab scale, but also a regulatory ready product for them also.
Awesome. We had a question come in the chat here from Jerome, wondering, is the data shared in real time with the clients, or is there delay? And also, can the data be easily exported for future analysis purposes or visualization?
Oh, there was like two things talking to me at the same time, so I lost myself. Could we say that again, please? Oh, did we lose the person?
Lost our co-hosts.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I think there's just a small connection issue.
Is there anybody who could reshare the question? Oh,
Yeah,
is it the one from Jerome? Do I see it in the chat here? It's
Yes, yeah. Ask away. Yeah,
Oh,
answer away.
okay, so just to say it out to everybody, the question is the data shared in real time with the clients, or is there a delay? Also, can the data be easily exported for further analysis purposes or visualization? So Jerome, the data is not real time in terms of what we would call instantaneous. There is a delay, so it has to be processed. In the processing, it actually is inside of our engine, staged or pre-staged for analysis and for visualization. So we are cartographers, Jerome. So mapping and visualization is extremely important to us because that's how we speak to our client base.
Amazing. Okay, well, I think if there's no more questions, we will move on to our next pitch. So thank you so much for sharing. I know that was a lot of very interesting information to see where things are going next. So we are going to open it up to Ben Copeland, who is with FieldAlytics. They are currently working on a research project with the U of S to improve soil nutrients. So I will pass it off to Ben and let him share with us.
Good morning, all. I'm fresh off the combine, so I didn't have any slides ready to go. So you'll just have to look at me as I present. I work with a company, or primarily myself. I've been working with agronomists for the last 5 years using geospatial software to assist them in their advice and recommendations to producers. And one of the main gaps we saw there was that the soil sampling information that they were providing their customers were composites of half or full sections. And that's just not a true indication of the variation in, an agricultural productive field. So what we sought to do is find a scalable solution that producers can use to sample at a much higher level, more often, and throughout the growing season. So what we came to determine is that only 70% of producers are actually using soil samples to develop their recommendations, and the rest are just using grain removal equations to create their recommendations. The gap there is that this is not healthy for our soils, and it is not healthy for some of the hot button topics today, like carbon sequestration and global warming. And now carbon sequestration is really where our technology, which is a probe that you can insert into the soil, uses spectrometry and machine learning to accurately analyze the amount of carbon in the soil. We teamed up with the University of Saskatchewan and a group out of Edmonton, who is our machine learning base, to develop a product that producers can and agronomists can use throughout the growing season to consistently and accurately develop recommendations and fertilizer plans for their crops. So, for instance, in this growing season, it's been quite dry, but in seasons past when there's a lot of moisture, we're often underutilizing our soil in certain areas and over fertilizing particular zones. Now, what this causes is leaching of nitrogen in the soil and some inefficient economics within the farm, not maximizing yield or profit. Now, with our technology, you can actually send it through the field, get instant access instead of the 3-week lead time that it takes to dig up the soil from the ground, ship it to the US or Ontario for chemical results that are often inaccurate in themselves due to the process in which they go through, the grinding, the drying, and then the wet chemistry analysis, and then receive the results back a few weeks later. Our technology is much more stable, it is much more accurate, and can be done throughout the growing season. As I had mentioned before, the carbon market is a key factor in the development of our technology. 70% of growers do not actually use soil sampling today to create their recommendations. So there's not a lot of evidence that our technology alone will convince them to use a soil sampling tool. But if the carbon tax continues to climb to $170 a ton, and there is a platform that is developed for producers to receive credits for their carbon sequestered, then there is an actual monetary incentive for them to measure the amount of carbon in their soil, of which we're able to accurately predict at a 95% level. So moving forward, because we have a minimal viable product right now that is based on research in a small area within central western Saskatchewan, we are currently going through the process of sampling this year's soil to improve our algorithms and look at commercializing with the agronomists that we are currently partnered with. Thank you.
Awesome job, Ben. Right, great. Okay, questions in the chat, drop them if you have them. I can kick it off with a quick one. So I think you kind of alluded to it more at the end, but I assume you're seeing this as a little bit more of a B2B play, selling to like your nutrients and your synergies over selling directly to individual producers.
Yeah, so good question. That's a twofold answer. Particular producers are large enough to use this service on their own. You know, there's many producers out there who farm 30,000 plus acres, but typically an agronomist handling 60,000 plus acres would use this technology. And these are the groups that we currently work with and have a need for this technology.
Awesome. And I might have missed it, but there's a database associated with it as well.
Sorry, you just broke up a little.
Might be my internet. I was just saying, is there also a database associated with it? So this data will be kind of stored for the years to come.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so you will get both the spectra and the results.
Awesome.
In whatever geospatial software that you would like.
Awesome. Okay.
Maybe SuperGeoAI.
Perfect. Maybe SuperGeoAI. Look at this. We're making integration connections as we speak. Questions from the crew. I feel like maybe Lyndon, being a producer yourself, you got something to add here? Oh, Lyndon, you're on mute. It always gets me too.
No, I have nothing to add. I thought it was a great presentation, great concept, and looking forward to seeing how it rolls out. So
awesome. We did have one roll into the chat here. How long till you think your technology will be ready for commercialization? That's from Dylan.
Yeah, so we've successfully measured carbon to a 95% level. Other nutrients are currently at 85%. The macronutrients, NPKs, is what I'm referring to there. So we're going to go through one more fall of testing and then look to roll this out for the next sampling season, which would be next fall.
Awesome.
Thanks so much, Ben. I think we'll hand it off to, is it Amy's actually going to introduce her next startup here?
Oh, it's me. Perfect. Okay, that was great, Ben. Appreciate it. And there is a few questions in the chat there. So just make sure that you kind of pop in there and answer, connect with anybody. Also, anyone presenting, feel free to drop your contact information as well if you want to continue your chats offline. So next up is my pal Lyndon, one of Cultivator's grow cohort companies with MeatMeatGo. So this group is looking to help get local farm fresh meat in the hands of consumers. So Lyndon, get your screen share rolling and then the stage is yours. Fun fact about Lyndon is his wife Callie is a ranch girl from Nevada, which I believe is Nevada, I think. Am I right, Lyndon?
You're wrong, but only in this instance. This is the first time you've ever been wrong, in my opinion. So she's from Omaha. She's a U.S. gal, who moved up to Canada for me, which is, don't know why she'd do that, but she did it, and it's fantastic. And she is such a huge part of this. And together we set out to do this venture. So it's exciting for us, and we've been going full bore on it. And we're excited about where we're at and the relaunch of our new platform here. So I guess without further ado, if you guys can see my screen.
Yeah, you're just not in presenter mode.
Yeah, I'm just going to go into presenter mode right now.
Oh, perfect. There we go.
There
also,
we go.
Don't tell Callie I said she's from Nevada, because I think that people in the States get mad when you say they're from the wrong state. So just don't let her know.
No, she's from like the Saskatchewan of the United States, which is Nebraska. So it's she grew up on the farm there. So we're both farm people, and we met in the traditional way of a small town wedding. So that's generally the way that it goes. So I'm going to start my timer here, I guess, right now. But I just want to introduce myself first, and my wife as well, Callie Lisitsa. My name is Lyndon Lisitsa. I'm the CEO of MeatMeatGo. I have a master's degree from U of S in ag economics, and I have a previous startup I did called Rentera.ca. Which is an online marketplace for farmland rentals. And we took that knowledge and we developed a new platform for an online market for meat sales. And like any good story, and this is our story, it begins with a problem. And we were born sort of out of COVID, was when we created the concept under our initial platform, which I'm going to get into a little bit later. But you may have noticed at the time of COVID, there was a big disconnect between, the store, the price of meat in the store, the quality that you got, and the prices skyrocketed. And the reason for that was primarily there was a breakdown in the meat supply chain, in traditional meat supply chain. And again, our story begins with a look at the traditional meat supply chain and how it works. And the way that it works is that you have a very few small packers, or large packers, I guess you could say, very concentrated industry where farmers ship their animals in for processing, and then that essentially is shipped out again into the grocery stores and into the hand of consumers. And when you have a system like that, there's a whole host of issues that we felt were, I guess just big issues in that style of supply chain. And we saw when that supply chain broke down, the results of that, which was high prices, low quality of meat, poor prices at the farm gate for producers. And, in addition to that, we feel, and I think it's borne out, that there is a whole host of issues with the existing supply chain, whether it comes down to animal welfare issues. Sometimes animals have to be transported, thousands of miles to get to a packer. There's issues, like, for example, in the lamb market in Toronto, people are shipping animals to Toronto from Saskatchewan to get live animals. So there's an issue from an animal welfare perspective, environmental perspective of having so many trucks on the road. We feel that there's also issues in regards to the shipping of it just in general, and the whole, and at the end of the day, the cost associated with that. So we thought, what can we do differently to fix this supply chain? And at MeatMeatGo, we said, okay, we're going to set out to fix what we feel are the fundamental issues in the meat supply chain. Instead of shipping it all over and then from producers to packers and then shipping it out back to the consumer, we said, why not develop a regional model where there's regional hubs where we can take local producers who produce the best quality meat and not have to ship it all over the country and back out again. We'll ship it purchased from local producers. We'll create regional hubs so the food does, or the meat doesn't have to travel, maybe 50 miles, 100 miles at most. So you're getting a truly local product from great local producers, and then be able to present that back to the consumer. Now, we said the best way to do this was through the development of an online platform. And we initially created a platform called Meatocracy, which allowed local farmers to sell their product to consumers. Now, for a host of reasons, and we ran that company for a year, we realized that it just didn't work. Our revenue model wasn't sustainable. So we set out, what can we do to fix this? So what we've done is we developed a new online platform called MeatMeatGo. Now, the idea for online meat sales is not new. This is something that is quite common, but we've set out to develop a new way that we can solve the issues with the supply chain, which is specifically, we want to address the issues around animal welfare. So we source animals, we get them into a processed locally, have them shipped into cold storage in each regional hub, and then consumers can buy it and get same day delivery, fresh product from their local farmers. So I guess in essence, we solve the issues. We have same day delivery. We got payment flexibility on our system through Sezzle. We source from the best local producers. Where we are today, our previous platform, Meatocracy, had 3,000 consumers. We're utilizing that consumer base. We had $100,000 in sales in 3 months. We're going to use that. Our new models allows us to capture more revenues than our old revenue model. We're currently scaling our business. We have Regina, Saskatoon hub set up. We're going to be launching into Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, and the GTA by the year end. We have hired a new marketing manager. We're also looking to hire a new supply chain logistic manager, and we're looking to raise a Series A in the next 6 months. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
So can we all agree, props to Lyndon for naming and branding? Because I gotta say, both Meatocracy and MeatMeatGo, you're hitting it out of the park there, in my opinion. I like that, Steph. Questions for MeatMeatGo?
I can pop in here with one. So Lyndon, with it coming from a bunch of just different producers and suppliers, what do you guys have in place for monitoring quality, food regulations, different things like that?
Yeah, so what we do, and that's a great question. The first issue around food regulations is that you have to work with a reputable processor. The processor has to be either health inspected or provincially inspected or federally inspected as well, but there's not much difference between provincially and federally inspected. So for our Saskatchewan processor, we're working with a processor who is provincially inspected, which is more stringent than even a local abattoir. So when the product comes in, the animals will come in, be processed at that facility. It's located in the town of Watson, which is central to Saskatoon and the Regina hub. So we can actually get that product in, and then we can get it to our cold storage facilities in Regina and Saskatoon, where that product will stay there until an order is made. And then we can deliver that product directly to the consumer. And if you order the product at say 3 in the afternoon, we can have it to you by supper time. That's a proposition that no one else in the industry is offering. So the important thing is, sourcing out those excellent producers, and there's a lot of them who do a really great job. So our job, and we've had a great opportunity to eat a lot of steak over the last 3 months. We try our product, we try it, and we try to find the absolute best product. From there, we work with only the best processors who are provincially inspected and have high standards. And from there, then we move it into the remainder of our regional supply chains. We work with another cultivator company called Store to Door, so we can do those same day deliveries and get the product to you so it's as fresh as possible.
That's awesome. Well, if eating steak is part of the job, I guess twist your arm and you guess you gotta do it. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, Bree, Alex, anybody else have a kind of question to pop in here with?
I can just go back in here. Lyndon, question about the hubs. I'm not sure how many you're working with right now, but is there opportunity to then go further through Western Canada, or what does that look like in terms of growth with your hubs?
Good question. So, with our previous platform, we realized that we had a good regional model. Our previous platform, like I said, in 2.5 months, we did about $100,000 in sales, and we were growing. What we found is that our revenue model wasn't sustainable. We charge 7% of the total sale, which means that in order to make $70,000, we would have to sell $1 million worth of meat. It was not a good revenue model. So we set out to develop a new revenue model that allows us to increase our margin from 7% upwards to 40% per annum. So, and we get the total sales that can now be counted as total revenues for us. So that's one of the big benefits I think that we have with this new model. Could you just repeat that part? I know I didn't answer your question. I just want but
no, that's all good. I was just wondering about the expansion of working with more
yes,
hubs
okay. So,
or what that looks like.
Yeah. So when we previously had our previous platform, we were in Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, Texas, and Arizona. That was our core marketplace. That's what we've expanded into. What we're going to be doing now is I've just purchased, we have a 3-week inventory pipeline. So in order for us to get product into the Regina and Saskatoon markets, we have to plan the product that you will be eating now is from 3 weeks ago. The reason why is because there's an aging process for beef. So we have a 3-week pipeline. We have just purchased our inventory, our initial inventory for the Regina and Saskatoon hubs. So that will be ready to go in 3 weeks' time. We will be serving those markets. Our plan by year end is to be in Edmonton and Calgary, as well as Winnipeg and the Greater Toronto area by the year end, so by December. From there, we are looking to expand throughout North America. We know the model works. Our biggest challenge in scaling this is, again, going into a new area and recreating what we've done already in Regina and Saskatoon. We're in the process of doing that for Edmonton and Calgary. And our new model requires more of a hands-on logistics approach for us. I actually have to go and source the best producers in each particular region or hub we're serving. From there, we got to figure out how to get those animals from those producers to a respected and licensed processing facility. From there, we got to transport and find our cold storage facilities. And then from there, we have to have same day delivery. So all these pieces have to come together, but we've managed to do it in Saskatoon and Regina. We're finding, the lessons we've learned here, we get to take elsewhere, and it gets easier and easier as we go into these new hubs because we have a good defined process. So we expect to have 5 hubs by the end of this year, end of December 2021. And then from there, we're looking to expand. We would think that it's reasonable to do a new hub every 6 weeks after that in a new region across North America.
That's so cool, Lyndon. I feel like, so again, guys, if you have ideas to help out, if you have questions for Lyndon, pop them in the chat. Lyndon, don't forget to put your contact info in there. I feel like most of the things in the chat right now are about, can anybody get an invite to your steak dinner? But we've all learned now very much about a MeatMeatGo. And so let's just remember that we can order daily fresh meat and have our own steak dinners and invite our own friends and expand the network there, right? So
yeah, you can, and I'm always willing to drop by for barbecues as well, and not even bring the beer. So
this is awesome. So if you guys can believe this, we are down to our last, but not least pitch for our Ag Tech Hour. I'm super pumped that my name went against this one to throw it over to Laura with Ulivit, because I feel like, and Laura, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen, get set up. But I feel like, I don't know if this was planned. It's not a throwdown. This is not a competition, guys. But I love the fact that we're getting the entire spectrum of protein options, because Laura and Ulivit are going to talk to us about protein 2.0. How's your...
We didn't even ask earlier to drop where you're joining us from in the chat, because we always like to see where everybody's joining us from, so we can get a little geographic reach concept.
There we go. We see you, Laura.
Need to unmute.
You're on mute, Laura.
Hi guys, sorry, I'm trying to get my screen up, which of course worked great when we were trying this before, but it doesn't seem to want to do it now. Oh no.
All part of the experience. You get the Great Saskatchewan pitch
Here you
marathon.
Can you guys see it?
Oh,
Yeah, we just have your like your
change
presenter
display
view. So
settings.
yeah, drop down your display settings there, and then you can just swap it really quick. It's right by end slideshow. And then swap.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Is that working now?
Oh,
It doesn't look like it's swapped. You might just have to click it just once more.
it's not letting her.
Not letting me. Okay.
There we go. There we go. We're good.
You're on.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Don't do anything else.
I can't see. I can't.
Go hide presenter view.
Sorry, you guys.
No worries. I don't know if anybody tuned into Cultivators. I forget what event it was, but my pal Sean O'Connor, who is a head managing director of a venture capital fund, had a very hard time sharing a screen. I don't remember if Cerise was on there or not, but we went through a little 5-minute trying to figure out how to share screen. So it's a common issue. Cerise, do you remember that? Cerise does, yeah. Oh yeah, it was quite he got a lot of people made memes about him actually. That's how funny it was for the community.
I'm only laughing because I like to see when other people screw up because I always screw up. So
exactly. It's like when other people forget to unmute and then you're like, I do it all the time too.
Are you guys still seeing us in presenter view?
No, you every time you change it like that, you bring up your other stuff and it won't let you
We'll
stop
just
it. Yeah.
we'll just wing it.
Yeah.
There
Go
you
right
go.
ahead.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name's Laura. Thank you so much for having us, TNT. I'm the founder of Ulivit. We're making delicious plant-based food out of sustainable Canadian pulse crops, such as chickpeas, lentils, dried peas, dried beans. This is Paul, one of our 4th generation farmers. The whole reason we got started with Ulivit, I'd been working in healthcare for over 10 years and was seeing what food and diet was doing on the operating tables. And I thought there has to be a better way. So I started dropping in on nutrition classes at U of S. I met the Dean of Agriculture and everybody was talking about these wonderful things called pulses. Being from Saskatchewan, my grandpa was a farmer, my great grandpa was a farmer. So I started researching these and I found out how amazing they are, not only for us, but for the earth. And they're plant-based, so hopefully we can help save millions of animals' lives. Thus began my passion for pulses and the creation of Ulivit. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's an awesome opportunity. The world wants more plant-based protein. Gen Zs want it, North Americans want it, even the United Nations has dedicated an entire year to getting the world eating more pulses. The solution, Meat Plant Protein 2.0. We're made with Canadian pulses such as chickpeas and fava beans. We're innovative, we're first to market, and we're really excited. It's crazy versatile. You can eat us for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And what's really unique is that we're soy-free. Most plant-based foods are made from soy. We're gluten-free, non-GMO. So we're really excited for this. We're also just getting into stores, so please give us a try. We're in Saskatchewan and Alberta right now.
Dad's Organic in Saskatoon.
And we should be shouting from the rooftops about Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's amazing. We're the largest pulse producers in the world. We have global leaders in sustainable agriculture and pulses, and we're a huge carbon sink. The plant-based food market is exploding. We want to be the next big $250 billion plant-based food company. We're well positioned to be a leading global player. We're made where the raw ingredients are. We have an amazing team surrounding us, and we're creating these delicious products. Please come work alongside us. Thank you, U of S and Dr. Bob Tyler. We wouldn't be here without you guys. My sister and I who founded the company and our awesome scientists who have over 25 years working with meat analogs. With our $11.3 million grant, we're going to be creating more plant-based and sustainable foods using our partners, AGT Foods. They're one of the largest pulse producers in the world, who I'm sure you guys know well. Murad, the CEO, he won Entrepreneur of the Whole Wide World for not just his successful business, but his huge heart. He fed over 7 million refugees with Saskatchewan pulses, so pretty cool. And then also working with Protein Industries Canada, one of Canada's 5 innovation super clusters, has been amazing for us. And then our Canadian sustainable farmers. our advisors. We're really lucky to be so connected with the startup community and expert researchers in plant-based foods. Our go-to-market strategy, we've already been validated with like Costco, Kroger, Loblaws. Our market entry, we're going into stores right now. We're also part of Export Canada's Canada Innovates group of companies, and we're part of an inaugural Taste Canada, which is going to help us get into the US. We've also been contacted by some huge global companies to work with them. We're creating more products, and then 2023 global expansion with our key partners.
Oh, so our ask today basically is if you're listening, give us a follow on our social at Ulivit. Tag some distribution partners or strategic partnerships, whether it be a restaurant, hotel, boutique, marketplace, and we can start the conversation.
Thanks so much, guys.
Awesome job. Way to close it out today. We're a little tight on time, but we do have time for probably one question or maybe two if we sneak them in super quick. So I can open up the floor. Anybody got a burning question? I can also jump into kind of same question, one of the ones I asked earlier, but what do you see as your biggest roadblock within the next 6 months? It seems like you guys got tons of stuff happening that's super exciting, but maybe it's like a capacity roadblock or something, but it sounds like you got some really awesome stuff on your roadmap. So I'd like to see what you see as your largest challenge.
Thanks. Yeah, we also just got on with our favorite national distributor. So we're really excited about that. And so that's going to be our next big challenge, is just getting enough production capacity to meet those needs. So a good, kind of like a good bad problem.
Totally.
I think Jesse also asked, where is the facility where you produce your products currently?
We're at U of S and in just outside Edmonton in Leduc.
I just seen in the chat too, Ken said that VeriGrain can help you source your quality pulses. So we're making some seriously good connections today.
Awesome. Love it. And I want to hear about the carbon. I think it's Ben's working on the carbon sequestering too. So we'd love to find out more about that too.
I got you guys all on that calendar invite I sent out. So everybody has everybody's contact information. So you're ready to roll. I think we are at time here. So thank you guys so much. This has been an absolute dream to be on here co-hosting with Bree and Alex. Might have lost Alex. I don't know where the heck Alex went. Do we know where she is?
I think we might have lost her on the.
Might have lost her, Alex. Hopefully she'll pop back in here, but yeah, with that, I guess we thank you guys for tuning in. We love ag tech. A little shameless plug for Cultivator. Please email us. I'm Amy at cultivator.ca. We're looking to work with some really awesome ag tech companies with the very first venture-backed Saskatchewan Ag Tech Accelerator. So please reach out. We'd love to connect with you. Have fun at the rest of the Great Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon. I'll toss it to Bree too to give some thank yous as well.
Yes, I think that was just such a great way to start off the day, and it gets some excitement and energy into the virtual room. So with that, great luck to the next presenters, and everybody have a great rest of your day.
Awesome.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Amy, Bree, and Alex. That was amazing, and very much. Are we switching views here? I'm just going to. There we go. Knock a couple people off the co-hosting. And we got Andrew and myself are going to be co-hosting the next block here. I don't know why it's not pinning me to, there we go. That'll be better. And yeah, with fun technical issues with the Great Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon, always fun, but we all understand how that goes. We spent the last year on virtual Zoom, so we're all used to this, which is great, and we're very much excited to be continuing on with our next section on production automation. And I'd like to introduce, first off, my co-host, Andrew from STEP, who will be sharing a little bit about what Saskatoon Trade Export Partnership does. And then I'll chat a little bit about Startup TNT, and we'll jump right into the pitches. We got a great lineup. Thanks. Andrew, the floor is yours. Good to see you.
Hey everyone, good morning. This is a great event. So fun to bring everyone together today, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. Thanks for having me here. And letting us represent Saskatchewan Trade and Export Partnership. I'm just going to bring up a quick little, some quick little slides here and do a quick little overview of the Saskatchewan Trade and Export Partnership for anyone who doesn't know. Just bear with me for a sec.
By the way, just before I forget, if you guys want to hang out with Amy, Bree, and Alex, and any of those folks that were presenting this morning, you can come out to the after parties in Regina and Saskatoon. The majority of people will be there. It's going to be a great night. More information in the chat if you're interested in hearing more about that.
Right. Jesse, am I good here? Was my screen?
Yeah, you're good to go, Andrew. Let's hear about STEP.
Okay. Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, STEP is the Saskatchewan Trade and Export Partnership. STEP is the official trade promotion agency for Saskatchewan. Our motto is connecting Saskatchewan businesses with the world. We're a member-based organization, and we currently have verging on 400 exporting companies in our membership, and we're always looking to grow with new companies that are looking to expand past Saskatchewan's borders and are market ready or nearing market ready. We also provide marketing services to support your support our members and international businesses, and connect everyone to the world and bring those businesses here to Saskatchewan. So some of our offerings, I'll quickly go over. We do market intelligence. So we have a market intelligence research team who writes specific reports for our members. They have access to many databases and can do very, very specific detailed work depending on the request. You get a certain amount of research hours based on your membership level. We throughout the years we do outgoing business missions. Unfortunately, a lot of those have been virtual, of course, the last year and a half. However, that is about to change. We are starting to head out of our borders. We've got a few missions coming up to the US, and we're hoping that we can start doing more. And virtual is great, but meeting face to face is even better when possible. Other services include incoming buyer programs. So we often receive missions from other parts of the world and bring buyers here and show them around Saskatchewan, introduce them to our producers and businesses, exporting businesses. We have the Market Access Program map, which allows our member companies to access funds to go to new markets that they haven't been to before that they're interested in expanding to. We run a lot of education networking events throughout the year. That's also, a non-COVID thing, but we are hoping to start those again in this fall. So look out for that. And we provide marketing promotion through our multiple channels, as well as customized trade advice and guidance. So my name is Andrew, like I mentioned. I'm a trade specialist for manufacturing and technology, concentrating on technology at STEP. I'm based in Regina, but I'm in Saskatoon a fair bit as well, periodically as well. My contact information is here. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions about what we do. I just want to talk further. I'd love to hear from a lot of you and hear about what's going on. Also, here's our contact information. We have an office in each major city, as I mentioned, and yeah, you can find us here or on social media. So that's my little spiel. Yeah, thanks for listening, and we're really looking forward to the next hour here.
Yeah, good job, Andrew. It's so great to have you and to make this connection and have STEP a part of this event when we're presenting such great companies that are definitely going to be looking to expand out of Saskatchewan. I don't know if people know, but Saskatchewan's a pretty small market. So we definitely, but I think we definitely hit out of our class, and we can definitely do a lot more with our startups in terms of getting them out there into, yeah, exactly. Small market, heavy hitters, Alex, absolutely. Just a little quick bit about Startup TNT. I'm just gonna pin myself to make sure. we just recently expanded into Saskatchewan. I'm based here outside Saskatoon. Tim is down in Regina today for our very first TNT after party in Regina. Startup TNT, the TNT stands for Thursday Night Tradition. So we meet every Thursday night for a happy hour, bringing together innovators, entrepreneurs, investors, just anybody who's kind of interested in the space. Our motto is have fun, make friends, build companies. And we do that through the happy hours. We got a newsletter we send out regularly, and then we do an investment summit a few times a year as well, where we help raise money for startups and help generate the next generation of angel investors. So we're going to be getting more information about our next investment summit, which is coming up this fall. We're opening up applications for startups today. So when you'll be seeing some info about that in the chat. And we're excited to also participate and facilitate this event as a special project, bringing the community together. This isn't, I know a lot of people saying it's our event. It's not our event. We've just been organizing it. It's the Saskatchewan community event. It's all about community. It's about bringing these different organizations together and celebrating these awesome startups. So up next, we have SolusGuard, and I'll let them take it away.
All right. Okay, this has got to move so I can actually share my screen because I can't see it.
You got your screen, you just...
yeah, I just can't. Oh, there we go. All right, good?
Yes, awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for this. This is great. Yeah. My name is Teresa Landers, and I am the founder and CEO of SolusGuard. And this is actually my second startup. And what we do here at SolusGuard is we help employers to protect their most valuable asset, which is their employees. These are people who work alone and in dangerous situations. And I think oftentimes we think of police officers or firefighters, but really who we help are everyday heroes. People like in the healthcare industry, such as home care workers, mental health and addictions, that sort of a thing, as well as parole officers, and even residential property managers. This is really where we shine. So as I said, we help the employer to protect these people who work alone and in dangerous situations. And so the employer is looking for ways to, okay, how can I protect them? What tools can I put in their hands? And I need to do this quickly. In addition to that, it's got to be easy to implement. And they all say the same thing, which is we're a unique company. We have unique needs. So it needs to be customizable to what it is that we do. So we are able to accommodate that. We have an end-to-end solution. And it includes everything from wearable panic buttons all the way through to software as a service check-in software. If they have remote employees, we have satellite extenders. And one of the things that they've asked us about is we want to be able to manage our alerts in our own way. So we have a number of different ways that they can manage their alerts, including a command center. So a full end-to-end solution for those employers to keep their employees safe. Now, we launched SolusGuard about 2 years ago, and things have been going pretty well. We've sold through a number of different markets and a number of different verticals, and to enterprise, including the federal government of Canada for parole officers. So a wide range of organizations, as you can imagine, that have this particular need. Today, we have over 90 different customers, and our leads are growing every single day as well. Now, this is a very timely solution. We all talk about how more and more people are working alone with COVID, but it started long before that. And in addition to that, government is paying attention. So for those of you who are in Saskatchewan, you're probably aware or heard of in the last day or two that Occupational Health and Safety has announced that they're going to be reviewing the OH&S provisions in the Sask Employment Act. But we sell through North America, and we've seen this happening everywhere, and almost every state and every province throughout North America. So this is the right time for us to scale. And we have the right products, a very mature suite of products and solution. And there's no real leader in this space. So it is time for us to shine. And we're going to do that because of our exceptional team. I've been in business for a long time. I've been in leadership for a long time, and I've worked with a number of high-performing teams, but I have to tell you, nothing compares to the people that I have the privilege of working with every day. Really an exceptional team and culture, which is the foundation and the building blocks for us to be able to scale going forward. So why are we here today? Well, we want you to know who we are, of course, and if you're interested in learning more about our organization, but we're scaling and we're growing. So if you know of organizations that have people like I've talked about that work alone and in dangerous situations, really love to talk to you about that to see perhaps how you can help us along in this journey. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Serious. That was awesome. Yeah, we pop your questions in the chat. I don't know, for those that have joined a little bit late, outside of the people who are presenting, you're going to be on mute. So please pop your questions in the chat. What, just real quick, what made you so passionate about this industry and wanting to solve this problem in the first place? Like what made you jump into this head first?
As I mentioned, this is my second startup. My first startup was Aura, which is also a wearable safety company, but it's for consumers. So it's a B2C company. And I started that as a way to help my dad to stay safe. So that's how I got into it, because I was in financial services, wasn't even in this industry. But I started with just wanting to keep the people I love the most safe. And over time, it just grew into this. And there's this huge need, not only for the individuals, but for this side as well. So hence the second startup.
Andrew, you got any questions? Jump in.
Thanks for that presentation. Very interesting. I guess, can you emphasize a little bit more about what markets you're hoping to grow into down the road and what your growth plan is?
Mm-hmm. So I could say we're probably more similar to Vendasta over, say, 7 shifts. So it's not like we're directly in one vertical like restaurants or financial services. We're more across the board, which is why we have such a large market reach. But certainly where we focus in on is healthcare organizations. Absolutely. We're working, for instance, with SHA in the Can Health network. Safety and security companies, residential property management. Those are definitely areas that we have deeper verticals for sure. And I would say that's essentially where we focus. But we have customers from all over the place. We're primarily in Canada. We do have customers in the United States, and our objective is to definitely leverage the size and the scope of the US marketplace. So good reminder, Andrew, to get a hold of staff to talk about that.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, this is another quick question. Being a founder who has founded more than one startup here in Saskatchewan, what has been sort of like the highlights of growing startups and based out of Saskatchewan?
In Saskatchewan, well, that's a good question, Jesse, because I was here long before there was Co.Labs, Cultivator, Startup TNT, all of that. And there was a number of us, not many, but we were out there just kind of working on our own and not really knowing who to talk to and where to go. And it was really tough. And so to fast forward to today, where we've got this wonderful community and people are all together and all of these resources is really uplifting. And it's also just inspired me even more so to know that we can be successful here in Saskatchewan, because although we are a small market, as you said, as Alex said, we are definitely punching above our weight. We have a lot to offer the world.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And I think that's going to be the end of your time, and we're going to move on to our next presenter. But that was amazing. Thank you so much, Sears and SolusGuard, for sharing all those wonderful insights. And we're looking forward to growing the ecosystem here some more. Andrew, do you want to introduce our next company?
You bet. Thanks, Jesse. Well, we do have Autumn up next. Jordan, who I've chatted with before. They have a really interesting, some really interesting technology they've created for the manufacturing sector that I think is very applicable for a lot of different organizations. And looking forward to hearing more. So please take it away.
Yeah, thanks for the intro, Andrew. And you know, tough act to follow with Cerise kicking things off, but you know, we'll do our best over here. We'll see if the sharing of the screen goes smoothly. And worst case, if not, we'll just run it without slides. But how are we doing? Is that looking good?
Good.
You guys doing?
It's awesome.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So yeah, Autumn, we are creating the future of custom manufacturing. My name's Jordan, the CEO over here, and I'm calling from Saskatoon today, out of our Co.Labs space. Just snuck into a room when some painting's going on. But so for those of you that aren't coming from the manufacturing world, we specifically focus on manufacturers to perform high mix, low volume work. So these make up about 70% of the manufacturing market. And what high mix, low volume means is a lot of these shops or manufacturers, they're doing one-off or two-off jobs. It's not like they can just automate their entire kind of scheduling process. And they have to constantly be reallocating their resources to different jobs throughout the week, whether that's machines or people. And as a result, even in 2021, with all the tools that they have available, it is still a massive pain for a lot of these people to see where their projects are at out on the floor, communicate quickly with their employees, and plan and reschedule that work when the priorities do change. And the reason that it's as tough as it is because this is what the situation looks like out on the shop floor today. People are working with whiteboards, physical work orders, a lot of physical drawings, a lot of verbal communication, and even the best of the best, they're working with systems that look like this. This is your cutting edge software in the space right now. So what we're doing is we're creating modern software for the shop floor first this time. So we allow a operations team to track where the work is, wherever it is on any device, communicate with employees on the shop floor in seconds, shuffle the priorities while keeping everybody informed, and then utilizing all of that data in real time to make better decisions around, do I need a new machine for this capacity? So basically just allowing people to make better decisions. The competitive market, there's a number of solutions in the manufacturing space, but very few of them have a core focus on the shop floor. They typically all tackle the office side pains first, and then they look at scheduling in the shop floor as an afterthought. And what that results in is that they have the core issue there is that visualizing and interacting with the data are separated. So they can visualize what things look like out on the floor, but they can't interact with it quickly. And that leads to a lot of problems for these shops. Autumn, however, is created for the shop floor. Scheduling is built around the customer need, and visualization and interaction with their schedule is all in one place, making it a lot easier for them to react and serve their clients better. The market, it's about a $20 billion market. Right now at Autumn, we're focused very heavily on machine shops and the metal fabrication industry because there's a lot of repeatability in the pains that we're seeing there. We've had people with a 6-person shop, 30-person shop, 100-person shop. They all use the same language and they're all experiencing the same pains. So that's kind of where we're focused right now. And the reason that this is a great time to kind of get into this market is you're seeing a lot of people aging out of this workforce. I talked to someone just this last week where they've got somebody retiring in 2 years, and they're keeping track of 50 plus tasks with all the child tasks in their head. And so that information needs to get put into a system, and we need to get those new kind of digital tools out into the workforce so that we don't lose all that knowledge and see a massive decrease in efficiency in both Canada and US's manufacturing market. So where we're at for Autumn right now for traction, we've got one shop in Regina that's using Autumn daily. They've got a ton of guys out on the floor that use it all the time, a lot of daily active users. So we're really excited about that, seeing that engagement in an industry that has typically been tech averse. We're currently working on rolling out 2 shops, and we've got a little bit of revenue that we're generating from that shop in Regina as well. The team, it's myself. I'm mostly focused on sales and all the fun admin stuff that comes with running a startup. Dalen Ball is another U of S student who's worked at a number of tech companies here in Co.Labs, and he runs a lot of our infrastructure side of things. And then Nelson is focused very heavily on customer success and building out kind of our product roadmap. If you want to get in touch, you can reach me at any of these numbers. I'll maybe post these in the chat as well, or this email. Right now, we're working with some investors and kind of putting together a little bit of a mini round. And I mean, if you know of anyone that's working in a custom manufacturing shop of any kind, we're always looking to talk to more people. And it doesn't need to be metal manufacturing of any kind either. We're always curious to see what else is out there, whether it's cabinet makers or anything like that. At the end of the day, if you've got a lot of variability in what's coming into your organization and you're struggling to schedule it and you're building things, we want to be talking to you. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Jordan. That was a great overview of what you guys are doing. Really interesting work. Quick question for you, I guess, after that. You did mention that it's a bit of a tech-averse industry, or they can be. They can be.
Yeah.
What kind of feedback are you receiving, and are you getting some apprehension of digitizing? These factories that have been doing the same thing for decades.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So what I found for sure is that the culture of the organization is really, really important. So some shops, the guys out on the floor, they're really bought into the organization. And that was the case with our first shop we rolled out with in Regina. And to be honest, that rollout was amazingly smooth because the guys, they're younger, they use their phones. So super, super smooth. With the shops where you do have a workforce that's maybe a little bit more of a 9 to 5 and maybe a little less young and less bought into the organization, the key that we've found is you need to make sure that you know who the voices of influence are out on the shop floor. So there's typically a few people out there that they really do carry a lot of the weight in the conversations with the rest of the guys on the floor. So the key is just to bring them into the process as early as you can. And understand how this would benefit them and make sure that you've got them on board before you open up a group discussion where they're not bought in, because that can cause you a few little hiccups. But for the shop in Regina, we're really happy. Like we've got a good 13 core guys that are using it almost every single day, and a number of office users that are also using it regularly. So we feel that we can replicate it, and we've got a product that's a lot easier to use than most of the tech that these people would have seen out on the floor. A lot more user friendly. So yeah, hope that answers the question.
So you're raising a mini round, and just tell us a little bit more about what you're planning on doing with the capital once you raise it.
Yeah, so I mean, the first two things in the top of my mind is we've got, so one of our co-founders has been working at at a number of other organizations just for some income. Might bring him on full time because there'd be some value there. And then the first two hires, in my opinion, would be we could really use another kind of sales guy to help out on the sales side for myself, generate some more top of funnel, and then bring on another dev as well, because we've got a number of product areas that we could build things out for. We're currently working on some stuff, but there's always lots to do. So, I mean, the capital in my mind is help leverage us making more effective use of our time and serving our customers better and bringing more money in the door. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks. Any more questions, Andrew? You want to jump in one more quick question?
That's all I had. But I just want to encourage our participants, everyone watching, to ask some questions in the chat. All the pressure's on Jesse and I here, so
yeah,
let's get some more questions.
These are great startups here, right? Let's engage with them and show them some love and show them that they're doing great work, because they really are, and we're excited to have them in our ecosystem here in Saskatchewan. Thank you so much, Jordan. And then Autumn, and we look forward to hearing more in the future about how you guys are taking over the world in manufacturing.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. I'll introduce our next presenter. We have Store to Door, which is in this block, because when you produce something, how do you get it to your consumers, right? How do you get it there, no matter what kind of production it is, and how do you do it in a way that's easy and relatively automated, so to speak? Yeah, so take it away, Store to Door.
Awesome. I'm just going to share my screen here. It'll just be a second.
Awesome. Scott. Sorry, forgot to say your name, Scott.
Yes, no worries. No worries. See the screen okay there, Jesse?
Yeah, we're good. Good to go.
Awesome.
Where's yours?
Okay, well, thanks, Jesse and Andrew. Really appreciate your time today. I was just reflecting this morning on the last 8 months of business since we launched Store-to-Door, and was totally reminded of why we created this platform. It's for these local brick and mortar stores that keep telling us their biggest concerns, which is how can we have a competitive edge and maintain our client loyalty without handing our customers over to a third party. My name is Scott Love, Chief Executive Officer and one of the founders here at Store-to-Door. Local retailers are typically using traditional couriers that are slow and expensive. They need a cost-effective, efficient, same-day option for their businesses. Quite frankly, they're currently trying to figure out how are they going to keep their brick and mortar stores open. This is where Store-to-Door can help. Store-to-Door is a platform that provides a competitive edge for local retailers by giving them the ability to compete in their local trade area by providing a faster, more reliable same-day delivery solution. 75% of e-commerce clients go to Amazon first before they look anywhere else. 93% of clients want real-time tracking of their deliveries. 80% of customers prefer same-day delivery. They're telling us something here. Store-to-Door is a branded platform that allows retailers the ability to offer a cost-effective same-day delivery service to their customers. Store-to-Door integrates with over 50 e-commerce platforms such as Shopify and Square, and we recently added a manual client portal for non-e-commerce clients. We also provide our network of delivery drivers to fulfill the task and the technology to improve the client communication in real time. As you can see, this is a huge sector. However, we're focusing on developing Western Canada currently. We have moved very fast over the last 8 months. We have expanded to Alberta, Manitoba, and of course, across Saskatchewan. And expanding outside of Saskatchewan has validated our product and service. Store-to-Door is seeing great traction and growth since we started 8 months ago. Just for example, in January, we did only 10 deliveries in the whole month. And in August, we hit 1,500 deliveries. That's 150 times our first month. We're on track to hit our Q3 goal of 2,000 deliveries per month and eclipse 4,000 deliveries per month by the end of this year. Oops, sorry, I've got to go back there. Our team is very experienced and ready to take this company to great heights. In the last 3 months, we've onboarded over 30 people to our team, so growing at a very fast pace. We have amazing clients such as Jump.ca, Local and Fresh, Hilberg and Burke, Medicine Shops, to name a few. They've all improved their customer experience and productivity with our platform. At Store-to-Door, we empower local retailers to compete with retail giants by providing same-day delivery. I want to thank you all so much for your time. We'd love to connect with anybody who would love to jump on board with us, from investors to clients. My info is on the screen. I'm also available via LinkedIn. And just one last thing, we just launched today our seed round, and we're raising $1 million in our seed round. So if you're interested, please reach out. Thank you.
Awesome job, Scott. That was an amazing presentation. And we're excited to have you raising money here in Saskatchewan. And hopefully we'll see you participate in our investment summit with SREDA TNT in the fall.
Definitely.
So yeah, what is your sort of biggest hurdles going forward, you think, in terms of like utilizing the capital once you raise it and finding that next market to expand into?
I'd say our biggest challenge right now is speed. We're moving at a crazy pace. We've developed just an amazing sales team, expanded that from one individual 3 months ago to we have 13 people selling on a daily basis. We've seen a major increase in our demo load. We're seeing about 15 to 20 demos happening per day right now with clients. So there's a huge need. And we find that really in some of the bigger sectors like Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, they have needs. In Regina, Saskatoon, in a lot of cases, the retailers have wants. They want to deliver. They've never done it before. They know that's an option for them. But for these bigger sectors, they need us. So it's just changing. And as we get into these bigger sectors, we're just seeing the high demand. So it's just adding people. Like I said, our team's growing so fast, but it's because we have to.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great problem to have, is to needing more people to handle the workload. Andrew, you want to ask one of the questions from the chat there?
Yeah, you bet. There's actually a question here that came up that was kind of along the lines of something I was going to ask as well. First off, Scott, I just want to say that I think this is such a cool idea. Brick and mortar stores, of course, there's competition, so it's great to kind of help them out and tackle the issue of home delivery in this way. I think it's really creative and good for local economies and small businesses.
Definitely.
So we've got a question here from Mike Wolsfeld. Sorry, Mike, if I pronounced your last name incorrectly. He was wondering, how can you help local retailers with the challenge of 75% of people searching Amazon before they even consider other options? And I was kind of wondering the same thing. How do you get the word out?
Well, it's not really, it's more, what we've really found is that a lot of the local retailers, or even the big box retailers, is that they have huge marketing platforms. They have huge budgets, and they're really pushing for these clients. So what's happening is that they're losing these clients to Amazon, to Skip, to Uber, to DoorDash, because they're handing these off to these third parties. And what's happening is that these guys need to own that client. They need to own that loyalty. And the beauty thing for us is that we're totally white labeled, right? So what we do is we just, they own that whole process, and they keep that client in their queue, right? And so they're not letting them get to Amazon. They're not letting them get to these other third-party pieces, and they're owning them through the whole transaction. And what we do is we just attach on the back end. And so if it was Medicine Shop, for example, it's Medicine Shop through every piece of communication, including branding and that sort of thing with our technology. So it's just really reinforced that brand loyalty. That's why that customer went there to begin with. They don't need to be shipped off to another site to be satisfied and get that delivery piece or whatever else it is.
Awesome. Thanks so much for that. And just a quick last question. Where are you headed next? Are you headed down to the States sometime soon?
We have a lot of interest in the US currently, actually, and from an investment standpoint too, right? So I think, we're seeing that high density, high population areas that are requiring this. They need more time in their days, right? And that's really what delivery provides. And so I could see us be there. We're going to be across Canada here by, in the next 6 to 7 months, and then northern US states for sure.
Amazing. Awesome. Yeah. So glad to hear that. I got a couple more questions in the chat, so feel free to jump in there and answer those, Scott. And Andrew, why don't you introduce our next company? Thank you so much.
You bet. Thanks, Scott. That was great. So next up, we have Lisa from Canbaba. Hey, Lisa. Of course, they are in the new and exciting marijuana space, cannabis space, I should say. And I can't be here.
Hi, nice to see you all. Yeah, we're not in cannabis at all, actually. That's too funny. It's all good. We are looking to do a rebrand because people keep confusing us with cannabis. So it's a good indication, actually. You said that. I have my baby Isabella. I gave birth to her on July 12th. She's my pitch partner for today. And so our concept is basically like a Canadian Alibaba, actually. So which is the Canada Baba sort of thing. And so let's go here. Everyone can see my presentation, right?
You're good.
Okay, awesome. So the problem that we're solving is that there's currently no all-encompassing B2B bulk wholesaling solution or drop shipping solution for Canadian wholesalers. There's a ton of consumer marketplaces out there. There's lots of international ones like Alibaba, DHgate, Fair, Tundra, but nothing that's exclusively for showcasing Canadian producers, manufacturers, distributors, and all of their products. So our solution is to create that, and so we can promote Canadian products and businesses to national and international buyers. So it's a really big, huge, massive wholesale trade industry in Canada. And we're looking to niche down into kind of specialty items to begin with. They're the most receptive right now to jumping on, because they had so many businesses close out because they weren't allowed to do craft shows and farmers markets all the last year. So they're finding a great opportunity with us. And so our value propositions and competitive advantages here, the biggest one for sure is time saving. Traditional methods usually take like a few days, weeks, months, sometimes even years for trade deals to go through. So we allow on our platform people to find products and suppliers within minutes or seconds even, and be able to buy them within minutes and even connect with them through video. And they don't have any extra taxes or tariffs. It's all in Canadian dollars as well. So that's really attractive for international buyers as well, instead of having everything in US dollars. So types of vendors that we see, there's typically the tech savvy and the non-tech savvy. So we have something for both of those. People can create their own listings, or we can actually create and facilitate those listings for people. And then we also have our buyers, which are national ones or international ones. And then we have quite a few different revenue streams. We have a freemium membership model, and we'll also be offering upsell services and eventually licensing this model out to other countries so they can create sustainable in-country wholesale streams as well. So my business partner, Fionn O'Brien, she's an incredible marketing, just marketing guru, I guess you could say. She's amazing at creating content. I have a strong background in e-commerce and Amazon merchandising. We have a great team around us as well, helping us along, and cute little babies. So today we're just asking for feedback. Please check out our site. It's canbaba.ca. We are looking to rebrand as well too. And if you do sell anything that is in bulk, or if you distribute products, you can always sign up too, and feel free to promote us around too. So I look forward to all your questions. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Lisa. Very, very tight, great presentation there on the e-market sector.
Thanks.
So I'll start off with a question here. I guess, can you go into a little bit more what the types of products you are currently distributing and selling on your platform, and kind of where you're headed as well, and hoping to grow?
So we have a lot of coffee, actually. It's a lot of redistributed products, I guess you could say. So specialty imported coffees, and then also certain types of crafts and things that you would see at farmers markets. So they are all typically in bulk or like cases. So it's a minimum order quantity of 10 or 100 or 12 in a case together. So they're not typically individual items. These are all to be resold in other stores or online.
Awesome. What kind of volume are you getting currently?
We're just basically in the middle of our marketing research right now. Our focus is on interviewing people right now. So we're not really promoting the site as much as we could be right now, especially because we want to do a full rebrand and everything. So our focus is really just talking to people and asking them, okay, what are your pain points? Typical things. Just to find like exactly what people need. And it looks like a lot of it is kind of pandemic proofing businesses or recession proofing businesses more so, and finding easier ways for small businesses to export, because there's lots of the larger companies don't have a whole lot of issues with exporting, but the smaller ones, they don't have as easy access to large expensive softwares or people helping them to do exporting, which can be really, really confusing. So we want to step in and give them tools and resources for that as well.
Sounds like a lot of similarities with some of the mission of STEP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like we made a good connection. Do you have any more questions there, Andrew? You want one last quick one?
Yeah, well, I really appreciate hearing that, Lisa. It's a big, confusing world out there. So we should talk about this a little more offline. We do have a question the audience here from Jeff Shirley. He's asking, and I think you kind of talked to you a little bit about this, spoke on this. Are you currently live and taking on clients for wholesale? And I guess I'd add, if you're not, when are you hoping to be doing so?
Like, people can sign up right now. The site is very, very basic. It's a template software that we're using. So you can sign up on there. People have bought a few things on there, so it is possible, but it's really lacking in, like, there's no shipping kind of integrations in it yet. So it's super basic, but go for it. And I'd love the feedback for sure.
Yeah. So a crazy audience, so definitely go check that out. Post again in the chat there as well, so that we make sure that they get that info and they don't forget about it, Lisa. And thank you so much for sharing this presentation with us today and being a part of the Great Saskatchewan Fish Marathon. And all the best with your little pitch partner there.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Up next, we have Prairie Heritage Wood Design, which is making some awesome products out of, I think, reclaimed old barns that used to kind of scatter the countryside here in Saskatchewan. Things like that.
Yeah. Hi. So I'm excited to be here. I am brand new on the scene and didn't quite know what to expect. So I did prepare a presentation, but I've actually also prepared one just off the hip, and that's the one that I'm going to go with. I've decided. And
it's all yours.
Yeah. So just listening to some of these presentations are amazing companies and opportunities. Mine's a little bit different, where a lot of these seem to be high tech and looking towards the future, and I'm kind of low tech to no tech and starting off in the past. And that's where I'm going to start my presentation, is taking you on a little trip of history of our rural community. So, do you remember the grain elevators that graced our prairie skies, and to drive to the next town 10 miles down the road to see these one or two of these structures rising to the sky? Change obviously came to our agriculture, the farming industry, and these elevators were torn down and disappeared. Along with this change, the family farms were abandoned, and although we still see these abandoned farm buildings, they too are disappearing. So where are they going to? With my company, Prairie Heritage Wood Design, we are looking to create the future from the heritage of the past in this wood. And what we're doing is creating some amazing products. If you look behind me, you can see a little bit of the sample of what we can do. And most of the wood has so much character. It's Douglas fir that came from the West Coast and was shipped out here. And the big part of what I see being raised on the farm, and this is from our family barn, there's many stories to it, and also heritage to this wood. And what I'm seeing is that we're losing this heritage in our rural settings. This particular barn actually was moved by my grandpa and just think about this, in the 1920s, 100 miles, he deconstructed it, moved it, and reconstructed it. It became the center of the family farm for 4 generations, and there's many stories behind it. So being raised as a prairie boy, I see the value in this wood, and I also see the rich generational family heritage, that there's more than just the wood to this product. So like many of us, I hate to see these buildings disappearing from our landscape, but the reality is that they're coming to the end.
Yep.
Okay, are we there? Yeah, they're coming.
Yeah, you're good.
they're coming to the end of their structural life, really. And so there's an option of either to tear them down or do something with them. And what I'm wanting to do is gather the historic stories that go along with these products, attach them to the product as they go to market, and just keep our heritage with the products. Shoot. Yeah, I'm sort of.
It's all good.
I'm in here. Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I'm still good.
Yep. Well, I can ask a couple questions and we can.
Okay, yeah. So
going that way.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sort of way off my presentation.
No, it's all good. We're happy to have people at all stages a part of the pitch marathon. It's an important part of the startup world. Everybody starts somewhere and you got to get some practice, so that we're happy to have you a part of this Great Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon. We had a quick question from the chat about the Alex from the University of Saskatchewan, one of our co-hosts earlier in the day, was asking about custom orders, right? The beautiful products you got there behind you. It's so awesome that you're showcasing them on your Zoom call here today. And do you do custom orders often?
That's going to be a big part of our business. Like what I'm looking to do, like I'm starting out and obviously have financial needs with growth and looking for buildings as well. And absolutely open to customer ordering. That's going to be a big part of our business, is finding out what the people want in these buildings.
Andrew, you want to jump in with a question?
Yeah, you bet. I really appreciate what you're doing. I think it's the woodwork looks beautiful, and I love the sustainability aspect of it too. Repurposing these products in a beautiful way. I guess what sort of where are you at in terms of where you're selling to, or what sales channels are you guys?
Great. So we've done some surveys and identified the primary markets are going to be, there's a couple, one, households plus $50,000. And we're going to be looking at online, and some of the businesses have touched on this. I'm going to be looking at setting up online services and hopefully have e-commerce, because I identified that that's going to be a huge demand with this type of product. And the second primary market is business to business, such things as custom design, housing, and interior designers. And there's a third market with just building products and providing for events such as weddings or trade shows. So that's kind of where I've identified the markets to be. The growth, and there's we're certainly not as big as some of these companies, but there is growth, and I hope to be at within year 5, 200,000 profit margin. And the really cool thing that I see is where I want to move into in around the year 5 mark is creating and developing wood pellets, which is there's a huge market in that.
Thanks. Why don't you want to just take a quick moment to kind of point out some of the beautiful products that you got behind you there?
Yeah, thank you.
No, sorry, I just don't, if you want to show us a couple of them.
Well, sure.
We got a quick minute. Yeah.
This is one of my favorite, and it's the Douglas fir. This is weathered. You just can't buy this in the store. Like if you were to feel it, there's grains that are indented about 1/4 of an inch, and it actually was part of the exterior facing the north on the barn. So it's gorgeous wood, and it's the wood that sells itself, really.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's a piece of great Saskatchewan heritage here, and it's important that we find a way to honor that and not just let it rot in a landfill or something like that. And integrate it into the the next generation, so we can all appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking the time to present your company to us, Bob. Jeff had a great comment there in the chat, so take a moment maybe to engage with him, and you might have somebody that might want to help you grow your business there. Awesome. I'll let Andrew introduce our last company of the block.
Great. Well, I'll keep it short. Let's get the last guys going here at Guarditron. Looking forward to it.
Hey there, can you hear me?
You got a presentation? We don't see you. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. I apologize. I didn't have a chance to finish the presentation, so I'll just have to kind of go off the top of my head.
You got a beautiful background there, though. A nice floating head in the middle of the screen.
Oh, yeah. I got kids' toys all over the floor, so I put the,
I love
the
it.
screensaver thing. Yeah, for sure. So my company is called Guarditron. I've spent the past about two and a half years developing autonomous security robots. So essentially, what the intention of the company is, we basically want to make public spaces safer for our clients. We can protect assets, property, people. Basically anything that a security guard can do, we can do with our security robots at a fraction of the cost of the typical labor cost. Right now we're just in the startup phases, still really early. I literally just quit my job weeks ago, and so I've just been at this really short time. So like I said, I've been in development for the past couple of years. So I've developed a product, kind of learned the technology. It's going to use basically AI software to be able to detect security threats basically active shooters or a hostage situation or anything like that. Basically any kind of security threat that could pose a liability to businesses. Yeah, so like I said, we're still really early, just looking for the seed round right now. I've raised about 20,000 relative to just friends and family and stuff like that. So that just sort of allowed me to quit my job and kind of roll with this full time. And so I've been at it just a short time, so still a little bit new to everything. So I apologize I didn't have the presentation handy, but I'll open it up if anybody has any questions.
What's sort of the plan to manufacture? Are you planning to manufacture these robots here in Saskatchewan, or are you looking to do them in a different market?
Yeah, so relative to manufacturing, yeah, I want to do everything in Saskatoon or in Saskatchewan. Yeah, basically I'll manufacture the robots. So I have a couple different models. So there'll be an interior model, and then an exterior model that'll be, be able to go all winter long. It'll be kind of impervious to the weather and stuff like that. So, yeah, so that's kind of the core of it. And then there's also stationary towers as well. So say at a casino or something like that, there could be a stationary guard tower, and then also ones that patrol autonomously around. Just looking for security threats or whatever the case may be.
Cool. So you think the U.S. is probably the main market for products like this?
Well, there's a company in the States called Nightscope, and they're basically doing the same thing. They've been at it for a few years, and they actually have quite a bit of traction. They've got quite a bit of funding and a lot of backers, so they got quite a bit of traction. So definitely, I think the States, eventually I want to move to the state, bring the company to the States and expand there. But for the most part, I want to basically what my intention is to start, just kind of like a pilot project in Saskatoon, kind of expand through Saskatchewan. Once I kind of get my bearings and get the market going, then expand across Canada, and then and then eventually expand into the States. So my intention is to bring it into a public company at the next opportunity, the first opportunity that I have.
Nice. Andrew?
Yeah, I've got a question here from the audience, asking if we have any robots. It sounds like you are more so in the production phase, but do you have any roaming around, and what's your ETA on when that will start happening?
So yeah, so like I said, we're just looking for the seed round right now. So I'm looking for $1 million to start. It's going to cost a lot relative to developing the software. I need to hire programmers, software engineers, and stuff like that to develop the the AI programs and the software, like the platforms to operate it, operate the robots autonomously. So everything will be connected to a central station. So let's say, for example, a robot sees somebody with a gun. All it's going to do is send a notification back to our central command center, and then the person is going to look at the camera, see, oh, there's somebody with a gun, and then they can instantly dispatch police or whatever the case may be to, if there's, or like a fire, for example, they can dispatch a fire department or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, so there's nothing, it's just still in the development phases. So right now, I could have, like, if I got funding, I could have a MVP rolling around on the ground within 3 months. Like I said, I've spent a lot of time in development, and I've tested with a lot of scale models, just kind of like smaller RC models or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, so that's.
Just another question from the chat. Like, how many sort of different models of robots are you planning on having? Like,
so there'll be an interior model that'll be for indoors, and then exterior model that'll be fortified for our winters, and it'll have basically tracks. So it'll be basically about the size of a quad. If you can picture like a quad with tracks, and it's gonna have like a stack of cameras on it, and then it's just gonna patrol around and looking for security threats. So there'll be those two basic models, and then I'm gonna have a stationary model, which is basically like just a stationary tower with cameras on it, and it'll basically do the same thing, but it just stays in one spot. So that'd be good for construction sites and, temporary sites like that. And then there'll be an interior stationary model. And then eventually, there'll be like autonomous drones and stuff like that as well, but that's kind of more later product launch.
Thank you, Troy. I appreciate you taking the time. There's another question there in the chat. Feel free to jump in there and chat more with them. And
sure.
We thank you so much for being a part of the event today and sharing your company with us.
Yeah,
Andrew,
sure.
our block has come to a close. What a great set of companies we had, though, from beginning to end, ranging from like full on out in the market for years to very early stage.
That was a really quick hour, and because it was so fun and interesting. That was really cool. I love being a part of that today, and appreciate you having Step here. And thanks to our 5 presenters. That was really interesting, and those were really great ideas and companies. So I can't wait to follow you and talk to you more.
Awesome. Yeah, and if you want to chat with Andrew more and some of the companies that are down in Regina, you'll check them out at the happy hour tonight at Cathedral Social Hall down in Regina. Yeah, time for our next block on arts and leisure, and we have some great companies, and we have our 2 awesome presenters with Jenilyn from SREDA and Tanner from Ideas Inc. Take it away. The floor is yours.
All right. Good morning, Saskatchewan. My name is Jenilyn Ong, and I'm the manager of entrepreneurship at SREDA. Thanks so much, Jesse, for that. Pop quiz though. I'll buy a drink at the after party tonight for the first person who can tell me what SREDA stands for. I'll give you 3 seconds, okay? Anyone? I saw Jeff's hand go up. Jeff, do you mind unmuting yourself? Jeff Shirley, sorry.
They can't unmute. Everyone's
They can't unmute? Okay. All right, Jeff, can you put it in the chat at all? You're the first one I saw. While we do that, we're just gonna smile, look good, grab your coffee. I've got mine. Oh, it's news flasher. Yeah, Jeff. Okay, Jeff. Where is your answer, Jeff? I think you know it. How about mouth it to me, Jeff?
I think Alex beat Jeff to the punch there.
Did Alex beat Jeff? Oh no. Okay. Well, Alex's answer there, Tanner. Can you read it out for me?
Saskatchewan Regional Economic Development Authority.
Did you say Saskatchewan?
Yeah, she said Saskatchewan. Yeah.
Oh, so close, Alex. So close. Jeff, this is your time. This is your time. Oh,
Jeff
you're wrong
said
too.
wrong
Okay, you
too.
know what,
Oh,
Tanner?
no.
I'm gonna throw it over to you, Tanner. Saskatoon, Ariel from Innovation. Yes, you're right. Come look for me at the after party tonight. I'm gonna buy you a drink. Yes, that's right. SREDA is the Saskatoon Regional Economic Development Authority. And it's our mission to inspire all people to thrive here. So how do we do that? Well, we assist entrepreneurs such as yourselves with starting and growing their businesses, right? We also develop Indigenous economic reconciliation strategies. We support the rebound and growth of local businesses, and we collaborate to encourage growth across the entire Saskatoon region. So some of our entrepreneurship programs include Triple T, the Tech Trip, where we bring local tech-based businesses to San Francisco to meet with potential investors. We also have our SOAR program. Our SOAR program provides grants of up to $5,000 to local Indigenous businesses to help them launch and grow. And in November, our annual STIC Awards, celebrating people, projects, and products leading science and tech in Saskatoon, is coming back now that we're allowed to see one another in person. Yes, thanks, Alex. So one of the main roles that I have at SREDA is to also manage the Square One Small Business Services Program throughout Saskatchewan. Our Square One team assists Saskatchewan entrepreneurs in the initial steps to starting, operating, and growing their business.
Did we lose her?
I think we might have lost her for a
Yeah, I was wondering if it was just me.
second there. It shows she's still in the
It's okay,
room
Janet. Oh.
here.
Yeah. She's back.
I'm back. I got
There we
kicked
go.
out.
It's all good.
I got
It
kicked
happens.
out. Oh no. Okay. Well, I won't go much longer. I did want to say that it's nice to see so many of the entrepreneurs that have access Square One services here today. So congratulations on being here. Recently, I do have another thing to tell you. We've opened up applications for our annual SREDA Go Money Entrepreneurship Competition, where we'll be giving away $30,000 to Saskatoon region entrepreneurs with the freshest ideas. So say it with me, giving away 30K, giving away 30K. All right, I'll get everyone going with that soon. All right, Alex, thanks, and Kenzie. So for more information on that, you can head over to sreda.com. And that's also where you can sign up for our daily news flash to find out what you need to know on how to get started to your day. Okay, I know. Sorry, shameless plug. But before we introduce you to the amazing entrepreneurs pitching in our blog, I'm so happy to throw the mic over to my co-host, Tanner Michelenko. So all yours, Tanner.
Thank you very much, Jenna Lynn. And that's very impressive. You said my last name correctly. Not many people can do that. So thank you so much for passing it over and bringing the energy this morning. I just want to make sure, can everybody hear me clearly?
You're good.
Am I frozen?
You're very good. No, you're good. You're all good.
I'm good. Okay, right on. I'm going to try and share my screen here and just bring up a quick presentation if I can. Okay.
Tanner, you're putting me to shame.
You know what? Is my screen being shared right now with the presentation?
Loading up. It's just loading up.
Okay, there we go.
Live.
Yeah, sorry about that, gentlemen. I was actually watching the first 2 hours here, and the co-host had a presentation, so I just whipped this up in the last hour. So forgive me for maybe some not so aesthetic features of the presentation here. But I'm Tanner Michelenko from Ideas Inc. I'm the community manager here. And what is Ideas Inc? So we're located in River Landing, Saskatoon, and we're a nonprofit organization that is designed to support entrepreneurs, whether it be startups, small and local businesses here in Saskatoon. We do that through business coaching and mentorship mainly, but we also connect our entrepreneurs with resources across Saskatoon, individuals and organizations like SREDA, where who Jenilyn works for there. We offer co-working, office, and retail spaces to our entrepreneurs that are below market value of what you can get here in Saskatoon, especially for the city center. So that's a little bit about us. We've been around for over 10 years now, and it's, like I said, it's a nonprofit organization. I'm the community manager along with our executive director, Depesh Parmar. So we run lean and we do everything that we can to support local entrepreneurs. A couple of our initiatives that we do, or programs I would call them, one of them is School for Startups. So each year we take in probably 8 to 12 startup entrepreneurs, and we basically teach them how to start their business, and we cut the BS, as we say. So it's a very lean program, 1 day a week, 2 hours a week, and we bring in thought and industry leaders from every industry in Saskatoon, and they teach our aspiring entrepreneurs their area of specialty. So it's a very unique program in that sense, and our entrepreneurs, or our aspiring entrepreneurs, I should say, are learning directly from experts that do it every day, whether it be marketing, legal, human resources, all the different areas of business. And then our second initiative there that I wanted to highlight is Street Stall Saturdays. Street Stall Saturdays is an outdoor market here in Saskatoon. It's a farmers and public market. So we typically see around 50 vendors a week. And you can find anything from food and produce to artisan vendors, clothing, handcrafted carpentry. The variety is really something else to really, you have to see it to believe it, I would say. It's every Saturday from May 1st until October 9th, from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. So if you're in Saskatoon on Saturdays, come by River Landing, Market Square in River Landing, and check it out for yourself. Next slide here. So here are some of our current members, current businesses in our community. Top to bottom, I guess. We have Rebecca King's Fashion House, Wendy Wang from UC Baby, which is a 3D ultrasound clinic, Jared from Revolve Cafe, Amir from Layer 3 IT Solutions, Dan from First Visit, it's a tech company for home care, and then we have Jeff Burgess, who is a lawyer, Nancy from Life Outside Consignment Gear Store, Andrew, who is a cinematographer and photographer here at Ideas Inc. And then we have Cordell, who is running a franchise painting operation. These are just 9 faces of probably 45 business owners that are in our community. And the range of businesses is very, very diverse. Just from some of the businesses that I've listed already. We have a little bit of everything here, and it's pretty cool to see people collaborate amongst themselves, amongst each other, even though their businesses are so unique. And here's some of our alumni. And as I said, there is, this presentation was put in last minute, so ignore this photo right here. But some businesses that have been through our door and sort of quote unquote graduated from our program is Blue Moose Media, 9 Mile Legacy, Bike Tricks, Motif Marketing, Prairie Proud, and Island Creative and Design. Those are just some of the noteworthy businesses that have came through our doors throughout the years. If you'd like to contact me, there I am. There's my email there, my phone number. I'd love to connect on LinkedIn, absolutely. And then there's our website address right there. So I'll stop sharing my screen here. Can everyone see me now? No?
Almost.
Almost.
I see a black screen. Yeah. While you're trying to figure that out, Tanner. Oh wait, there you go. There, you're back. Great.
So if there's, I think I covered all my bases here. We should probably get into it. So first up is Connor from Pathfinder 365. And Pathfinder 365 is a digital travel and exploration two-sided marketplace, and it's all built on an interactive map. So Connor, the floor is yours, my friend.
Looks like we have to unmute Connor. There we go.
Good. All right. Thank you, everybody. This is exciting to be a part of this. Yeah, so my name is Connor, and I am putting together a two-sided marketplace called Pathfinder 365. And the idea was essentially birthed out of years and years of being in this tourism industry and just being a part of an organization that is in that tourism industry, but also watching all of my counterparts in the industry kind of struggle a bit, and also just learning about tourism and its general problems. At Saskatchewan, while we have many of our own unique problems, tourism isn't really one of them, other than nobody pays attention to our tourism and we don't get funding, it's unstructured and all that stuff. But the tourism itself is generally a very diverse industry, fragmented into primarily small single operators, mom and pop shops, and they all just kind of stand on their own. A lot of times they don't have a marketing budget, they haven't identified it, because a lot of times these are not entrepreneurs. They're by skill set or intent. They're technicians, and they have a passion for a product or a service. So like they have a canoe, and this is a very simplistic example. They have a canoe and there's a waterfall nearby their house. So they think, I should do tours to that waterfall. And that is how a lot of tourism starts everywhere, especially the rural tourism, which is most of the vast majority of tourism. So they're not usually business ready when they go to get their thing going, but they are market ready. They start taking customers, and invariably they spend most of their time working in their business and rarely stepping above to work on it. They might have a website, but often they don't. And things like call to actions and social media savviness and marketing savviness are just not something that ever really comes into the forefront for them. Often sales are made over phones with credit cards, and people, they just take people's credit cards over the phone. There often isn't any kind of confirmation or to the client afterwards with a confirmation number, and here you are in our calendar kind of thing. So that communication loop often isn't fulfilled to a standard that we're getting used to with everything else. So tourism is still pretty laggy that way. There's really, with the pandemic, I actually did start this whole role before the pandemic, but then with the pandemic settling upon us, it really did pull the problems much more to the forefront. And never before has there been a better time to promote local staycations and shine a huge light on the massive opportunity in small tourism, which is like your evenings and weekends and that kind of thing. And but once the pandemic finally goes away, theoretically, then it will, and we'll simply return to the same problems that we dealt with before. And there is a ton of cool, unique businesses and experiences out there in Saskatchewan alone that none of us have even heard of. There's over—
Time's up, Connor. Sorry.
Okay, there we go. Sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. Yeah, great job there.
Thank you.
Yes. Do we have any questions from anyone? If not, I can start with one. Please feel free to enter your questions in the chat. So I'll start things off. Connor, what's the biggest benefit to using your platform, and how does it work?
Yeah, so the biggest benefit is that it is being a two-sided marketplace. It actually allows producers to onboard themselves eventually once, people understand how it works and it becomes a bit more of a commonplace thing, kind of like how Airbnb is very normalized now. Before, it was a very weird idea. So there is a high degree of scalability with this model, and as long as we design it with frictionless entry. So there will be the producer community and the consumer community, and they will come together to share value, a lot like a farmer's market in that way. We'll just create the platform and this marketplace for them to come together. And then all of these two sides of this whole sphere will come together and exchange value. There is a transactional piece to it as well. Okay. So that's the biggest part that will make it very different. It's not a coupon app. It's actual products and services of these producers will be transacted through the platform.
Sounds good. Okay, thanks for that, Connor. We have a question from Kenzie. Are you raising capital?
Oh, Kenzie. Yes, I am. Sort of. Right now, I'm doing it more private. So I am doing a crowdfunding partnership initiative right now as well, where I'm looking to producers to pre-fund the half of it. IRAP has already come to the table with the other half for the MVP and the MVP Plus, which I have fully mapped out with my development team. So it's ready to push the button basically to get this thing, the MVP built. But I do need to put together the other half, and I'm hoping to bring producers from the vast community into play to kick me a little bit of funding to get that part going. But there's also some other things personally I'm working on that will assist with the funding. Once the MVP goes, then that's when I'll look to actual funding. And I've networked with every single VC and angel group we have here in Saskatchewan. So they're all ready, but yeah.
Fantastic. They're just waiting for you now.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Connor. We have another question from eHelply Software. How do you plan to keep consumers coming back to your platform?
So eHelply is actually my development team, so they actually know the answer. Thank you for the question.
So, get a little help from your friends.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and how will be? There's actually a loyalty program, and because that is a big question. A lot of people wonder, well, once you learn you have a contact for that group, why wouldn't you just text them around there? You've already trust them. You already built that relationship. A big part of keeping platforms operating and useful is tools, features, and really harnessing the usefulness of it, plus the safety parameter. That's why people still go back to Airbnb, because there's that loop. You still have that confirmation. You still have that that trust factor utilizing an intermediary. But a big part of it too will be a loyalty program where we'll actually, when we take, that's a commission-based model. So when we make a sale, we take our commission, and then a little piece of that will actually go into a credit for that back to the consumer as like a Pathfinder dollars kind of thing to be used forward to their next adventure through us. So there's always that cycle, then there's always dollars in their bank account, and so they'll never want to leave us.
Okay, fantastic. And on that note, that brings us to the end of your pitch there, Connor. Thank you so much. Great questions from everyone. So thank you. Who do we have up next? So our next entrepreneur is Chris Erhardt, founder of Toonly, coming to you from near Craig, Saskatchewan. Take it away, Chris.
Sure thing. Hey, everybody. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to share my screen here. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes.
Apparently so, if you say it sounds good. So must be hearing me. All right. Cool. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Toonly. I don't want this to be a pitch or presentation. I want this to actually be an experience. So in order for that to be an experience, I need your participation. On the next slide, I'm going to play a song for you. And all I need you to do for now is just listen to the song. And here it comes.
Live in my shelter, rest in my shadow. My love will find you wherever you go. Follow my promise when the path gets narrow. Come live in my shelter and rest in my shadow, my shadow. Oh, rest in my shadow, my shadow. Oh.
All right. I saw some heads nodding there. Perfect. Got one question for you. Did you like the song? Just give me a thumbs up if you liked it. Give me a thumbs down if you didn't like it, because not everybody likes country music. I see some thumbs up. Great. See some uncomfortable smiling, so I must have not liked it. But here's the thing, right? We got so used to that kind of thing, right? We go to American Idol, The Voice, and just listen to new songs, listen to new artists, and decide, do we like it or do we not like it? However, if we go to American Idol or The Voice or YouTube or Spotify, though, for that matter, this is not how you would experience music. You would actually see the artist. Have you noticed you didn't see the artist? I gave you no information about who the artist is in general. But when we go to all these other platforms, we get distracted by who the artist is. How many likes do they already have? How many streams do they already have? Point in case here, I heard a song the other day I knew a buddy of mine would like. So I played the song to him. The first question he asked, like, who's the artist? It's like, not going to tell you. So he listened to it. He's like, I love that song. Who's the artist? So I told him it's Hanson, the Mbop guys. And he immediately hated the song, even though he liked it 5 minutes before that. So what we created here at Toonly is the first music discovery platform that focuses on music only and nothing but music. How that works is independent artists, they upload their music on Toonly and restream their songs alongside some of the biggest stars like Ed Sheeran, Beyonce, you name them, right? But the twist is that we remove all identifying information. So there are no artist images, no artist names, no public likes or public streaming numbers on our platform. So if you come to Tunely as a listener, you hear music just like you did earlier, and you have no idea if you're listening to Ed Sheeran or somebody you have never heard of. If you like the song, you can upvote it or give it a star. If you don't like a song, you just skip to the next one. And we analyze all these listener behaviors in the background. And based on these listener behaviors, we come up with our top hit list every single month of the best independent songs that are out there. And we sign those songs to exclusive publishing deals, place them in film, TV, and ads, and generate royalties and sync license fees through that, which taps us into the music publishing industry, which is a $6.4 billion market in the US alone. Now, why am I so confident that we can actually place those songs in film, TV, and big blockbusters? We have some of the best partners in the world for that. We just partnered with Spirit Music Group, which is the largest independent music publisher in the world. They work with the likes of Ed Sheeran and Garth Brooks, for example. And that partnership is not exclusive. We're already talking to Warner Music, and we will start talking to Universal Music Group. Now, the last piece is, why would listeners actually come to Tunely to listen to music if there's Spotify and the likes? Listener rewards. If you listen to a song on Tunely and you think that song could blow up and become a hit, you have a limited number of stars that you can deploy every single month. And you can give that song one of your stars. If that song really does blow up and become a hit and we sign it to a publishing deal, you actually own a small token of that song, which will give you rights to future royalties, private concerts of that artist, or merchandise from that artist. And that's how we basically hook in all the listeners. This is the short form of the presentation. I got about 10 more slides here, but we're out of time. So I'm just going to open up for questions for now.
Thank you so much, Chris. That was an awesome presentation, man, and a really impressive platform there. I have a question off the top of my head. Maybe you've touched on it, but what inspired you to start Tunely?
You know what? We started Tunely actually a while ago as an online recording studio where we connected songwriters to session musicians, and it's a great platform. We still run that. That's actually generating revenue already. And we've been running that for years, but I always noticed that this is not scalable. So it's not going to make us a venture scalable business, that online recording studio. And I always knew that getting into the royalties, getting into the publishing would make us more venture scalable. So we signed the partnership with Spirit last year, and then we announced it in January. And what happened was magical. We announced the partnership. Billboard wrote about it, other big magazines wrote about it. And within days, we had hundreds of submissions from songwriters who wanted to get their songs published by Spirit. So I was like, time out. We can't listen to thousands of songs every single month because that's also not scalable. And that's when we came up with the idea of, let's create a music discovery platform where we can actually utilize the wisdom of the crowd in regards to, okay, which songs do we want to sign to publishing deals, instead of one grumpy person sitting in a basement and deciding which one are going to be hits and which ones aren't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense, man. Thank you.
Not a problem.
There's another question here from Stefan.
Yep.
What are the benefits to the artist, and what happens to artists that already have publishing deals? Great question.
Yeah. So if you're an independent artist with already a publishing deal, that platform is not for you. You wouldn't want to upload your song there, because we can't make you a publishing offer if you already have a publishing deal. You can still do it if you just want to see how your song fares, with the other competition. That's fine. But there is no benefit to you other than that, right? The benefit for the artists is that they actually could get signed with a company like Spirit Music Group, which doesn't allow any unsolicited material. So the only way to get a publishing deal with Spirit Music Group is if you know a songwriter already signed to them and you collaborate with that songwriter, or now through the Tunely platform. Those are the only two ways in, and that's the benefit for artists. They can put up their song. If it bubbles up to the top, we'll sign it in cooperation with Spirit Music Group. And you're going to get the same exposure as in a Sharon song, as a Garth Brooks song, being shopped in Hollywood for major placements.
Very good. Very good. Jesse has a question here. Saw that you were raising money. What's the plan with that? What's your plan?
Yeah, we're currently raising $1 million. It's on a save. We already have a lead investor in place. About half of it is already committed. It's on a $4.5 million valuation. And actually, the way I finished my presentation, when we didn't have time for that, is I always say, hey, investing in Tunely on a $4.5 million valuation, knowing what Spotify and all of them are valued at, is a great deal. If I was an investor and asked if I wanted to invest in it, would I say yes? I'd say hell yes, because
I wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad.
And so does everybody else, right? So that's usually how I end the presentation now. We just didn't have time for it.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to end the presentation, Chris. Thank you so much for your time and very cool idea, man. I'm cheering for you.
Thank you.
Be keeping tabs. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next up in our list here, we have Billy from Swim the Musical. Swim the Musical is theater music inspired by true events. Correct me if I'm wrong, but take it away, Billy.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Tanner. I will start my clock here so we are right on time. Let's go for a swim. My name is Billy Pratt and I will be your swim guide today. Thank you for taking time to join me on this little tour. Imagine yourself sitting in a theater. You look around and some people are wearing a bathing suit. Some have a sign that says, "Swim strong, Julie," and others might even have pom-poms. You know something is about to happen because you can just feel it. And then the orchestra starts. The 5-minute ensemble of sort of what is yet to come gets your attention. You know the music. You tap your toes. You smile. Within a moment, the curtains rise and the show begins. Welcome to Swim the Musical. Swim the Musical is designed to engage and inspire the audience. Throughout the show, audience members will be engaged in the story. They'll be dancing, they'll be cheering, and of course, they'll be crying with the stories. Audience members will walk out after 90 minutes and say, "I can be better for the world. I really can." The storyline, 10 women, all of whom are strangers. They make a commitment to swim through the Greek islands and raise money for a charity. They train for 9 months, and at the end of the 9 months, they go to the islands and they swim 25 kilometers between the islands. And on the last day there, they climb Mount Zeus. These are not Olympic swimmers. These are just ordinary women with extraordinary commitment and determination. They learn about inner beauty and learning to give. Some will make new relationships. Some will silence old relationships. And some will also silence the voices from their childhood that called them fat. The plan for 1 week in July 2022, Swim the Musical will play at the Connexus Arts Center in Regina. So full houses every night. Think of it as a test or a demo. After Regina, the next step is Broadway or West End, London. This is not a community theater production. This is a world-class show that will play to global audiences. Why will it work? Because the world needs a whole lot of positive energy right now. We need to believe, we want to dance, and we want to dream again. We want to be alive. Oh, and did I mention the story is based on true events? I was there. I coached the team. I led the fundraising. I heard the stories from the women. I lived it. Through me, the incredible journey of these 10 women will be shared. It succeeded in real life, so it will succeed in theater. The ask, there's 2 asks. One is $250,000 to get this to market in Regina. The second ask is for advice and support to figure out how to engage investors for the long term. You have an opportunity here to be part of something larger than yourself. You can be an igniter of a story that changes the world, and you can help inspire others for a better world. Thank you for listening to me today.
Right on time. Thank you, Billy. I'm a great fan of musicals. My daughter and I watch it all the time, so I'm really excited about this one. Swim. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we've got some questions here. So Tanner, is this the right one?
I think it's from the last. That's from the last block.
That's from the last one. Okay, sorry. So I'll start things off. Everyone, please be sure to send in your questions through the chat. And so I'll start things off here for you, Billy. What's the biggest challenge that you foresee in getting your musical onto the stage? I mean, you talked about the investment that you're looking for, as well as that engagement with those investors. Is there anything else that you foresee?
I think the biggest challenge will be, it's kind of part and parcel, like, getting the money, but it's not so much getting the money, it's finding the right people who are going to be lit up by this. Because there are people who will get this. $250,000 is not a lot of money in many respects, but if you only have $1, it's a whole lot of money. So I think the challenge will be finding the right people and then connecting the dots from that initial market test, that demonstration, that gift for the city of Regina, and connecting it to Broadway or West End London, whichever comes first. I mean, and understanding that and making that connection, because we're going all the way. That's just how it has. So that's probably the biggest, I think, challenge right now.
Okay, good to know. Thanks, Billy. Yeah, are there any other questions at the moment? If not, I'm going to ask another one. Okay, all right. So my turn again. Billy, what makes your musical different from what's already out there? I mean, you talked about being based on true story, you talked about it featuring a local story as well too, but what is it about your musical that's really going to resonate with the audience and the reason why investors are going to want to be part of this?
Sure. There's three things, because the first one is the story. It actually took place in Halifax, and the location actually doesn't matter. It's because it's about finding inner beauty, and on that journey with the women, there's all a number of issues about body issues. It's a current topic. It's important. It's relevant. It matters in today's conversation. It's going to succeed because of the audience engagement. You have to think of it, it's almost like a giant pep rally. You know, if anyone was around in the 90s, there was something called Tony and Tina's Wedding. It was dinner theater, and you know, people loved it because they got to be part of the wedding. And you think about now consumer experiences, whether it's in tourism, people want to be immersed in it. And the third part that's going to separate it from the others and that's going to make it incredibly successful is the music, like rocks like you wouldn't believe, but the storyline is also legitimate. Sometimes, and I know it's not cool to pick on other things, but if you think of Mamma Mia, right? Global, massive, people love the music. If you actually follow the storyline, you know, it's okay, you know, but you didn't walk out thinking I'm going to be a different person because of it. It was like eating a donut. This is going to actually give you the nutrition and the strength to say, I will be better for the world. So it's got both pieces to it, the story, the music, the engagement.
Fantastic. Thanks, Billy. Last question here we have from Thomas. Have you considered a crowdfunding platform like Kickstarter?
I have considered it. And at this point, my answer is I do not want to go that way. I prefer to have people closer to me. You know, I look what's on Kickstarter right now for musicals, and it's like, you know, there's like not a bazillion, but there's a lot. And you know what? I don't think that's the platform. That's like throwing a fish or a hook in an ocean and hoping something lands. So for me at this point in time, Kickstarter is not the right option. Maybe a later iteration down the road, perhaps, but not now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And last question, why Regina first?
Because that's where I live. So having said that, any entrepreneur is always open to, you know, what's going to make things better. If it means Saskatoon and the talent is a combination of Saskatoon, Regina, hands down, of course. It's only at this moment, it's convenience because that's where I am. That's
fantastic. All right, sounds good. Thank you so much, Billy. Thanks for your time. Thanks for the musical. Can't wait to learn more about it. And if anybody wants to reach out to Billy afterwards, I'm sure he'll provide his information, right? So
yeah, thank you so much for having me. This is awesome. This is like, ta-da, this is a big deal. Tonight is Dear Diary. It was a great Saskatchewan pitch today. So thank you everyone for listening.
Fantastic. Thanks, Billy. All right, so looks like we have a little bit, we're running a little bit early on schedule. So that's fantastic to see. So before we move on to the next entrepreneur, I'm actually going to ask a question. And Tanner, this is over to you. Okay, just going to break it up a little. Hey, Tanner. Do you know why Jay-Z started a VC fund?
Do I know why Jay-Z started a VC fund? I don't. Why?
Because he got 99 problems in a pitch ain't one. What? All right, let's move on to a better pitch. Next up, we have Jackie Sun with the Saskatoon Newcomer Network. The floor is yours, Jackie.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'll quickly share my screen. Hope everyone can see the screen now. So my name is Jackie. I'm representing Saskatoon Newcomer Network. This is the project we developed late last year. It aims to deliver unique insights, real-time networks, and latest news, customer advice online to newcomers. So we identified the problem that the immigration policy plays an important role in Canada, especially when it comes to the aging demographics and the economic growth constraint. In 2019, the number of new immigrants have reached a record high of 340,000. This year, we expect to see the number exceed 400,000. At the same time, we have seen the mode of working is gradually shift to virtual and online. But at the same time, we see new immigrants are facing more and more challenges. So this is probably one of our major reasons to launch this online networking community to help them with a smooth transition and help to the problem to retain talents. So the issues we have identified is in the past 20 years, we see the increasing trend up until 2015 to 2016, but since then there was a declining trend of new immigrants. So last year it reached about just over 13,000, but we expect to see some rebound this year after the COVID-19 pandemic impact. So the problem is new immigrants are facing various problems, like finding a place to live, looking for a job, and applying for a health card. So according to Statistics Canada, since July 2013, every 3 months, Saskatchewan province are losing between 76 to 3,320 people because they are looking for new employment opportunity in other provinces. From immigration point of view, this will be a recurring cost of newcomers intake and associated support services. So our platform have two main features: chat rooms and news forums. So essentially, on the left-hand side, we created a variety of chat rooms, like connecting people from different countries, and also we have different service groups, like helping people to find how to train for their driver's license. And on our right-hand side is the news blog features. And our experienced immigrants publish insights regularly and allow people to post their comments, exchange their ideas. So in the chat room, they can post messages and they can also respond to people from message from other people, so they can share some opportunities. So far, we have established partnership with some key immigrant support organizations in Saskatoon, like the Saskatoon Open Door Society, Global Gathering Place, and International Women's Saskatoon. So essentially, our business model is to establish partnerships with organizations, and our primary target audiences is permanent resident refugees. But we also welcome locals to join us from networking perspective. So we will
Jackie, sorry, I have to interrupt you. Your time is up here. I'm sorry, my friend.
Right.
You were just getting into the business and operating models, but if anyone has any questions for Jackie, please pop it into the chat. I have one to get things started off. How does a potential immigrant get connected with you?
We offering various facilities that they can connect with us. Like they can send us a contact form, or they can write a quick message through our chatbot features. And most importantly, we offer various chat room features, like people can post the messages and then we will respond to them.
Very good. We have one from Jenna Lynn here. How do you plan to market your platform to so many different countries? And I guess I'll piggyback on that and say, are there any specific countries that you're more interested in or focused on?
No specific countries, but we do realize the majority of the new immigrants are coming from India, China, Nigeria. But we all collaborate with those organizations in Saskatoon that are involved in the support services that we have already established with some of them. Yeah, this is the main access to them.
Okay, cool. I think there might be a question here from Connor. Is this tool going to be used more as a social platform or to connect people with local work opportunities?
A professional network mainly. And so this is probably the reason we established the different us from others. Like we realized like 3 or 4 similar platforms in other places of the country. But our differentiator is a long-line platform, and it's like a one-stop portal that integrates different support services for newcomers.
Okay.
And these services are totally free of charge to them. Yeah, we are a non-profit as well.
Oh wow, that's incredible. Good for you. Good for you guys. There's one question here from Kunal. Is this business at a concept stage, or have you reached out and worked with any immigrants so far? So I guess which stage are you at?
We launched the first. We make the first edition of website live in June. So we went a couple of sessions of testing in the past 2 months. So we're more or less up and running. Right now, we probably have 10 to 20 members now, but we're in the process to launch some small scale events for them. And then we're going, if we see some success cases, then we're going to replicate next year to other places.
This is a great suggestion from Connor here. She says, get this made as soon as possible. We need this in the hospitality industry. Has that industry ever piqued your interest?
Sure. Yeah, we are happy to connect any organizations who are interested to work with us. Yeah.
I think especially right now, there seems to be a shortage of workers in that industry specifically. So definitely might be something worth looking into. Another question here from Kunal. Government has programs very similar to this, he claims. How would you operate differently?
I beg your pardon, said that Sea Clean. What is it about?
Sorry, he said the government has programs that are similar to this. How would you operate differently?
I think I'm not running like a immigration support program, but we mainly focusing on the networking. Like we just to get people together and then exchange views, and then everyone have their own networks. I think probably it's a good place, and then people can generate some synergies and also create diversity.
Besides the government, this one's from Tim. Besides the government, are there any other companies doing things like this in other regions or other provinces? And if so, have you learned anything from them, or have you kept an eye on them at all?
Yeah, so we did some market research, and we compared about 3 of our similar platform. They don't have this online chat room feature, and we mainly publish some resources, information for them to read, and then probably you want a more customized service, and they can contact them. But we more like providing a facility live online. People want to quickly ask something, and then we can point them to the right direction or right people to speak to. But in the future, when the time is mature, I think probably we'll also offer some one-on-one services.
Okay, that's great, man. If there's any other questions, now is your opportunity. If we don't have anything else, we can probably move on to the next block here, but I'll just give it a few seconds because I think we do have some spare time.
We have one more presenter.
We do have one more presenter, yes. Yeah. Doesn't look like we have any other questions here. So thank you, Jackie, for your presentation and answering all those questions. We really appreciate it, and good luck. And I'll be cheering you on, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana.
You're welcome. So next up, we have Dan, and he's from Plan to Plate. So Plan to Plate is providing busy households a simple time and cost-saving way to eat chef-inspired healthy meals. And with that, Dan, the floor is yours, my friend.
Okay, so hopefully everyone can see my slides here. I'm going to jump into it. So my name is Dan Rathgaber, and I'm extremely excited to present Plan to Plate, or P2P. So Plan to Plate is a simple to use all-in-one application that provides everything you need to prepare healthy, great tasting meals without leaving your house and while still paying grocery store prices. So adults are busier than ever, and they want a simple and time-saving, but yet cost-effective way to feed their household healthy and great tasting food. So current options consist of many different meal planning, grocery delivery, and meal kit providers. I've used these services independently and recognize the value to the consumer if these can be combined into an integrated solution. So throughout customer discovery, I discovered things that consumers liked with the current options and things that they didn't like as much. I found that they wanted a simple way to plan their meals in minutes, ingredients delivered to their door, step-by-step recipes. They wanted to reduce food and packaging waste, but they also wanted more customization and still wanted to pay grocery store prices. So Plan to Plate is going to be the first to meet the customer needs and remove their pain points. How? An all-in-one solution will make it simple and save the users time. Purchasing ingredients and having them delivered directly from grocery stores will eliminate the need for packaging goods, which will reduce packaging waste and keep the cost down. A more advanced and automated application will give the consumers more customization and reduce food waste through smart meal planning. Our time is worth an average of $100 per hour, and obviously there's a cost to the gas and time we spend grocery shopping. Plan to Plate will also reduce your food waste and money spent on takeout when you just don't have time to get groceries and make a meal before that hockey game or whatever you have going on. So Plan to Plate will save the average household around 45 minutes and $50 per week. So this is some screenshots on the application that's currently in development. So they start off by the users will select the type of meal plan, their number of days and number of servings. Then they will review the meal plans and can substitute meals as desired. They can then select which ingredients they already have to be removed from their order. They're then shown the grocery total, the fees charged, and given an option to tip. They then pay for their order and the groceries are delivered the next day. They can then look up that day's meal and follow a step-by-step recipe to prepare the meal. So how we make money. So Plan to Plate will charge a $4 convenience fee, a $2 delivery fee, plus provide a tip option, and we'll plan to make around $10 on average per order. So the meal kit industry is $16 billion globally and is projected to grow at 13% per year for the next 8 years. For every meal kit consumer that stays subscribed, there is one consumer who stopped for the reasons outlined earlier. So Plan to Plate plans on acquiring these customers, plus current meal kit customers, which will result in $1.7 billion of annual revenue by 2028. So the application is currently being developed and will have limited features. It will be released for beta testing to limited users by the end of 2021. This will be used to further define user wants and features to be added to the full automated and scalable release for mid-2022. We plan to be the leader in the meal kit industry by the end of 2028. As stated earlier, I'm Dan and I'm the founder. My background is in engineering and project management. I also completed my MBA with the goal of improving my entrepreneurship and business management skills. So to find out I am the ideal customer, so I have a pretty good understanding of what people want. So what I'm after, I'm looking for someone to partner with who believes in the idea and has experience developing apps. I'm also wanting to get Plan to Plate in front of potential investors. So if you're interested in working with Plan to Plate in any capacity or want to keep informed in the progress, please contact me at the info below. I'd like to thank everyone for your time, and now we'll open the floor to any questions.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Dan.
No worries.
I know as a mother of two, I know that this has really intrigued me and I can't wait to learn more and when you launch this as well too. Let's just see if there are any questions in the chat first of all. And then, okay, so from Tanner here, we have the question, have you heard of ArcticShelf? They could be a potential partnership there at the commercial level. And Tanner says, I believe they're pitching here later today as well.
I have not, but I will definitely make a note of that and look them up and see how we can work together.
Yeah, Dawson from ArcticShelf there is fantastic to work with. So I'm sure you can connect that way and also tonight at the after party.
Awesome. Yeah, I won't be able to make the after party. I have a cultivator session tonight.
Okay.
But, I would love to be there. Any other day I would have been. So.
All right. Well, we'll get you in touch with Dawson somehow after that. All right. Thanks, Tanner, for that question. Anyone else have any questions? All right, I'm going to ask my question then. Curious, Dan, what sort of recipes do you have as part of your app? Like, is there anything different, unique? Are they mostly basic recipes, easy to follow, like you said?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have different meal type options. So options for if you're gluten-free or vegan. If you want a variety, there'll be like a quick and easy option where meals are prepped for easy to prep. So there'll be different options that way. And then within each option, you have options to select alternatives if you don't like what's, it'll be kind of predefined based on your inputs. And then you have the option to select some alternatives.
Fantastic. Thanks for that, Dan. I know, like for me, I do a combination of Filipino foods, right, as well. So are there any ethnic recipes similar to that, you know, that could,
yeah, so the final app will have lots of different options. So I'm planning on using APIs to pull any recipe you want. The MVP is going to be a little more restricted because it's going to be a lot of manual. So you have limited choices now, but the goal is to have you any recipe you want, you can search for, we can pull that data in and select all the groceries for you. So.
All right, fantastic. So you have a lot of options there. So question, when did you start taking action on your idea? Is this your full-time commitment right now?
Started probably around June. I'm still working full-time, but I put a lot of time in the evenings and weekends on it. So I'm working Monday to Thursday right now. So I get Fridays and weekends off to spend on this. So.
A true entrepreneur hustling.
Yeah.
We have a question from
revenue before I switch full-time.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. We have a question from Tim here. What sort of investment are you looking for and what do you plan on using it for? And there's a follow-up afterwards.
Yeah, so I'm maybe a little bit early for an investment, but I'm looking for investment to help develop that full-scale app. I'm looking for marketing. So a big part of it will be marketing and rolling it out. So as we release the app, we'll increase marketing spending. And also just to bring team members on and help with this. So initially it's going to be pretty manual. So that'll dictate how many users I can have. So the more people I have helping me, the more users I can get on board.
Great. Thanks, Dan. It sounds like so you're not looking to raise right now, but definitely something for down the line.
Yeah, you bet. I'm looking at early 2022.
Okay, fantastic. And Azio asks, one of the slides said no packaging and distribution centers required. How do you handle the groceries?
So that's getting at, like, say, HelloFresh or other competitors. They have a distribution center where they get the groceries shipped to, and then they package and they put in individual meals and send it out to each people. So my idea is just, if you want, it just comes directly from the grocery store. So whether it's Save-On or Walmart, they send you your chicken and packaging. So it is packaged, but it's not packaged into individual meals. So you're not paying someone to take it and split it. And so it's extra waste and extra cost to the consumer. So rather than prepackaged meals, we'll use smart meal planning to ensure that you use that full package of chicken throughout the week or whatever it is.
So everyone's going to have their own personal shopper in a way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any grocery stores that you're looking to partner up with?
I've been in talks with one so far, and I'm looking at just keeping it to one for now. And then as part of the final one, I'll release it to, and likely there's other, like using Instacart, you can use, it's all over North America, and it provides to many different grocery stores and locations. So partnering with them, but initially I'll be working with one grocery store.
Okay, fantastic. All right, well, can't wait to hear which grocery store that is when you're ready to release that. So thank you for that, Dan, and thanks to everyone for the questions. I don't believe there are any more here unless somebody wants to ask one last question. Oh, here we go. What city are you launching in first, and what's the timing on that? Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, so I'm thinking at the end of 2021 here. It'll probably be Saskatoon, Regina, Prince Albert, Moose Jaw, some of the bigger centers in Saskatchewan. With the focus probably being on Saskatoon, and then after the first, we'll probably do it in a month segment, so beta testing for a month, get some user stories, expand it, and then I'll roll it to the rest of the province on probably the second round.
Fantastic. I love hearing that you're starting here in Saskatchewan, right? Breadbasket of the world. So thank you for that, Dan. Okay, awesome. Thanks everyone. All right. So that does bring us to the end of our block. We have a couple minutes. So with that, let's put in a little entertainment here for you guys. Yeah. Tanner, my man, come on back. You know what, Tanner?
What's going on?
I like my startups like I like my fish.
Which is?
Scalable.
Oh,
Hey!
my gosh. It was sitting on the tip of my tongue, but
There you
I
go.
couldn't get a hold of it. That was
There
good.
you go.
That was better than
There
the
you
last
go.
one.
Yeah, well, oh, I see Dawson there from ArcticShelf clapping. So thanks for that, Dawson. Dawson, meet Dan. Dan, meet Dawson. Guys can connect afterwards. Yeah. Fantastic. We're making connections here at the Great Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon. Look at that. That's what we're all about, collaboration.
And even more connections tonight at the after party,
There
both
you go.
here in Saskatoon. Jen Lynn's buying Ariel a drink.
Yeah, I
She
am.
got the first one right. We got sponsors for that. We've got Innovation Place sponsoring. We've got Vendasta sponsoring. We've got Co.Labs, and we got Innovation Saskatchewan. So come on out. There'll be food and drink here in Saskatoon. We also got Innovation Saskatchewan sponsoring an after party down in Regina at Cathedral Social Hall. Tim, one of the co-founders of Startup TNT out of Edmonton, made a special trip down to Regina just to be there for that. So definitely got to check it out. Gentlemen and Tanner, you both were incredible co-hosts. Such great energy, such fun, and so happy to have you as a part of our community here in Saskatchewan with startups and helping us grow the economy here.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Thanks to everyone here. Thanks to everyone who pitched. Thank everyone who listened in. You stole my thunder by saying all the things I wanted to end off with. So thanks for that, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse. Thanks everyone for tuning in, like Gentleman said, and this was fantastic. I love what you guys are doing at Startup TNT, and let's keep the momentum going. This is awesome.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, we hope you all stay logged in for the next round of pitches in the agri-value and food sector, hosted by AgWest Bio. Is it Brad that's going to be hosting this? Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Hi, Brad.
Hi, gentlemen. Thanks for
nice
the
to see you again.
Yeah, long time no see.
Yeah, last night and then maybe tonight again. Who knows?
Yeah, fun.
Awesome. So AgWest Bio is another great organization that SREDA works in close partnership with, and they actually just launched a new platform called AWB Startup. So definitely for all of you, those startup entrepreneurs out there, go check it out. You'll end up with an executive summary to discuss and talk about your business. So amazing. All for it. Go check it out. agweststartup.ca. There you go, Brad, just for you. All right. So again, we'll see you all at tonight's after party. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the pitch marathon here. And now it's time to pass it over to Brad at AgWest Bio. Good luck and happy pitching.
Great. Thanks, gentlemen. Yeah, just to reiterate the kind words, Square One and SREDA are a tremendous partner of ours at AgWest Bio, and I think just a valuable stakeholder in the industry in Saskatchewan. So thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for the handoff, and thanks for staying on time. It's 12 o'clock. Before we get going, just a little bit about AgWest Bio. I think we have some time to do a little bit of plugging. AgWest Bio, I mean, we've been around since 1989, and I've been with AgWest Bio for 13 years now. And for a Gen Xer, that's a long time, 13 years. But I really enjoy my job. My job there at AgWest, I'm the director of commercialization, and my role is working with early stage companies to help them get their technology to market. So kind of right in the theme of what we're doing today. And that really is a theme of AgWest Bio, and I'll just read our mission statement here. It's accelerating innovation and enabling companies to commercialize research in agriculture and bioscience, agri-food and biosciences. And then if you want to take that further into our vision, we want to see Saskatchewan as a world leader in commercialization of ag bio innovations. So that's mainly our main role at AgWest Bio, and there's many ways we do that. As a not-for-profit membership association that's funded by the Ministry of Agriculture through the province. Our operating funds come from them, and many ways that we try to accelerate commercialization. And one of them is we have a technology commercialization fund that I manage. It's one of my roles, and this is a fund that we've had in place for 30 years. In those 30 years, we've made investments totaling almost $14 million in around 60 different companies. So if you do the math, I think that's an average about $225,000 and investment. And think of us as angel investors with a special affinity for agriculture and biosciences. And so we can make flexible, early stage, patient risk capital investments. They are investments, so obviously we expect to get repaid. And our investments oftentimes fill that we call it sometimes a valley of death, where it's difficult for companies to raise capital because they're at an early stage. So we help fill that gap. And by running this fund, it gives us a special inroad to getting to know companies, these exciting companies like we're seeing many of them here today. Jenlyn mentioned we also have the new startup platform that we just launched, www.agweststartup.ca. Thanks, Jenlyn. And we just launched this. Actually, I want to thank Jesse and Startup TNT because we just launched this last week. And Startup TNT was kind enough to host us last Wednesday night right after we just launched it. So this is an online platform where early stage companies or even aspiring entrepreneurs can go into this platform, and through a series of questions and answers and resource links that you're going to get, it is going to help you build and articulate I want to count 7 concepts that are the foundations of your business plan. And the reason we did this is we found that when we're talking to early stage companies, especially aspiring startups, aspiring entrepreneurs, they oftentimes have difficulty articulating clearly what it is, what their concept is, and what they're trying to do. And so we thought, let's try to build a website that they can do this online through a series of questions and answers, and we can help them, AgWest Bio, right within this platform. And at the end of the process, they're going to have a document that is an executive summary that's a one-pager that outlines their business that they can hand to potential investors or hand to potential partners. And just as important, it's going to allow AgWest Bio to help make introductions and connections for these companies. So we can say, we're going to connect you to or introduce you to this person. We think it's going to be a benefit to you. And we're going to give them this one pager so that when they read it before they talk to you, they have a really good idea of what you're doing. So everybody, please check it out. I won't be too much longer here. Training, we do training every year. Our training tends to focus on entrepreneurial leadership. Now we're poised to launch our upcoming training program soon. Look for that in September or maybe early October. It's not launched yet, but check out our AgWest Bio main website for that. And then events, I'll just kind of end off here with events. We have the AgWest Bio Boffins Innovation Series that we just launched. That's every Wednesday night. Please look at our events calendar on our website. Jenlyn mentioned that we saw each other last night. Jenlyn was a big supporter, and Square One's a supporter of our events, and Jenlyn's always there. The ABIC Speaker Series, that's coming up soon, and our next speaker is Jennifer Doudna, who's a Nobel Prize winner, and I want to say the inventor of the CRISPR technology. So go check that out. Global Biotech Week is something we do every year. That's coming up soon, and this is a whole series of events in late September that just really celebrates bioscience. And bioscience is everything from functional foods and natural health products all the way through to biofuels and crops with unique traits and kind of everything in between. So that's where we like to celebrate that by a whole week of activities that we host together with our partners. Look for that. And then bigger initiatives. And again, check out our website. We're AgWest Bio. We're in the process of launching together with our partners, Saskatchewan Food Center, Innovation Place, the Global Institute for Food Security, and us. We're in partnership. We're launching a large new initiative called GAP, the Global Agri-Food Advancement Partnership. And I think GAP as an acronym is a really good name because that's going to be what it's going to do. It's going to fill that gap by providing not just an accelerator, not just an incubator space at Innovation Place, but really an advancement center. It's going to have lab and office space. It's going to have a soft landing for new companies or for companies we're trying to attract to Saskatchewan. Training and also capital. There's going to be an investment fund that's going to be attached to it. And so we're in the process of building this. We've got tremendous momentum and look forward to updates. Check in from time to time to AgWest for updates on that. So that's a bit about AgWest Bio. That's my 7-minute elevator pitch on AgWest Bio. Jump into today's pitches. This is really fun. I Startup TNT in this Great Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon. I'm really enjoying this. And so we have some amazing early stage companies here. I say I always pinch myself at AgWest Bio because in my position at AgWest, by virtue of my position, I get to meet all these exciting early stage companies. And the companies, the 4 that we have here for this hour that I'm hosting, there's agribusiness, there's novel innovative food and beverage, there's e-grocer, there's home and cooking, there's Internet of Things. And I think the theme is like these amazing companies with innovative technologies and products that have this farm to fork, or in this case, because of one of the companies we have, I say farm to glass theme going on. And it's really exciting. So we have 4 companies. The order that they're going to present in is, and Jesse, you correct me if I'm wrong in this order, but it's Groceryxpress, ArcticShelf, Husbandry Farms, and Black Fox Farm and Distillery. They each have 3 minutes. I'm going to hold them to those 3 minutes, give or take a few seconds, followed by a 4-minute Q&A afterwards. And because we only have 4 companies, the Q&A might be a little bit longer because we might have some time to fill. So we'll kind of play that by ear. But without further delay, I think I'll just pass it right over to Barry Vopnu of Groceryxpress. I'm excited to hear about this. Take it away, Barry.
Well, bro, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you a lot. I'm going to share my screen here. I have my deck. Okay.
Looks good.
Awesome. Trying to hide. Okay, awesome. My name is Barry Vopnu. I'm the founder of Groceryxpress. So one sentence, we host, sell, and deliver groceries within an hour to our partner stores. Why is this a problem that needs attention right now? So we solve 2 problems. One problem is that lots of people are unable to shop from their favorite local ethnic specialty stores. And number 1 problem is that these local ethnic specialty stores do not have e-commerce for customers to shop easily from. So for example, without our platform, let's say you wanted to shop from your local organic grocery store here in Regina. The first thing you have to do, and if you don't want to go to the store, you place a phone call or email the store, then the store arranges for a pickup, and then they bring the groceries to you, then you pay during checkout or at the time. And that's the solution that we are providing with Groceryxpress. Number 1 solution is that customers are able to shop from multiple stores on our e-commerce platform. Second, which is the main component of Groceryxpress, is that we are building an e-commerce interface for local grocery store vendors where they can manage their inventory, pricing, photos, out of stock. And when others do come in, users, our shoppers, who is also part of our interface, is integrated with a delivery platform for these local grocery stores. So with Groceryxpress, customers place orders from multiple local stores on our platform, schedule a delivery time or pickup time. Local store vendors receive these orders, arrange for the pickups. Our shoppers get the notification, go to the local stores, pick up the grocery and deliver it to the customer. All this happening within an hour. So what is Groceryxpress? We empower local grocery store vendors to host, sell, and deliver groceries to their customers within an hour. So you can say that we are Shopify for local grocery stores integrated with a delivery network. Early market traction, we did launch this year. We have only in Regina, we have about 143 subscribers. As of today, 150 subscribers. There are about 10 available stores. We have some other local stores in Regina waiting to be onboarded. Then we have about weekly users. We do about a $300 to $400 transaction every week. We are a very early pre-revenue company. Market size, why is this so important? We know that about 400,000 immigrants come to Canada every year. Why there's a competition for a big chain supermarkets to deliver groceries, there's also a need for local ethnic stores. So when I say ethnic stores, I'm talking about the Asian markets, the Indian stores, the African store, our neighborhood local organic stores, for them to actually come online and they in within the gaps. So in as much as we do deliveries for Walmart, Superstore, Costco on our platform, we are building this interface as a one-stop for all for local vendors to manage their platform.
Oh, we just cut out. So I'm going to stop the clock.
Started.
Technical difficulties, everybody. Sorry about that. So we've just reconnected. Barry, I shut your presentation off the timer. So just pick up where you left off. Sorry about that. It happens though. It's part of rolling with the punches. So just to pick up right where you left off, Barry. And just unmute yourself, Barry.
There we go. Awesome. That's okay. Okay, what makes us different from when you think about Instacart or Amazon Fresh, or when you think about Boogie? We are the only platform that is really focusing on these local ethnic stores. We can say that we are one stop for all your local grocery needs. And we're not just delivering groceries for people, but we're also creating this interface or a platform where these local vendors can actually properly manage their stores by themselves, while we're integrating our shoppers to the platform for them to pick it up and go deliver to the users.
And that's a good point to stop, Barry, because you've run out of time. And I use that as that's a good way to end right there, because I think that's a good summary of your company and what it does. So Thanks a lot for that, Barry. And that was great. I am going to check out the chat to see if there's any questions for Barry, and if not, I have a few.
Okay.
So, and again, thanks, Barry. I'm always interested in the genesis of companies and where you came up with the idea, and then so that's one question. If you can talk just briefly about that and how you came up with the idea, and then the background of your team, your founders, as software engineers or marketing people with grocery experience, or so just briefly tell us a little bit about that.
So I came to Canada about 10 years ago as a student, and while I was in here with no friends, no family whatsoever, I was living in residence. I still needed some sort of grocery even before the pandemic started, right? And I've been thinking deeply about how can I solve the problem of how can I still enjoy local groceries that I enjoy way back in Nigeria before immigrating to Canada. Even if I don't have a vehicle, how do I get these groceries to my apartment for me to cook? And that's where the idea all started way back in the University of Regina. And after finishing, we've been working on this for a while now. So there've been lots of other grocery delivery platforms popping up here and there, but nobody has really focused also on these ethnic local stores as well. So if you want to, order African groceries online, you either call them or email them, like I said, not just African, Asian, and they don't have the means to develop an e-commerce system. It's very expensive to develop a functioning, maintaining website for these local guys. And that's where this idea came up with that. Yes, we are a delivery network for local stores or even for big chain supermarkets, but our partners are more on the local scene, where we are partnering with them to give them our technology for them to use and manage their local. So we are delivering, but they're also managing their system as well.
Cool, thanks, good answer. And then now we do have a question in the chat. And I think you've just answered this actually. Barry, is this more of a local, this is from Tim, Barry, more for local grocery stores to do delivery, or do you work with the big chains like Superstore, etc., Sobeys, whatnot?
So far, we have big chain supermarkets on our platform. For example, Superstore, Walmart, Costco, because there's a need for that as well. But we also needed to test our technology. So I'll walk you through the process of onboarding one local store or African store or that don't have any e-commerce at all on our platform. So they don't have any e-commerce website, so we cannot create an API or an API for them. Secondly, they don't have any inventory management system. Most of them don't. So that means we literally have to go over to the store and onboard each of the products physically before we start updating. So yes, this platform is for local grocery markets, which is more of our partners because they have a partnership with us, but also for the big chain supermarkets. Eventually, we will transition into a fully Shopify system integrated with the delivery network, mainly for local businesses. Also for individuals that, for example, in Saskatchewan, there are a lot of out-of-town farmers that also want to bring their product to town. So with the help of this platform, they can manage their whole delivery out of town, where we go in there, pick up those groceries and bring it to town, similar to the farmers market idea.
Great, thanks, Barry. And then another question: Are the plans to mostly white label, or are you putting the grocery stores into a single centralized platform? I think you've kind of answered that one as well.
Yeah. So most of the grocery partners are on this interface because it now becomes like a marketplace. So for example, if I wanted to shop from India market, for example, I have the means to shop from India market, I have the means to shop from Superstore, I have the means to shop from African store on one single order. And my shopper that are integrated in this network delivery goes to Asian store, pick up the bag, go to African store, pick it up, and deliver that single unit to us. And this works in two ways. Is an opportunity for the vendor to say to a list of subscribers already looking to shop instead of just an individualized platform entitled to them. And also an opportunity for the customer to shop, an easy interface to shop at once from many marketplaces as possible.
Thanks, Barry. I think that's good. I think we've run out of time, so that's a good summary. We're going to jump into the next company. And I was just informed, thanks Startup TNT, that I got the order a little bit mixed up. So my apologies to who was supposed to go first. Barry, thanks for filling in. You rolled with the punches. ArcticShelf is going to go next. They were supposed to go first. And so ArcticShelf, Dawson, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thanks.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for, I guess, listening to us and tuning in. Share my screen here. You should be good to go there. Is that right?
Yeah.
I assume so. Yeah, so my name is Dawson. I'm the CEO and founder of ArcticShelf. Our mission is to revolutionize eating in the workplace. And it starts with a piece of infrastructure that connects us with our food, which is the fridge. And so this is the picture of every single office fridge on the planet. It was meant for a residential home. So it was meant for a family of 4, not 50 coworkers. And so while in the pre-COVID world, it was messy and disorganized, in the post-COVID world, it's actually unsafe. So what we've created is a compartmentalized fridge for the workplace, giving each individual user a safe and secure place to store their food at work. It starts with design. And so we've designed the fridge to be hermetically sealed so that smells, doesn't transfer, people don't touch your food, giving people the power to store food at work. And that's a key differentiator. We actually had a customer at the Saskatoon police station who left a 4-liter jug of chocolate milk at work. And when you do that sort of thing, you don't have to pack a lunch every day. You can make the office feel a little bit more like home. So you don't have to go out and buy food if you forget your lunch, and you have fresh, healthy, nutritious ingredients for you at work. It's open via mobile app, so you never lose the key, and it's very easy to manage. But what's interesting is that we've used that same mobile app to open the fridge, to order food, So Shelf Stock is our food delivery platform for the workplace, connecting your ArcticShelf with local kitchens, nutritionists, and healthy, fresh, pre-made meals under $10. So every meal that we sell on our platform is under $10, and there's no delivery fees. The head chef for the Taste Restaurant Group, our partner kitchen, it was the head chef for the Chateau Lake Louise. So the meals are fresh, delicious, and nutritious. Here's a picture of Carter, our director of delivery, my brother, doing the delivery. That's the whole idea with the platform, is that it is professional delivery dropped off into the fridges. So as food delivery continues to blow up, businesses don't want random skip the dishes contract drivers in sweatpants walking through their building. So that's why we have ArcticShelf employees, and why the Saskatoon Police Station, Redicott Manufacturing, Colliers, and other businesses trust us to do the delivery into their workspace. Just a summary of how it works: we install the fridge into the business. Staff then use that mobile app to open their personal slot and then store meals, condiments, and salad dressings at work. Using that same mobile app, they're able to order pre-made healthy meals under $10 delivered by ArcticShelf staff. We've sold out of our Series 1 units, and we've spent the past year working on our Series 2 units that will be available in November of this year. We've set up custom manufacturing plants in North America. So each of our units have increased space efficiency, custom finishing options, and are manufactured right here in North America, meaning our lead times are under 4 weeks. We have a bunch of different applications for the product, such as property management, post-secondaries, healthcare, police, fire, all sorts of applications. And the idea is that every workplace on the planet has a fridge, but they're all residential fridges. We're here to look for people that are looking to renovate their workspaces, people that are looking for safe solutions to bring their people back to work. And we're currently raising $600,000. We've raised $350,000 of that, so there's $250,000 left on the table. But that's a little bit about our company, and I'm now open for some questions.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Dawson. That was a great pitch and very informative.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, and I mean, not a question in the chat, but just a comment, and from Alex Hayden, who knows it was a great model before the pandemic, and now so timely as well, Dawson. So great, and thanks, Alex, for the comment. Questions?
I was going to say a side note on that. So Alex Hayden was the first person I connected to about the idea. I was in university, and I remember meeting with her in the arts cafe, and she was the one that kind of convinced me to go into this. So thank you, Alex.
Great. That's a great shout out. That's great to hear. I mean, questions that I have is, and again, you touched on this a bit, but the main industry of all the industries, and I often say in working with startups or even growing companies that are already in the market, is sometimes there are issues of plethora of riches as far as which market to seize. And so which opportunity or which industry of all the ones that you would have access to is the most promising, do you think, or which one you're going after?
It's a great question. We're going to be focusing on software. So again, we sold out of our fridges. We're building the manufacturing plants to satisfy initial demand, but we do believe that this is going to absolutely hit. We've been seeing it across the board in post-secondaries, Colliers, who wants to standardize this on all their properties. And so we think that the application is quite extreme. And so what our strategy is to complete the whole supply chain and then get out of manufacturing as fast as possible. So we had been into some discussions with large fridge manufacturers, and we're lining up a pilot project. But the idea is that we're going to focus on the software that connects fridges to kitchens, and we're going to get out of manufacturing to scale the production of fridges as fast as possible. We estimate that to be in kind of Q3 of 2022. But we want to be we are a software company, and we are just doing the fridges to validate the concept and get out of that as fast as possible. We also believe that that's also a defensive mechanism as well, as large fridge manufacturers are eventually going to enter the space. We do have patents and that sort of thing, but I think that the food delivery side of the business is really a differentiator and a defensive mechanism as well.
Yeah, great answer, Dawson. And again, these questions are getting answered in the sequence that as you answer them, they're answering the questions that I have next already. And this was one around manufacturing. And I was going to ask you a question about manufacturing and that being a hurdle and the systems and the partnerships you have in place. But I think you've already answered that, so that's good. A question on the chat, and this is again with the theme from Alex's comment, is how has traction been recently with coming back to work and university and with the recent changes and opening up the economy?
It's been exceptional. So the optimism is very real. I think that as people start to look back or look forward to the return to work, they're starting to think about solutions that protect the health and safety of their workforce. I know that post-secondaries are our greatest product market fit. We have 25 universities in our pipeline, with the University of Toronto, York University, and University of Alberta are all people that we've pitched and are launching with in the fall or January of this year. The chief administrative officer for the U of T loved it so much, he actually joined our advisory board. So I think that the post-secondary makes so much sense, but we're really, really excited about the workplace. And again, it's just, no one's ever thought about a fridge for the workplace. And when you think about it, the fridge is kind of a boring piece of infrastructure, but we're really excited about it because it's the biggest piece of infrastructure that connects us with our food. And so if you own the fridge and the software that connects you with that fridge, you have a daily active user base of people interacting with your product every single day to access their food when they're hungry. And so we think that that is the absolute best opportunity to sell food to those end users. And it just by a chance turns out that the fridge also acts as a piece of infrastructure to disconnect the end user. So we can deliver meals very cheap. Our cost per delivery is about 63 cents, which is a 10x reduction from Skip the Dishes. So it's a very, very efficient way of delivering food. It's a system that gets people interacting with the app every day. And so our daily active user base is high. So which is why we like it, but businesses also like the fresh food aspect as well.
Cool. So Dawson, we're going to move on to the next one, but please take a look in the chat. I think you got access to the chat. There was a couple more questions in there, and everybody, you have, I believe, the email addresses and ability to follow up with all the companies that are presenting. So please do so. These are great pitches and great questions. So
yeah,
thanks,
Dawson. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. And again, my email address is down there. So if anyone is interested in connecting or discussing the opportunity more, would be very happy to share some time.
Right on. Thanks. And so our next company, again, to get the order back and back on track is Black Fox Farm and Distillery. And presenting is Barb Stefanishin-Cote. So Barb, please take it away.
Just get to share my screen. Okay.
There it is.
There it is. In 1939, King George VI and his wife, Queen Elizabeth I, visited Canada, and they were gifted with one of Canada's most prized treasures, Canadian whiskey. And for many decades, Canadian whiskey was legendary as fit for royalty. But alas, our impact on the world of whiskey has declined as Scotch, Irish, and Japanese whiskeys have gained in prominence. Our goal at Black Fox Farm and Distillery is to craft the quintessential Canadian whiskey and to reclaim the prestige that we once held. What sets us apart from other distillers is our dedication to true craftsmanship. We take the utmost pride in caring for every step of the process from seed to sip. Our attention to details has paid off, with our whiskey awarded gold and master medals and even named as one of the top whiskeys of the world. It's no secret that a whiskey distillery requires many years of investment, as the product must be aged for a minimum of 3 years before it is sold. We have successfully bridged this transition with the production of world-class gin. We have earned many awards and have experienced remarkable growth. Our markets extend throughout Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, into China, Germany, Denmark, and we just shipped our first shipment to the UK last week. So we are well positioned for growth into a large and growing whiskey market. Now we are searching for the right partner to help us leverage and grow this distribution network and to expand our production capacity. Over the last 6 years, we have taken significant steps to de-risk our business. We now have experienced owners, we have inventory available for sale, an established brand, and a distribution network that is ready for expansion. We have an investment ask of $3.54 million over the next 2 years, pardon me. Black Fox gins and whiskeys are the quintessential Canadian spirits, the voice of our land and the soul of its soil. Every bottle tells the story of history, heritage, and exceptional flavor. Join us on our journey of sharing them with the world.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Barb. And yeah, another one of these pitches that was spot on of 3 minutes, like right down to the second. So great, and great visuals on your presentation, by the way. Those are great. Everybody, I encourage you to ask Barb some questions in the chat, and you know, I'm very familiar with Black Fox, and Barb was actually on AgroSpile's board of directors for several years, so I know Barb, and I can speak wholeheartedly about the products that Barb was talking about, their whiskey and their gin, and all their products are just exceptional, and the awards speak volumes as well. And so one of my questions, Barb, is you know, those awards, how have you been able to utilize those awards to increase your marketing and exposure? Or maybe the question is, do those awards really help with marketing and exposure? And just remind me again, what awards did you win for your whiskey?
So for our whiskey, we send our whiskey away for adjudication to several different competitions, and we like to go to the UK or into Hong Kong, or a lot of the international ones. They're kind of like the Olympic level competitions is where we like to go. And we were very, very pleased with having been awarded gold medals. Master medals are even higher than gold. And so the whiskey that was named one of the top 20 of the world was a master's medal whiskey. So they've been very, very good to us. They've given us exposure to places where we're not in the market yet. So that's been very helpful, even to the point where the Rolls-Royce Enthusiast Club has reached out to us to come and serve our spirits at one of their events in October in London.
Yeah, great. And if anybody hasn't been to Black Fox's facility outside of Saskatoon, I encourage you to do that. It's just a wonderful experience where you get to sample the whiskey that Barb's talking about. I'd say for companies, when I'm talking to companies that are developing and growing, I'd say I always ask them, what is your competitive edge, and how do you differentiate yourself? And I think you touched on some of that. You talked about and I mentioned before, your farm to glass, but what's the word, terroir, Barb? Am I saying that right?
You've got it right there, Brad. So that is one of our unique selling points, is our terroir. Many people used to think that terroir only applied to wines, but there's a lot of research out there right now that's showing that it applies to whiskeys as well. And what it refers to is it's the effect of the climate, the effect of the soil, the effect of the temperatures, the effect of all of the inputs, the farmer's decisions on which varieties to grow, and that happens in a specific location. And we happen to be in a location where we have a lot of warm days and cool nights, and that really, really concentrates the flavors in the grain. And so our business is very similar to that of a restaurant. If you start with the most amazing ingredients, it's very easy to create exceptional products.
Great. That explains the awards as well, and that is very unique. And comments, not a question here, but Again, Alex, thanks for the, yeah, and she's right. Great storytelling, Barb. That's so important. Yeah, you did tell a story. You started off with a little bit of a history lesson about Canadian whiskey that I wasn't aware of. That's really interesting. And I think it's cool that companies like Black Fox, you guys are putting us on the map again. So you're oh, we might have a question here. And just as a comment, we have from Kunal, and Barb, just check out the chat when you get some time afterwards. And there's a regarding a same day delivery company that is pointed out there. So just
excellent.
take a look
Yes.
at that. And
looking forward to that.
And the question is, would you, I think if I summarize this correctly, for would you benefit? You have a great product that is perfect for sampling. Should we expect the Dram Day delivery of your samplers today, Barb? This is a very honest and serious
You
question.
can go online and place an order and we'll have it to you this afternoon.
Yeah, that's great. And I think there might be some companies that in this whole event that could probably help with that if need be from a little bit of a networking standpoint. And you talked about you're looking for a partner to grow and expand, and just briefly on that because we don't have much time left. And you mentioned the figure that was very precise, 3.5 million. Is that to break into a new market, or are you planning on expanding your product line, or kind of all of the above?
Very good question. So as I pointed out, you have to put whiskey away for a minimum of 3 years before it can be sold. So now is the time to start building inventory along with growing our markets. So we have been placing whiskey in storage for the last 6 years, and we have an inventory that's ready to move. And now we can take it to the next level because we've proven that our whiskey is very valuable. And what we're finding is that, yes, we want to expand our production capacity. We have the capability here in our facility now to expand the production capacity. We're also looking for more distribution and marketing assistance too. So those would be some of the key points and areas where we are looking for assistance.
Great. Okay, everybody's put the word out. Barb's given us lots of information and explained a lot about her business. So great pitch, Barb, and thanks for the information. And again, I wish we had more time, but with all these companies, but we're going to keep moving right on through.
Exactly.
Thanks.
It's all good. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
So we'll go on to the next company. And this is Husbandry Farms. And Ryan Husband, I believe, is here. And I'll turn it over to Ryan. Take it away, Ryan. Yep, your presentation's there.
Sorry, just looking for the unmute button. But if you can see the presentation, then I will just jump right into it. So, okay, my name is Ryan Husband. My wife and I are the owners of a market garden orchard near Outlook called Husbandry Farms. Our main crop is a relatively new super berry called the Hascat berry. We also make some value-added products, but that's actually not what I'm here to talk to you about today, but it is part of our story. One thing kept me up at night as we harvested our berries this year, and I would really like to eliminate that pain point. So that pain point was the freezer. Part of harvesting berries is that you have to get them frozen very quickly, but owning and operating a freezer can be a real headache. You have the cost to own and rent it, the energy cost to operate it, you have the risk of it breaking down, you have all the logistical challenges of selling products that must stay frozen, and trying to keep berries frozen at -20 when it's 40 degrees out in the middle of a Saskatchewan summer is just not efficient. And it's not just produce growers that face this challenge either. Food packers, processors, restaurants all face the same risks and challenges. So my vision is to create a world without freezers. So how do we do that? Well, the solution is simple. We dehydrate our food. To make it feasible and worth switching from frozen though, we need to get the technology to the point where it can dry food at about the same speed and cost as a freezer. Microwave vacuum dehydration technology is close. It essentially creates a freeze-dried product that retains all the nutrients, but it's dehydrated in a relatively short period of time, hours and not days. And I see a lot of benefits to using this technology because once it's dry, we don't have the storage costs. We don't have the logistical challenges. We don't have the energy costs to keep things cold, and properly dried food doesn't go bad for a very long time. This year we threw out hundreds of pounds of cucumbers because they got too big, but those cucumbers could have been sliced and dried and sold at a premium. In fact, I have farming friends who have discarded hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of produce because they couldn't get it to market for one reason or another. So dehydrated food, it also opens up online marketing avenues for produce, which helps capture more value from our crops. So how do we bring this freezerless vision to life? Well, step one would be to find potential industry partners. Pharmaceuticals, supplements, packaged foods, hemp, those industries would all be good potential partners who we'd work with to explore the feasibility of this technology, and then build a business plan with for a shared drying facility. And once we have successful operation of that, then we would work with manufacturers, governments, universities to increase efficiencies in that technology. So then we can bring the previously mentioned benefits of dehydrated foods to other businesses and ultimately to mainstream consumers. And that is how we would achieve a world without freezers. So today my ask is not for money, but for contacts within these industries that might have an interest in drying. Companies that encapsulate or powder would be good fits, and just companies where this technology might be useful and who would be willing to explore it further with us.
Great, thanks, Ryan. And that's a clear ask, and I think pretty succinct explanation of your idea. And I mean, you didn't talk much about your other stuff, your other products, but I encourage people to follow up with Ryan and talk about what they're doing with HasCaps and other berries and products like that. But the idea that you're talking about, very interesting, and it sounds like it's you've outlined a tremendous pain point actually of regarding freeze dried. So and again, everybody throw some questions into the chat. Ryan threw out an idea that he's obviously got some background in, and he's got some as far as some of the research and investigations he's done on it already. He's got, sounds like, tremendous traction in this, and it sounds like something that would benefit the food industry, especially those that are involved obviously in the need for freezing the food, either for during the process of manufacturing or the process of delivery. So cool. Question in the chat: are you planning on making it a modular technology? How many facilities would you need to cover the market? Now that you might not have thought about all that yet, but that is a good question.
Well, and we're actually, well, we're not the technology. I sound like a salesman for the technology, but there's actually companies out there. It was developed at the University of BC, and now there's a few companies that are out expanding that microwave vacuum technology. What I'm thinking is we would just start, it is modular, you can add more. I would either explore one of two avenues. One where we set up in, say, Saskatoon, and working with a bunch of different companies that could come in when it's seasonally appropriate for them and sort of dry. So for HasCap berries, we could take ours in July 1st to 21st roughly. We could take ours in, dry our, and then the next company could come in. That's one option. Another option I've thought about is a mobile processor, where you could have it set up in a semi-trailer and you could just go to those companies' sites and dry their products on site for them too. So there's a few different options there.
Well, this is cool. I mean, this is one of the great things about Startup TNT and events like this, and really fits the theme of AgWest Bio too, is this networking thing. What a better venue for Ryan to reach out to the industry to try to drum up interest in this exciting idea that he has. So this is really cool. And no other questions in the chat. And I think I'll Brian, you know, we can stop it there, and I encourage everybody just to follow up with Ryan, ask some more questions. And again, Ryan, if you had more time, you would have talked about some of the other things you got going on as well too with your products. But I encourage everybody to reach out to Ryan and ask him questions on that. Thanks, Ryan.
Sounds good. Thanks, Brad.
Okay. And with that, we'll go to the last number 5 company that's pitching over the noon hour here is VDQ-NRG Systems. And my apologies, I don't have the name of the presenter, but I'll turn it over to VDQ.
So, hello everyone, my name's Kenneth McLeod. I hope you can see my slide all right.
Yep.
So I'm business and technology development for VDQ Energy Systems. We're an innovative technology company with a mission of stopping the transport and dumping of waste. A little side note, we were supposed to pitch in the energy block, but the timing didn't work out, so I'm in the ag group. We do have some potential to work with ag biomass as waste, but I'll just continue with my pitch as normal. So waste is a massive issue in Canada and around the world. 2.5 kilograms of waste is produced by every person in Canada every single day. Landfills are expensive to construct and don't do anything but hide the waste underground. Recycling and composting programs help, but they're limited in what they can accept and sensitive to contamination. Recycled materials that aren't profitable to sell often end up in landfills anyways. All the items listed on this slide are just a small example of what can't be recycled or composted. VDQ Energy can process all these items and can process 90% of a household's waste. Our solution can be used in any community with over 20,000 people, and our business model is more profitable than conventional waste management systems. And the technology also has huge potential for use in residual agricultural biomass to produce the same products as general waste. VDQ Energy's proprietary technology can efficiently process waste into biofuel, energy, and industrial products. The biofuel is low carbon and renewable and can either be sold for a premium or used in high efficiency power generation systems to create carbon neutral power for communities. Every ton of waste processed will reduce about 1.8 tons of greenhouse gases and no new harmful emissions will be produced. The modular designs allow us to meet the needs of any city or partner in North America. We are looking to work with cities that want an environmentally friendly solution to waste and a new revenue stream. VDQ Energy utilizes proprietary hydrothermal liquefaction and electrodepolymerization processors. These technologies utilize heat, pressure, and chemistry to process the waste into the valuable output products. It's not incineration. We don't burn any garbage or waste and recover over 2 times the energy of incineration. To summarize, a city partner would agree to bring waste to our facility. They'd receive a new revenue stream, and we can attract the capital investment for the project. Currently, we're in the process of engineering and commercial development to construct a full-scale commercial processor. We're also planning a full-scale commercial facility to demonstrate the capabilities of our technologies. We're in the process of raising a financing round of $2.5 to $10 million Canadian to fund our development plans. So I understand this one does have a question period. And if you would like a full or more in-depth presentation, feel free to reach out to me, connect with me on LinkedIn or email me. Thank you all for your time.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Kenneth. That was great. Yeah, another talk about diversity in the pitches, and I again, one of the perks of my job, the diversity in agricultural biosciences, everything from food and whiskey all the way through to the liquefaction of waste material. So this is really great. Quick question on that on that, and sorry if you said it and I missed it. Are you feedstock agnostic, or what type of material do you look to convert?
So with our, sorry about that. With our both of our technologies, because we do use 2, we can process either organic based waste or hydrocarbon. So plastics are organic. So if you're looking at city waste, anything organic. Diapers are a big common problem for cities, but in ag mass, we can do straw or bales or anything like that.
Okay. And the energy that's generated from your plant, from the feedstock itself and the conversion, does that also power your plant? Is that one of the attributes of it?
Yes. One of the minor products when we pull off that biofuel, there are some side products we can use to co-generate and power the entire facility. And if we generate with all of our output biofuel, we can power a community as well.
Great. And so just some questions in the chat now. How do you see working with the ag sector? Is there some specific target in the ag sector, whether it's the waste material or whether it's a partner, a downstream partner? What's your vision there?
We haven't gotten too far into planning in our ag world, but our idea is to use straw and other field waste, things like that. There is potential for partnering with downstream partners and processing facilities, but farmers end up with a lot of straw that really can't be used for feed or anything useful. And we could potentially take that or even pay them for it, depending on the business model.
Right. So we're getting some really good detailed questions. I can tell by these questions that these people know your industry. How does your solution handle mixed inputs? Is there a lot of sorting that needs to be involved?
There is a lot of off-the-shelf products in the materials recovery industry for waste already exist. We would be setting up a pretty in-depth sorting line with some different color sorters, density separators, things like that. I won't bore you with the details. There is a fair bit, but there are solutions out there. And if we were to get into the ag market, there's quite a bit less. Most of it would be a bio-originating product. There would be a little bit of plastic, but we can separate that off easily.
Cool. And I can tell by these questions that there's people on the chat that would not be bored at all by any answer that you gave them. These are really good questions. Yeah, mixed. Okay. And this is a good one. What municipal barriers have you experienced so far? And it sounds like, and the question, or the person asking this says, I know you've tried to engage with the city of Saskatoon. So municipal barriers, working with cities. And then a final question from the same person, how are you capturing the energy output from the process? And that'll have to be the last question, I think, so that we wrap up here.
Okay. So generally for municipal barriers, we struggle with cities have a hard time being first in the pool. We need to demonstrate this at a full capacity before a city will really look at doing it at their scale. So that's what our plan for the commercial demonstration facility is to show a city partner potential that we can do this at a full scale. And as far as capturing the energy output, like I said, the output biofuel can come off and it can just be sold out the back end, or we'd have to look at a high efficiency power generation system, likely some kind of traditional power generation, similar technology what they use at the Queen Elizabeth power plant or things like that, a natural gas or other hydrocarbon based power generation.
Yeah. Any tips for approaching the cities or the even the smaller centers outside of the cities? If any tips or lessons learned? I'm going to guess it's hard to get into that system, to meet the right person that has the ability to make a decision and that you can get them excited about it. Is there any hurdles there or lessons learned?
I think one of the biggest lessons learned is with how many different people there are involved in a city, having all of them on the same page, this being a net positive benefit is one of the biggest challenges, because you can convince one group of people that this is the best thing since sliced bread, and then the other group won't quite see the benefits for the city. So getting everyone on that same page has been one of our challenges.
Yeah, cool. And then smaller entities like, I don't know, the University of Saskatchewan, for example, would your technology and your system fit nicely into some of their waste streams and energy streams, potentially their generation of energy?
Yes, we've actually looked at partnering with the university. We're trying to find the right people to get this up the ladder to the right parties, but we could potentially use all of this university's waste. They do quite good waste audits. So we've looked at their streams, and all the plaster and organic waste they produce would produce quite a bit of energy. And there's even the potential to recover some of the heat produced in our process to use as low-grade heating for their steam plant. So that would work quite well.
Well, great. Well, Kenneth, that was great. Thanks a lot. That's a lot to absorb, and with all these companies, it's 3 minutes. I'm sure doesn't do them justice, but 3 minutes is a good time to pitch. If you can get your message across in 3 minutes, then you have a good message that's been well thought out. So thanks, and thanks for all 5 companies that that pitched today. I think I'll just wrap it up with that.
Yeah,
Jesse,
thanks, Brad.
There's
awesome. You did such a great job hosting, and we're so thankful to have Egg West Bio a part of today's event and taking over the lunch hour, talking about agri-value and food companies. Why don't you throw it to our next hosts, Brendan at Vendasta and Matt with Co.Labs, taking over the next block with SaaS, AI and ML companies. We got a great lineup, and we're really excited to have them a part of our event today. All right. So without further ado, we got Brendan and Matt.
What's going on?
How are you guys doing?
Jesse.
Good. It looks like an exciting lineup and a lot of fun happening. So I guess this hour is going to be brought to you by Co.Labs and Vendasta today.
Let's go.
And I guess we're talking about machine learning, artificial intelligence, and software as a service. And that's where Vendasta plays. And so I think, for most of you probably know Vendasta, but if you don't, I believe we're probably one of the larger tech companies in Western Canada. And we've been super fortunate. We've been able to build our company with the help of investments from some of the folks like I see here today, the VCs that we see here today. So we want to thank you for giving all these pitch companies the chance. And we really care deeply, at least I do, about growing a tech ecosystem that sort of raises us all up. And so we're super excited to watch this next group of companies, and hopefully they put down some roots right here in the prairies. And so just a little bit about us, I'm supposed to tell you. For those of you who don't know us, we're about 550 people. Most of us work right here in our new offices in Saskatoon Square, downtown Saskatoon. And together we're building an end-to-end commerce platform for companies, we call them channel partners, that sell digital solutions to local businesses. So, in short, we just make sure that local businesses have everything that they need to succeed and thrive in an increasingly digital world. We really believe in local, and we think that's what makes our communities grow. We've got about more than 55,000 channel partners. These are these local experts that use our platform and technology to provide their small business customers with everything they need to succeed. And these channel partners are companies like, website companies, agencies, marketing agencies, broadcast media companies, independent software vendors, and they provide our solutions to more than 5.5 million SMBs. So, for any of you who want to know more about what we're doing, feel free to come to our Ideas on Tap. I can't wait to start them again as COVID and space permitting, but we think we might be as early as September, but we'd love to have you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
Man, Brendan, thank you so much. I don't. If I got to rewrite the script, I would put your intro after mine because I don't have to follow that. But super stoked to be co-hosting with you. I'm Matt Steffen, the executive director over at Co.Labs. We're Saskatchewan's first tech incubator. We help tech companies go from idea stage all the way up to Vendasta scale and hopefully eclipsing them someday as well. But we're super excited to be here. For anybody who just joined in, we know you've been running all morning. We're super excited to welcome you to the Great Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon. It's a full day event. We've got 50 companies over 9 different industries up in front of interested investors and the ecosystem, just here to celebrate all that Saskatchewan has to offer. We've got the next hour. Brendan and I, we're going to be emceeing for this and super excited to lead you through this block. We've got some super awesome companies, all from Regina and Saskatoon area. The order for sort of the pitches that we've got up here is we've got FIFO that's going to be coming out of the gate, followed by Rhythmic Leader Sciences Co., followed by Board Checkup, self-assessment software services, Weave Risk Solutions. Then we've got 5656 S-Store Management Limited, Better Cart Technologies, and last but certainly not least, we're going to hear from 7 Shifts as well. So without further ado, I think, Brendan, maybe I'll kick it over to you and we can get our first presenter up here to start the pitches.
Absolutely. And Matt's going to be the bad guy because I'm not good at it. So if you're over, he's going to be the one to interrupt you and keep the timer going. So keep you on the schedule. So first up, we've got FIFO and Selman. Are you ready to go?
Yes, sir, I am.
Let's get it going.
Let's do this. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Pitch competition, and
your time starts now. Let's go.
Oh shoot. Okay, present. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Salman Mullah, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called FIFO, a financial technology company based out of Regina, Saskatchewan, with a goal to make financial empowerment accessible for all. So now, how did this start? It started as a goal and a dream as a university group that wanted to provide financial literacy to high school students and refugees. What ended up happening was us developing into Regina's first fintech startup. We want to aim to change the financial industry and how they engage and interact with their customers by injecting new innovative financial literacy technologies. So what is the issue at hand? Consumers are struggling with their finances on a daily basis. They lack the fundamentals that they need to successfully empower themselves for their financial journeys. On the other hand, financial institutions are negatively seeing the impact of their consumers' financial illiteracy, starting to see sour loans increase and a breakdown between financial advisors and their consumers. So what is FIFO for? Well, meet Karen, or should we call her a Henry? She's a high earner, but not ready yet. She's recently graduated, started working, and is looking to start investing and further her financial journey. And so what is the solution? FIFO is a white labeled SaaS product that educates users, creates engagement, and drives cost-effective lead generation through our three aspects of the application: a personalized financial literacy and management tool and application with education content, an integrated risk evaluation tool, a product lead generation tool, and a gamified social experience, which encapsulates and wraps the whole kind of concept for the consumer. On the other hand, financial institutions and advisors are able to interact and engage with their consumers, finding new leads, as well as developing stronger relationships. So our business model is simple. It's a B2B to C concept where we are working directly with financial institutions as well as different financial institutions, as well as different financial advisors and brokers. And as you can see here, there are a lot of financial products out there, financial literacy apps, tools, whatnot, but nothing concretely focuses on education. And that's where FIFO comes in, as it properly educates you on these PFM tools prior to you using them. We have a young and passionate team that is flanked by some very great mentors and advisors. We were recently known as one of the top 15 fintech companies in the country and have recently finished the Ascension program out of the FinTech Cadence Incubator. And as of this summer, we are currently testing with our first large institutional partner, which close to 10,000 users as our first beta test. And we are currently in our pre-seed investment round. So we're looking to strategic partners or strategic investors that would like to kind of scale this company. And that's FIFO. I think I went over time here.
12 seconds, but I wanted to give it to you, Sal. I was so engaged in that presentation. Great work, super awesome. We've been following your company. You know, fintech is an exciting space. The financial literacy part is super interesting to me, and I like that you included that buzzword gamification. Can you talk a little bit about how gamification comes into the product and how users sort of, you know, how that works with users and their stickiness with the app?
Right, 100%. And what's happened in fintech is gamification has been used as a buzzword. Everyone is using gamified aspects to their application. Now, what we're using it as just an additional feature within that set. Now, the reason why we're using that is to connect up individuals and break down the negative connotations around talking about your finances, around working with others to not only level up yourself, but level up your friends and other individuals. So that's what the gamification piece comes in, is so that you can actively connect, bring people into challenges, develop your own financial journey alongside your friends, colleagues, whatever. With the eventual development that we are getting into kind of group benefits areas, and this is an area where employers can then kind of work directly with their employees on their financial services or their financial well-being directly within the applications. So that's the reason why we've gone through that gamified kind of.
So I see we got a question here. It's Brendan here. I see we have a question. Someone's asking if you could give us an example of what kind of financial literacy you're able to assist with.
Right. So our financial literacy curriculum has been built off of a curriculum which was used towards building the Saskatchewan curriculum. And we can cover anything from basic, what's the difference between a credit card and a debit card, all the way to some more intensive areas of crypto, blockchain, investing areas for people to educate themselves so that then they can properly go onto a Wealthsimple or onto their crypto.com and actually utilize those things in the right way rather than just getting everything from Wall Street bets. So.
That's great, Salman. Well, there's a couple questions in the chat there as well that I'll point you towards. I think there may even be a financial advisor in there asking some questions, so maybe a potential client for you. But thanks so much for the presentation. We look forward to following your company's success as you continue to rack up the accolades. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're out the gate. Brennan, next up, I think we've got Rhythmic Leader Science Co. Who's going to be presenting. We have joining us today, Jasmine, who is from the Saskatoon area, I believe. So Jasmine, join us on stage and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Awesome, thanks so much. I'm just going to share my screen here. Okay, can you see that, Matt?
We're good to go. Over to you.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to start my timer, keep myself honest. So welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us today. Thanks for you guys for hosting, Matt and Brendan. And this is Rhythmic Leader. The problem we're solving is humans are unthriving in business, and this is creating a tremendous business loss. Projects are only successful about 30% of the time, transformations do. Engagement is at about 30%, and you're only productive about 3 hours in an 8-hour day. This person on the right is most people in most organizations on most days, and actually most leaders too. The hope in organizations is by implementing things like engagement, wellness, even leadership development, performance, that we're solving this. The reality is we're still failing 70% of the time. Leaders are the #1 factor and 70% of the impact. They are the core. 33% of us trust our leaders, and 58% of us would trust a stranger on the street. The fact is that in organizations, your leaders are contagious in ways that you can only imagine. So we see a world where humans can thrive at work and perform at their very best. We've proven the science through leader psychology, physiology, and neuroscience, and we have a whole human focus versus what most others are doing, which is focusing on about the 1 to 4% behavioral and cognitive. We have our own IP, we've done this, and it works. So micro for macro, we are focused in on what are the couple things that we need to change in order to create exponential impact. So do what counts and make it count. Think of an elite athlete. They're focusing in with precision on the small tweaks that they need to make. Then they're showing up with presence. How do they need to show up in emotion, in mind, and in body? And then what do they need to intentionally practice in order to get the right stuff to happen? What we do is all based in multidisciplinary science. Our target market is leadership development, and because we're crossing categories, we've got a bit of a fringe market as well. We are looking at a B2B subscription model. And what really differentiates us is we're enabling organizations to rethink performance and growth through a perpetual performance cycle and growth loops with fast feedback and integrating science, neuroscience, psychology, and physiological practices as well. Our team, I am a former senior leader in financial and insurance services. I'm a science-based leadership physiology expert. My co-founder, Dave, is in Texas, and he is a PhD in human resources development. He's a leader in academia, and he's also led special forces combat teams. And my brother, Matthew, also 20 years of leadership experience leading sales teams, and he's turned cost centers into profit centers. We live and breathe this stuff, and we are totally committed to seeing clients succeed. We want to work with clients who want to take action, not just talk about it. Thank you.
Well, Jasmine, that's fascinating. I have a quick question for you. So sounds like the nice Jocko Williams extreme ownership stuff. So tell me about how the product actually works, how the SaaS works. So obviously you're going to be sending out surveys and understanding your employees and coming back with some feedback for the leaders, or that's a guess?
Yeah, so there's multiple different mechanisms here. Some of it is, let me stop showing my screen here. So some of it is based on assessments, so our own IP leadership assessments in terms of how the leader is actually showing up. So some of that would be coming in from employees, some of that from other leaders, some of that from their own leader perhaps, to pinpoint areas to work on. Some of that could also be these perpetual performance cycles within the organization. So it could be, translating or rethinking the old performance appraisal or performance review process that you have, breaking that up into smaller pieces so that you're doing a piece of it now and a piece of it 3 months from now and a piece of it. So that's really kind of a continuous cycle. So some of it is our own stuff, some of it might be coming from the organization, and some of it might be simply things that the organization has implemented in terms of training that they want the leader to practice. So they already have this precision point that they know that they want people to practice. Some of it's like that. So these different components, it kind of depends how the organization is wanting to leverage the technology and how they want to use it, all based in this precision. Then how are you showing up in those situations? And then how will you practice with the leader driving that process rather than it being imposed on them as it is now.
Very cool. Jasmine, it's really, it's an impressive team that you've built there. And it sounds like the IP side of things is really exciting. The question that I have, we're always looking at scalability. I'm just curious about, the scalability of this product. Would you be able to facilitate this process with, 10 companies tomorrow type of thing? Or is it sort of, do you have to build more into the product before you're able to really scale?
Yeah, we're at the point where we have some of these components that are built and we need to build more in order to really scale. The next step for us is more of an enterprise validation, as I've got on that last slide. It's more of an enterprise validation level that we're looking at next. Then we need to build out, we have some V1 built out, but we need that to be more mature in order to really scale up.
Okay, well, that's great. There's another question in the chat there for you as well. I'll point you to if you want to handle that. And Brennan, I'll pass it over to you to introduce our next presenter here. Thank you so much, Jasmine.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. And the next up is Board Checkup. It's a self-assessment software service, and we've got Yvonne coming to tell us all about that. Do we have Yvonne on the call? We see the deck.
Oh, hi there. I'm Yvonne Kafik. Thank you very much. I'm founder and president of Board Checkup, a self-assessment services company located in Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm also a social scientist, and for most of my career, I've studied a growing number of corporate governance challenges in both the for-profit and not-for-profit sectors. In studying these cases, it turns out that most of it boils down to the board not recognizing or recognizing too late the issues before the corporation, or the board itself was challenged within the governance function. This problem amounts to trillions of dollars in lost corporate value, billions of dollars in lost philanthropy, and a loss of public trust and donor confidence in private corporations. This problem is complex, and it's not unlike love, where we enter into a relationship or we join a board without any technical idea of what we're doing. And then when it doesn't work out, we're left wondering what happened. We've developed a software intervention and a theory about the problem that shows that significantly improves it. And the software itself helps surface these issues or these challenges in governance, helps boards talk about them and make intentional changes to improve it. I draw a quote from Steve Jobs, who often spoke about love and said, "Don't settle." But don't listen to me. Let's listen to one of our users.
Efficient, we communicate better, we get more work done. What's done between board meetings and during board meetings is a lot more than we previously would have been achieving. I think when you can have that conversation of seeing we didn't get a great score on X on how we run a meeting, that being able to have that conversation and people voicing how they feel does leave you, things can improve. You take steps to make it better, and that it's everyone involved in the board can give their input on that. It's not the chair going, I know how to make everything better and I'm going to unilaterally make this decision. It's a conversation, and it's a great starting point to say, okay, we haven't done very well here. What steps can we take to improve it?
With thousands of users in over 80 countries, we are ready. We've proven we have product market fit in the not-for-profit sector and proof of concept, and we're ready to scale. We've transformed our software intervention into a SaaS business model with a free trial and a regular subscription. And we are ready to scale at the premium level. With a 2.5 million serviceable obtainable market in the not-for-profit sector alone and $1 billion industry, we're seeking $200,000 in investment to grow our business and leverage our software in other sectors, boards, and governance contexts. We think investment in our company is a good governance decision. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you so much, Yvonne. I have to say it was a really compelling presentation. Always appreciate getting to hear from actual users and customers of the product. I think that was a cool sort of addition to the presentation. The first question that I have for you is, the product itself. Can you walk me through a little bit about how a company gets onboarded, how their board is brought into the platform, and some of the features that really enable the outcomes that you were presenting on today?
Sure. It's a self-assessment software application. So it's designed, it's on demand, and it's designed with the what empirical research shows are the most effective assessment practices built into the application. So the process itself has been developed with those best practices in mind. We aren't involved. And so for 10 years, we weren't involved with it. Boards self-assess, they do it themselves, and we've studied the changes. So it's step by step, and it really is filling that gap in technical capacity so that boards are able to understand what is involved with governance, talk about it, so surface it, it's safe, it's confidential, it's only within that board. And that's part of the theory of change, is that boards won't change if it isn't. And all of our customer impact, we hear that from boards all the time, that it's so safe that they're able to have a professional conversation and make intentional changes. So it's at scale, we're not involved. We do we do know that boards are able to do it, and we're seeing leadership, not only board effectiveness and governance effectiveness, but we're seeing leadership develop on these boards, which hasn't happened. And as our Niv said in that quote, it's not just her as chair saying we need to do it. Everyone is involved, and more leadership is then afforded on that board and then contributed to that corporation.
That's Yvonne, it's an interesting product. I have a lot of board experience, and I know that the variability of how different board members can be is immense. And so anything that can set the level of expectations is pretty exciting. You mentioned that it's a nonprofit sort of vertical that you've attacked first. What's specific to that, and how hard would it be for you to branch out to other areas and other companies' boards, particularly in maybe the software as a service space?
Yeah, well, it's completely developed for other sectors, and so just some of the items might change depending, because the governance context is different and the roles and responsibilities of those boards might shift, but the actual software application itself it's able to adapt to those contexts. But in the not-for-profit sector is its own unique animal, because if there are 10 people on a board, there's 10 different ideas of what that board is governing. Whereas in the for-profit world, everyone knows what you're doing around that table.
You'd like to believe that.
Yeah, you would. But you see, that's where our research actually can surface what those issues are on a global scale. And what we're seeing from the not-for-profit application is that the issues that challenge boards in Regina are the same as the issues that challenge boards in Europe, in the developing world, where you have people sitting around a table, you have the similar problems. So.
Yeah. Could I have a follow-up question? Can I frame it in a bit of a different way? What size are you? Does it work equally for a 4-person or a 5-person startup all the way up to a public company, which has much different requirements and committees?
Yeah, sure. We've had billion-dollar organization boards use our tool. Most of our users have budgets over $1 million, 10 million, and so there's diversity there, but the issues are the same regardless of what your budget size is. It's just that you have more accountability. You have more demands on the governance function the larger you get. So that's why we tend to have boards from organizations that are larger than, we don't have that many small not-for-profits, because they're probably too small to even think they need to do it.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Yvonne. We really appreciate you being here to present today. And it sounds like Brandon's got a couple questions for you, so it might be one to add to the CRM pipeline and follow up on.
Thank you.
Awesome. Brendan, we're flying through these companies right now. I maybe came out of the gate a little too heavy-handed on the timer, so
you're the timer. I'm just fun.
Well, I'm gonna use the time that we've saved as a bit of a shameless plug for Co.Labs and some of the programming that we offer. There's some amazing entrepreneurs here. One of the programs that Co.Labs runs twice per year is our co-launch program. It is a 12-week sort of pre-accelerator program where we put companies through the paces of what it takes to build and start a tech company. Applications for co-launch officially closed yesterday, but I will drop my email in the chat. We're always open to sort of sneaking in some last minute applications. If there's anybody here that is interested, has an idea for a tech company and wants to get it off the ground, like I said, we would love to work with you, and we are all about feeding the next generation of SaaS tech companies. So that's my shameless plug for the co-launch program. Like I said, I'll reopen the applications if there's anybody here that wants to sort of sneak in last minute. Now, back on script we go. Next up, we are flipping from, so I was board Checkup, thanks Yvonne. We've got next up Weave Risk Solutions, and Thomas Webb is going to be presenting. So Thomas, if you want to join us on our virtual stage here, we can get you queued up to go.
All right, can you see and or hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. I've got no slides today. I'm just going to go straight at you. So ready? Okay, I'm Thomas Webb. I'm the founder and CEO of Weave Risk Solutions. Weave's goal is simply to build a better safety net for everyday life. Over my career in traditional insurance, I've seen some pretty major gaps in customer experience and in transparency. Weave is aiming at nothing less than rebuilding the insurance experience, starting with trust and fairness. Why is it when things break and go wrong, we always have to dig into our wallet? Shouldn't there be a way for people like me and you who just want to be resilient and self-sufficient to make our own choices about risk? Why is it so much easier for a big company to hedge its risk exposures than it is for a normal person? For those who've been following the journey so far, including through the Cultivator Start program, you'll have heard a lot about the first consumer product we're building, which is a digital insurance solution for home and appliance repair expenses. The idea is to build a proactive alternative to using credit cards and payday loans to deal with unexpected costs. These costs are hitting the average homeowner for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year. And there has to be a way to make that cost fair and predictable. But today, I actually want to paint a bigger picture that this fits into, the venture scale vision for Weave. which is to build an exchange where risk exposures can be bought and sold without brokers and insurance companies taking a cut and probably clutching their pearls every time somebody wants to make a claim. So if you only take one thing away from this pitch, I want you to realize that I'm trying to build the wealth simple of insurance. Today, that doesn't exist, at least not for personal lines. Where we're at in the build is working on an alpha version of the consumer-facing experience. There is no marketplace without consumers, and right now there's a void where a new product could be introduced. With all of that said, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, including with specialty reinsurance partners and other advisors. So that's kind of where we're at in the build. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I'm also working in partnership with another great Saskatchewan startup, which so today, as I wrap up, I'm here to build connections and meet like-minded people. And I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot of you in person at the Regina Happy Hour this evening. So hit me with your questions. Please connect with me on LinkedIn. And once again, I'm Thomas Webb. My company is Weave, and you can find us at weaveprotect.ca. Thanks.
Hey, Thomas, so that's an interesting idea. You said to use sort of, you're going to bring sort of the way that you buy it is going to provide the insurance. Is that what I think I heard? So instead of using a credit card, I might buy something like in a firm, that buys a Peloton, and you're going to weave in some kind of insurance into that. So if it breaks, that I'm covered.
That's definitely part of it, Brendan. I mean, there's an application for embedded insurance at the point of sale. That's an important distribution channel. But also it's another important milestone in people's lives is when you buy a new house. You don't necessarily know what you're getting into in terms of the furnace, the electrical panel, that sort of stuff. So that's the initial solution, but I can see us getting into almost like extended warranty without some of the negative connotations that come with that. And one of the ways you can do that is by really cutting into the distribution costs, cutting into the operational expenses. And if we can build the exchange model, then the cost of capital comes down quite a bit as well. So that's how you make a better customer experience while getting more efficient. Does that make sense?
Brennan?
Nope, go ahead.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, great presentation. I think the question, real quick, what was that startup that you're working with? I know they're recording.
Helply, yeah, out of Saskatoon, yeah.
Okay, and so maybe explain to me a little bit about those strategic partnerships that you're forming. Are there other insurance providers that are coming into the fold, and how do you work with those other companies?
Yeah, so I don't know how familiar you are with the insurance industry as a whole, but reinsurance is a pretty active thing, which is where insurance companies basically buy and sell coverages from other carriers. There's a whole range of specialty reinsurers out there. A lot of them are looking for distribution and product. So what I'm doing is working with some contacts I've made over my 15 years in the industry to basically source the risk capital and the capacity initially. But the big picture, that's step one. The bigger picture is to move towards almost a crowdsourced, collateralized marketplace for insurance coverage.
Hey, Thomas, what stage are you at? Are you pre-revenue, post-revenue, and are you comfortable sharing sort of the kind of number of customers and revenue scale you're at?
Right now it's pre-revenue. It's actually pre-product as well. I just started earlier this year. So that's where eHelply comes in, is to help us develop that initial value proposition, get customers on the platform, get them talking about our offering. And then that's going to help us bridge over to it's a chicken and egg problem. Do you have customers or do you have capacity? You need one to have the other. And so we're trying to cut through that by building a consumer-facing needs assessment that will, I mean, it's not an education tool so much as a help us understand what your needs are.
Thank you.
But the idea is to have that out in market before the end of this year and move towards revenue by the midpoint to the end of next year.
Nice. So just in follow-up to that, Thomas, is there, an ask from the community here? What can we do to kind of help you get to that next stage? And, maybe what are some of your biggest challenges in the next couple months?
Fantastic. I mean, the biggest thing we can do is, as a community, when there's opportunities, find examples where we can fit in. So if somebody's working on a product and they're looking for an embedded risk solution, reach out to me. I'm happy to make connections. It's not too it's not too late. I'm not too invested to help pivot. And at the same time, I'm looking for partners, for people who have ideas, and of course investment, though at this point it's self-funded, and I want to get that prototype built before I really go to market. But I'll be looking for probably 100,000 to 200,000 of pre-seed or venture angel funding to get that first group of customers onboarded.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, looking forward to that. I know there's a question in the chat there that I'll sort of turn your attention to maybe respond to, but Brendan, I'll flip it over to you to introduce our next company here.
Absolutely. So yeah, thanks a lot for that, Thomas and Weave. And now we're on to 5656 eStore. Adamola, are you ready to go? And I hope I've pronounced things right, and I apologize if I didn't. Do we have you?
Yeah, you have me. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Okay, I want to share my screen now. Yep. Sorry. So it's my first time, so please. Many things open. Wow, this is disturbing. Okay, my name is Ademola. 5656 is basically our management. We are new, we're still in formation. We're just going through our incorporation documents. We're yet to get our tax number. So we're still behind some of the people here. But basically, that template, what we're trying to do, solve a problem. And it's a life problem. I'm like 2 years old in Canada. And when I came in, I realized that migrants have a problem once down to Canada in a legalized way. So 2 weeks after I came in, I solved the problem using WhatsApp. So I created a WhatsApp group. It's basically a peer-to-peer group where people who are legitimately in Canada are able to exchange their money for the local currency back home. And basically that's what we've done. We've done it for 2.5 years since I came in there about, and it's no longer an idea issue. It's how to transform it from being peer-to-peer, which is mobile, into an automated system. And this is what this is all about. I'm going to show you something else about 2 other things. Where we are as of today, this is what, you can see this is a group today. Can you see this screen? The WhatsApp group. This is a group activity of what has happened today in terms of people who are supposed to be in Canada. Well, they all have Canadian presence, because what we've done is everybody in our group must have a Canadian identity and you must stick to the Canadian laws. So we have 3 different groups already. All of them are full. This is as of 11 o'clock this morning. So we already have people that use our platforms. So where we're going now is where we're now building our own platform, which is this. And basically on this platform, we are doing the same thing, but we're not automating it. Here, anybody coming on our platform must create a profile. You have your transaction history, you have your account details, you have your details from back home. So this is what we built. This is the user end. This other part is the admin end, where the admin we're still building transaction reports, KYC reports, verification, and has been done, users by country, users by systems, users by province in Canada. This is what we built using our own funding so far. And I have a challenge, and I need someone to help me out. I've been trying to understand the payment processor system in Canada, and my team and I are not, we are getting frustrated. So we need help in this regards, because what we are trying to build is regulatory compliant. We won't survive unless we get all our licenses sorted out. But we're trying to get a payment processor to understanding what we're trying to do. It's a pure peer-to-peer system. So we need help in this regards. We need help with infrastructure, because we've gone this far. Customer service issues, trade issues. This is just the admin end. And this is the web version. We're still going to build the app versions with the iOS and the Android version. So this is all I've done so far. So I don't know whether the question.
Thanks, Adamola. Yeah, there was an issue with the screen share there. So I was messaging with Tim from Startup TNT, and it looks like we might, I'm happy to get you to pull up those dashboards, as we kind of get into some of the questions here. It was sort of stuck on the presentation. We couldn't see any of the screenshots of the actual product. And then maybe that would be.
Should I go back and to the.
Sure, if you want to pull it up. Yeah, if you want to pull it up real quick. I know we.
This one. This is the idea template. It tells about the problem, the solution.
Yeah, we saw that. Yep, we saw that. Yep. If you have the WhatsApp group, some of those metrics, maybe we can use that to guide the conversation.
Okay. Then the WhatsApp group.
I don't think the rest of us are seeing anything.
Can you see this part? Can you see this WhatsApp group?
You're gonna have to share again really quick.
Okay, sorry. Share. Okay, I think, sorry, I think this is it. Can you see the WhatsApp group now?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's great. So first question, I know you asked about, the
this sort of. Okay.
Yeah, so around the licensing and sort of building out this product, when you say it's peer-to-peer, is the main problem you're looking to address with this solution to actually just be sending Canadian dollars over to, I think you said your home countries, and being able to facilitate that transaction in a way that's legal and above board? That's the main problem here?
No, the way it is, let me explain. There is no currency living in any country. What mirroring transactions in both places? It could be Nigeria, it could be Canada and the US. Basically, what you're doing is, in case like Team, right? If Team needs some funds and Thomas has some funds and two different countries, what you're doing is basically you're mirroring the transaction. The currency is not moving across board, it's not moving across any currency. So we are still operating in the regulatory system of each country. Because anywhere we go, we must be licensed. So we have licensed in Canada, and we get a license in our own country, which we've already gotten. So we're just mirroring transactions. There's nothing going across board. It's not going across there's no international transfer here. So for you to be on our platform, you must follow the laws of the land. So we're just mirroring transactions. There's no currency going across anything. And we're trying to explain this to the payment processors, and they don't understand. Because let's say Tim has dollars and he has Canadian dollars, he has US dollars, right? He needs US dollars. And Thomas has US dollars. We're not transferring across board. I just moved bank to Thomas's bank. So it is doing it on WhatsApp. It's not trying to automate it. And we're getting problems and asking us whether we're doing is illegal or legal. Everything is still going through the financial system. What we're even trying to do now is even to document it and make it automated and report it to the regulators within Canada, because the way it is done now, documented, nobody knows about it.
Got it.
Good. Yeah, it sounds like there's there's a possibility of folks not doing what they say they're going to do. So it's a very trust-intensive system at this point. And are you trying to make it so that it takes that out of the equation, that the transfers are trusted?
There's no trust issue. For 2 years, we've not had any failed transaction. What has happened is sometimes like a team does his transfer to you, to Thomas, for example, and Thomas waits for 2 hours before he does his own because Thomas is at work. So you can have delays in the system. So what we're trying to do now is once Thomas team does his own, it's like if you go to the dashboard, can you see this dashboard? If you go to the dashboard, once you click, it goes. It's a simple system. You create your offer, it goes on the dashboard. So once someone clicks it, it goes.
You're maintaining bank accounts in all these different countries and facilitating the transfers.
Yes, we're maintaining the bank account. Anybody on our platform we can only transfer to your own bank account. That means your identity with Husbandry is the same identity with the bank where you are.
Right.
You can't transfer the money to a third-party account. We don't allow it.
Well, Adamola, it's great that we can put you on the stage here, and I think you're in front of the right audience to be able to try and get some support as you continue to build out and solve this problem that is clearly hits close to home. It's we always encouraged by entrepreneurs that are solving their own problems, and want to just continue to wish you all the best as you continue to build that out. And like I said, I'll point you to the chat if there's any questions that come up from the group here. But thank you so much for presenting today.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Next up, we have a Co.Labs company. I'm excited to get the opportunity to introduce Melanie Morrison from BetterCart Technologies. So Melanie, if you can join us on the virtual stage, let us know what you got going on at BetterCart these days.
Sure, I will. Okay, that's great. I'm just going to share my screen.
Screen share is live, but that view you got is pretty sweet too, honestly.
I know, pretty nice. So, hi everyone, greetings from the West Coast and from what is pretty much almost the last stop before Desolation Sound. So I'm going with what Gordon Gekko says, and money never sleeps. So we're bringing it hot to you today from that destination. My name is Melanie Morrison, and I'm the founder and CEO of a big data company called BetterCart Technologies. BetterCart helps grocery retailers and food and beverage companies across North America acquire advanced grocery price analytics and then use this competitive intelligence to increase their profit margins, customer loyalties, and market share. I'm really happy to have the opportunity to introduce my company to you today and tell you more about the problems we are solving and how BetterCart Technologies is going about this. Okay.
It says you're at the end, so I think you better go.
No, because we're at the end. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Yes, it's a well-known fact that grocery stores have put their prices online. There are thousands of stores, millions of items, and all of this data is sitting there waiting to be mined. The problem is that grocery pricing is really hard and mistakes cost billions. At BetterCart, we understand what grocery retailers and their pricing teams have to deal with. Thousands of products that are virtually impossible to manage with traditional technologies and daily threats from rivals. When taken together, these challenges lead to lost margins and market share. For food and beverage producers on the other side of your screen, they have to get their pricing right when their products compete against similar ones on retail shelves. Yet we know that over 70% of food and beverage companies do not have access to competitive pricing intelligence and don't have the data they need to make store-level decisions. Any mistakes here consistently decrease revenue and lead to removal of these companies' products from retailers' shelves. So we'd like to introduce you to the solution, BetterCart Price Analytics, the advanced ML AI-powered platform that facilitates superior pricing for retailers and producers by curating all real-time and historical pricing for every grocery SKU, revealing competitors' current pricing moves and threats in real time, and optimizing the strategic decisions companies need to augment their profit margins and market share. So let me tell you a little bit about how BetterCart works. We use our proprietary technology to gather all pricing data available online. Currently, we have over 425 million products in our database, and we do updates weekly and bring in 22 million product pricing records. So our big data store there on the left continuously increases in size. Our parsing technology then ignites our ML AI powered product matching engine that then algorithmically matches thousands of like-for-like products. These algorithms then help surface BetterCart Price Analytics on the BetterCart Price Analytics dashboard. We have developed a series of disruptive technologies ranging from our grocery parsers through to our info visualizations. And we have our demonstration videos ready for retailers and for producers. Note at the bottom that Walmart is not always the cheapest price every time. We are solving a complex problem in the $1 trillion North American grocery market, where price analytics and competitive intelligence can deliver tens to hundreds of billions of dollars worth of value. We see ourselves as technologically differentiated, and with our focus right now on grocery, perceive BetterCart Analytics as having a number of competitive advantages. We are revenue generating and use a SaaS model. Our pricing ranges from $149 to $1,999 per month, and we have different packages for large enterprise customers. Finally, behind all of this magic is the incredible BetterCart team. There are 8 of us now, all hard at work, along with our 3 advisors who have deep expertise in the grocery industry, ML AI, business development, and operations. Thank you very much from BetterCart. It was a pleasure speaking here today. Thanks.
Well, that's pretty awesome. We know how hard it is to collect data online. So great, yeah. And matching and lining it up. So in terms of sales, is this an enterprise play, or are you selling that data to smaller retail stores?
Well, yes. I mean, it's a little bit of both, Brendan, at this point in time, because we are just new to the revenue generation phase of the company. So we are looking at, yes, we know we can fit the bill for small and medium enterprises, something that they don't often have access to, because a lot of this technology, if it exists, would cost a lot of money for them to jump into that game. And then we're reserving our longer plays, if you will. We know enterprise sales at a larger level takes a bit of time. So we're keeping that very much wide open. And we've, so far we've been in some very big rooms with some of the grocery giants in the country so far.
And again, are you selling this data, I guess, to the grocery giants? But I would imagine that the brands that are setting their retails and wholesales would be just as interested in how they're being represented online and in the store.
Yes, that's exactly right. So we're looking at the producers as well, so the manufacturers in there, and are actively speaking to various corporations on that side as well. So we, without sounding like we're spread everywhere, just trying to stay focused on making these sales and making these contacts, getting in the room and closing deals.
Fantastic.
That's great, Melanie. Good, lots of love in the chat too. Money never sleeps. Love the hustle. Just a real quick question on the pricing. What was the decision to go with 8 pricing models, and do you see a simplified pricing model in your future?
Yes, well, what we've done right now is to help us conceptualize our model a bit better and be clear about it. We've laid this out by virtue of the number of products that a company might want to be monitoring and have monitored for them. And we've just revved it up that way, knowing full well that we want reserve space and opportunity for closing larger enterprise deals, where we can reserve a bit of the contract space for innovation and providing them with more of a curated custom experience from BetterCart Analytics.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Melanie. Hope you enjoy the rest of your trip. Travel safe. Yeah. We'll see you back in Saskatoon soon enough.
Awesome. Okay, good to see everyone. Take care. Thanks for your time.
That was great. That was great, and thanks for doing that on a holiday. And
hey, no problem.
I guess next up we've got our friends over at Seven Shifts, who we know well, or I know well. Johannes, you're next.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me. Give me 1 second to share my screen here. That looks like it's the right window. Everyone can see my screen.
Coming through.
Fantastic. Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I know this is a wonderful celebration of the ecosystem. So my name is Johannes Lindenbaum. I'm one of the directors of engineering at Seven Shifts, as well as one of the original co-founders. And I'm here to talk to you about scheduling. So Seven Shifts is a North America focused scheduling platform that to date has scheduled over 225 million shifts for employees in the service industry. Our mission is to simplify labor management and improve performance for restaurants across the globe. The primary problem that we are trying to solve that we've identified is labor as a whole. We know that managers are spending way too much manual time trying to schedule their employees. The biggest player in this market is still Excel. So pen and paper are a huge pain for our managers. In addition to that, as if COVID wasn't enough for our operators, they struggle with hiring and turnover and overall staff engagement, which we believe costs the industry over $100 billion in lost revenue. We know it costs about $3,500 when people leave a restaurant to get retrained. So these are all things that we want to solve. The solution that we have brought forward for this is mobile apps and web apps that allow managers to control their labor costs, engage their teams better, and provide employees with much needed flexibility around their schedule, communication, and availability. So to date, we have over 1 billion hours of shifts scheduled, and the shifts that have been worked in our system amount to about $13 billion in wages for employees. Here's a very rough timeline of what we've completed. So Jordan was our sole founder in July 2013. We've done a bunch of different raises and opened different offices throughout. Most recently, we came out of our wonderful COVID cloud with a $21.5 million Series B led by Enlighten Hospitality Investments. If that name sounds familiar, it is owned by Danny Myers, who is the co-founder of Shake Shack. So we're really, really proud and privileged to be able to work with someone like Danny Myers, who's such a leading figure in the restaurant space. What have we been doing this year, and what do we want to focus on for the next little while? We want to double down on what we call the employee life cycle. So we think that we want to create software products that exist across this entire span of hiring, training, scheduling, payment, and retention. We want to have functionality that exists for our customers and all of those things. We're working quite aggressively towards making that happen. In the meantime, as we're kind of deepening our employee life cycle, we know that we want to be the one true restaurant platform. We have an entire portion of the engineering team dedicated towards technical leadership and providing really strong platforms for partners as well as for customers. And eventually we want to open up the job network. How do we become the monster focused on restaurants? We really, really want to double down on that as well. So how do we accomplish all of this? We do this with close to 180 dedicated team members across the globe. We have an engineering department of about 80 people. We have managed to maintain our best workplace in Canada status, and we do treat our employees with the utmost respect, which allows us to maintain 4.5 stars on Glassdoor as we go through this. We hire and fire and live and breathe by our core values. So our acronym for these are BEAMS. We reward people based off these. We do discipline people based off this. We do believe that core values and everyone rowing in the same direction is one of the key tenets for us to be able to grow this company. And finally, the reason why I'm here, obviously, is we are always hiring. So we run a pretty typical LEM stack for the developers that are here of you. Our team structure is not super unique, but we do have very dedicated product design, product marketing, data analyst team structures that oversee a squad of developers. Our development teams are very focused on individual business units. So they stick with one thing, they become experts in that and kind of grow the features as they exist. We're doubling down on remote. We see COVID as a fantastic opportunity for us to acquire more diverse talent across all of Canada, as well as in the US. So we offer the opportunity to go 100% remote. You can go hybrid remote if you want to spend a couple of days in the office, as well as being full-time in the office. We adjusted a lot of our processes for COVID over the last 18 months, and we've seen nothing but positive feedback from our employees to do that. So we're really excited to double down. Open roles across all departments, not just engineering at this point. We do have over 25 different roles that we are actively hiring for. So if you can think of anyone that would be a fantastic fit for us or is looking for an interesting new challenge in a scaling company, definitely feel free to reach out to me. And I would be happy to answer any questions about 7 Shifts. Thank you so much for having me.
Wow, that was like a pitch clinic, Johannes. Thank you. Such a great Saskatchewan story. Some crazy numbers up there in terms of the number of shifts scheduled and the money run through the platform. It's incredible. Such a great Saskatchewan startup story. One question in the chat from Jesse. What is it about being HQ in Saskatoon? That's so great.
It was really interesting when we went through our incubator in California and we got our first kind of seed money and we came back. Everyone called us absolutely crazy. Why would you want to leave like San Francisco, this like tech ecosystem of the world, to go build something in Saskatchewan? Where? So we were actually really, really excited because we had this dedication that we wanted to build something great in the province. There's other companies that have proven, Vendasta's here, there's other companies that have proven that this is possible and you can grow a large company here in the city. So I think that's something that really excites us. We have a growing ecosystem. We have really dedicated people. We have a low cost of living. There's a lot of pros for building a business, a tech business in Saskatchewan right now. So yeah, there's a lot of things to excite us to stay here.
Johannes, congratulations. I remember quite well when Jordan was working at Vendasta when he left in 2013. But so I remember quite well. But talk to me about, you said fully remote, and we're seeing that a whole sort of spectrum of folks that want to do both. And obviously there's going to be remote first and office first jobs. Are you still having office first jobs? The way we're seeing is like 20% of the people want to come back full time, 50% from our survey want to come back, but with more flexibility, and 30% want to work fully remote first. How are you thinking about that?
That's interesting, because those numbers line up pretty closely to what we've surveyed internally as well. So far, we have very few positions that we've highlighted as a requirement for in-office. I think the split that we're thinking about, especially on the engineering side, is if you are freshly out of school, if you're a junior developer, an intern, something like that, we do have a strong preference towards those positions being in office. There's a lot to be said around in-person mentorship, training, guidance that's really, really important. Whereas people that are more seasoned in the industry, like 10 plus years, senior developers, stuff like that, there's a lot more flexibility for those positions to be remote because they've been in industry, they have the discipline, we trust them to just like, here's a project, go and come back. So that's mostly the way that we're thinking about it, is that seniority has a lot more flexibility, whereas we know that fresh industry entrants need a lot more guidance and coaching and help. So
we're seeing the same thing. Very interesting subject. I'm sure we could spend a whole hour on it. Looking forward to maybe here with you tonight and talking about that. So I guess we're coming up on time, so I'm going to pass it back over to Matt or Jesse. And thanks for taking the time. And what a great group of folks here today. We're excited about everyone we saw. I'd like to thank all the teams for presenting, and you did a great job.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brendan. It was an honor to co-host beside you. Quick shout out to the after party that's going down tonight. There's one in Regina. There's one in Saskatoon. Up in Saskatoon, we're at Innovation Place over at Boffin's. I heard Brendan's going to be putting some money down on some shots. I don't know. It might get crazy. Who knows how it's going to unfold. But we've got our friends over at Innovation Place and Foresight Clean Tech Accelerator who are up next for the next block of pitches. So everybody, thanks so much.
Awesome. Well, have fun. That's a tough act to follow, but man, Saskatchewan is blessed with a number of really exciting clean tech startups. People, climate change is the thing, and of course we're all feeling it here. I'm coming to you from Alberta, where I was the executive director of the Alberta Clean Tech Industry Alliance, and now have the privilege of leading investment access to capital for Foresight Clean Tech Accelerator. I'll just share a couple slides and share my screen. But it's really great to be here with Ariel from Innovation Place, and really great to be part of this. So thank you for everybody who made the time today to be part of this and to join us today. What a great celebration of the Saskatchewan startup community. As an Albertan, I know we fight over football, but we work a lot together on growing and building great companies. And so with that, maybe I'll just say first off, can you guys see my slides? Yeah, good stuff. So Foresight is Canada's leading clean tech accelerator. We work with about 100 companies a year currently running cohorts that cross Canada, and I think our impact speaks for itself in terms of the ventures that have come through our doors, the capital, the growth that they've achieved, the jobs that they're creating, and of course the impact in terms of emissions reduction and water saved and food grown, and really the benefits to Canada. There's a number of different ways to engage with Foresight, including our community of innovators, and I'll drop a link in the chat. You can check out our different programs, but that's free. Anybody can join. Anybody who's interested in clean tech or broadly in innovation and how that's being used to address climate and other environmental challenges in Canada. But Canada's got a great story to tell, and we're really privileged to be part of that. But really what our flagship is our accelerator programs targeting ventures that are at TRL 3 to 6. And we support them through a number of programs. I would say one of the greatest values that we offer, though, is our network of about 90 executives and residents from across Canada, a lot of them very experienced, and they have a lot to offer to entrepreneurs like yourselves in building your companies. Our accelerator programs cover, getting your business together, Kickstart, which is for earlier stage ventures. Really, if you're thinking about kicking off a company, this is the sort of gateway drug. Launch and Deliver, focused on the CEO and CTO respectively. And I think Deliver is unique in that it focuses, and this is obviously for clean tech a big deal, focuses on fast tracking through the technology validation stages so that you get to a commercial product more quickly and more thoughtfully with the support from experienced technology executives who can help you figure that stuff out. And then our Grow program is for companies that are scaling and building out, either supply chains or markets in the U.S. and in other countries. I'll just speak to two accelerator cohorts that we're just launching in the fall, and of course applications. The admission window is open for these as well. Water Next, focused on water tech ventures, and Energy Next, focused on oil and gas and transition technology ventures. So this would be things like hydrogen, methane abatement, pipeline monitoring, reclamation, and so on. So if you're in either of those, please apply. It says the 20th. I'll let you know on a hint. We're going to extend the deadline tomorrow by a week, but everybody needs a good deadline. So I would encourage you to apply today. It's really a privilege to be here. I had the good fortune of doing this morning in Alberta, and obviously looking forward to the after party. But most importantly, really great to be here to provide this opportunity to showcase the great ventures in this community. So thanks, and with that, let me pass it off. I'll stop sharing and pass it off to Ariel. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name's Ariel. I'm here with Innovation Place. Super honored to be a part of this. Thank you so much for inviting me to co-host. It's been great working with Startup TNT. So we hope everyone here is having a great time. Innovation Place, we're a tech and research park. We have space in Saskatoon and Regina, both attached to universities in each city. We're built on innovation, collaboration, and entrepreneurship, and we're here to help grow the tech sector and fill the gaps in our local ecosystems. We offer flexibility when it comes to helping startup companies like yours, as well as early stage companies. To date, we've housed over 165 startups right here in Saskatchewan. We've got over 1.8 million square feet of space for you to start and grow your company, including office, but also specialty spaces like greenhouse, growth chambers, and laboratory space. We also offer a range of programming from talent acquisition to finances to marketing and beyond. We've also got many partnerships to help us help you, including up to $310,000 in credits and discounts to business services like Amazon, Google Cloud, and IBM. So sign up to the scene, stay in the know what's going on here at Innovation Place at innovationplace.com. And I hope to see you guys around at some of our events. And especially tonight at the after party, it's going to be here at Boffin's. So it's going to be super fun. Back
Ariel,
to
I wish I could be there. Hey, Hey, so the way we're going to do this, pretty relaxed. We've got the benefit of a really great lineup of entrepreneurs who'll be sharing their ventures with you. I guess I'll be opening it up in one moment for Sohail with Teal Electrification Systems. So you'll have 3 minutes to pitch, 3 minutes for Q&A. We'll give you a 30-second warning if you're going a bit over time and that starts to run against our schedule. We don't want anybody not to have a chance to pitch. I'll be leading off with Sohail, and then Ariel will introduce Brent from Kirby. I think we're ready to go. Sohail, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, that's great. We'll give you a sec to figure out how to share your screen. And away we go. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm ready to go anytime you are.
Let's have it.
Okay. Well,
and I'll just remind everybody who's watching, feel free to drop questions in the chat.
Well, absolutely. Well, Teal is here to offer electric vehicles for fleet and cold climates in a very affordable way. And our mission is to provide something that outperforms current diesel solutions out there. Diesels, they're actually not economical, they're not clean, and they're not dependable enough anymore. And what we're offering is providing 80% less energy costs compared to diesel, zero emission, 60% less maintenance costs, and at the same price as a diesel to start with. And why our focus is on cold climates is because it remains a challenging market for mainstream products built by large players, and it allows more time for us to execute. And also the colder regions is where diesels they suffer the most. And why fleets is that they have a short payback period. Most of their costs will reduce by electrification, and they wouldn't suffer from the charging infrastructure shortages. At their chargers will be installed in their hubs, and they could charge overnight. Our business pillars is that we are at the right time to execute in the cold climate these electrics. We are affordable. We're customer experience is our main concern, and we also are in a less competitive and a less capital intensive market compared to the passenger EVs. Technical pillars, we have a proprietary thermal management system for batteries, proprietary vertical system integration, all done in-house. We're using passenger EV vehicles for reducing the production cost significantly when all designs are modular. And if it sounds like a magic too, you gotta look at the legacy production of diesel vehicles. They typically outsource engine, transmission, all the main technical components, and they build the cabin chassis. And the end product is really expensive because they're using solutions. What we're doing, we're basically building anything that's technical in-house and saving a lot on the development and keep the IP protected. And we outsource anything that's highly capital intensive. That gives us a very reasonable path to market and still an affordable product. All of our components, they mostly come from Japan, and we redesign them and re-engineer them in Canada and give them a new life. And that's how we save a lot on the initial cost. If you look at the class 5 to 7 trucks in US and Canada, the total addressable market is $209 billion. North of 40 latitude, that's considered the cold climate in delivery industry, is $92 billion SAM, and our market is around 5.9 billion. Competitors, there's a lot of big names out there. The most relevant one is a Canadian company called Lion Electric. Lion clearly mentions that they help with writing the grant to be able to sell their products. Our focus is to build something that directly can compete with diesel, so no grant needed for making the sale. We are having a seed round open. Early production happens in end of this year. Mid next year will be product release, and then followed by a Series A and scale up. A young and passionate team here, and hardworking. We have a round open now for $500,000. That's $5 million pre-money valuation open. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's just see if there are any questions in the chat. And if not, I will ask you a couple that I came up with. And Ariel, feel free to chime in. So scalability, it sounds like you're sourcing from Japan. How do you source? used components or
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you
Components.
ensure that you've got a supply chain that meets your scale up plan?
Yeah, if you look at, this slide here, you still can see my screen? Yeah, it's, from 2020 to 2040, there's going to be 258 times increase in the sales of electric vehicles. So already in Japan, there is abundance of, used parts major parts that they're being recycled. And we basically buy them for the price of the metal directly from Japan, and kind of re-engineer them and reuse them in our designs. But there will be a significant amount of kind of top-notch technology from the automotive world that could be reused in a clever way in a commercial application.
Cool. Okay. One more is, what's your special sauce in terms of how you keep the batteries working in a cold environment in this application?
Well, it's easier said than done, but the batteries, they have the enclosure and thermal management is working in a specific way that keeps the batteries highly insulated. And, basically overnight, from if you park the vehicle in -30, the battery pack temperature is going to drop around like 10 to 15 degrees. And that way we could always keep them warm. And also, the charger right now that we are integrating in our designs are connected to the battery pack. And as long as you have the vehicle connected to the charger, no matter for how long the vehicle sits, that battery pack always going to stay warm at a very little amount of energy. So it's quite a bit of thermal design has gone through that pack to make it kind of winterproof.
Very interesting. Very cool. Ariel, go for it.
Yeah. So Gil, thanks so much for your pitch today. I thought it was very interesting. I know that you're also working on this right here at Innovation Place. So Thank you for considering us.
Yeah, thanks.
Next up, we have Brent with Kirby. Do we have Brent on and ready to go? Hi, Brent.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'll do my best to share my screen here. We don't use Zoom a lot within Kirby. We're more of a Google Meets company, so bear with me while I figure this out.
Hey, and I'll just encourage Sohail, if you've got a minute, to respond to some of the other questions. But what a great presentation you did. Really compelling. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, well, thanks. Much appreciate that. Is there any other question I can answer? I don't see anything in the chat.
There was one from Tim you can respond to in the chat. Brent, I think we're ready for you.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Can you guys see my screen? Or did I do that incorrectly? Okay, just a moment here.
Should be just this share screen at the bottom there.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting some issues with my computer preferences, it looks like. Sorry about that. Oh, shoot.
Brent, if you want, you can email me your deck and I can share it for you.
Yeah, that works.
I'll just put my email in the chat to you. And maybe I'll read out Tim's question in the meantime. We have a couple minutes, which was, hey, do you have one of these working right now, Sohail? Because you could come and pick me up in Lloydminster and at least get me halfway there.
Well, I actually dropped a link in the chat that there's a couple of videos on one of our trucks being in action on the media part of the website. So
great, there you go. Thank you. Brent, did you get my email?
Yes, I sure did. I'm just sending it.
Thank you.
All part of the fun here with the Great Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon. I think we're all used to the technical issues dealing with Zoom and Google Meets and all the fun stuff. Over the last year, I think we've gotten pretty used to this. So
yeah, like we use Zoom quite often, but I don't ever present on there. So and I'm not on my laptop I'm traditionally on, and it just keeps on giving me some sort of errors. So hopefully you got that there, Jason.
Hasn't come through yet, but that's okay.
Cool.
You know what you could do is maybe we have you slotted in as starting at 216, right, Ariel? We're good. We can. We've got some space. Why don't you just start, and as soon as I get the deck in, I'll put it up.
Perfect. So my name is Brent Goodlow. I'm the co-founder, and I'm currently the Chief Operations Officer at Kirby. We created Kirby back in 2017. We saw a big problem in the car market, and the problem was that buying a car really sucked. It was a horrible experience. You can kind of look back 100 years ago in a newspaper, and the car industry is the one industry that hasn't changed. It's not a pleasant experience buying a car. It's not on your time. So the solution for us was to bring the whole sales process online and let the customer guide that sales process. So you do it on your time, at your house, at your speed. And we also need to use technology to create and automate a scalable dealership. So within Canada, the market is very fragmented. It's fragmented everywhere. We have a lot of traditional dealerships that use, they have expensive real estate, a lot of staff, and it's not a great model. So we're using technology to automate that whole process. So this might be a little bit easier. There we go. So we're past that one. We're past that one. Yeah. Next one. So this is where Kirby's at today. So it's a bit of an investment highlight and what we've accomplished. So we've launched our online sales platform back in 2017. We've seen, since we've launched, we've seen a very large attraction to this whole business model. We've seen Carvana in the States. Carvana's blown up. We've seen Vroom shift within Canada. There's Canada Drives. There's Clutch, and there's us. And it's a very large market, and there's a lot of room for players, similar to the food delivery market. So what we're doing isn't brand new, but we were the first to do it in Canada. Right now we're scaling up. We recently closed $7 million of new funding. We're using that new funding to expand across the prairies and expand our inventory up to approximately 220 vehicles. In the past 12 months, we've sold $5.3 million, and total capital raised today is $13.1 million. Next slide, please. So as I was just saying, we're in a very big booming market right now. It's similar to kind of what happened to the food delivery industry. Carvana, since its IPO, they're up 3,000%. Vroom and Shift have recently IPO'd. Next slide, please. So let's chat about Kirby's business model. So at the heart of Kirby, it's all automation of the dealership. On a large scale, the traditional dealership does not work. It works for approximately 100 cars a month out of a storefront. With Kirby, we want to sell thousands of cars per month. So with our algorithms, we automate the pricing of the vehicle. We look at the consumer behavior, what vehicles we should be stocking, which ones are moving in the market, forward-looking indicators for marketing. What the customer sees, the customer is able to go online to kirby.ca, see all of our vehicles, fully complete the purchase online, get financing online, and secure that vehicle. We deliver the vehicle to the customer. They get a 7-day test own period. That's the test own for is 7 days. You get to return the car, no questions asked. If it's just not completely right, because you are buying the car sight unseen. So we deliver the vehicle. You get 7 days to test it. If not, we unravel the sale. It's done. No sweat off our backs. Next slide, please. So the car market's been through a little bit of turmoil. In 2020, sales actually fell 15% in Canada. Kirby grew 75%. What we've seen is since COVID, people want to buy cars online. And this doesn't actually show our most recent months here, but COVID's been very kind to us, and it's been a strong driver of Kirby. But we've seen steady growth year over year. So next slide, please. So we're forecasting a total of 445 sales in 2021. We're actually going to revise that to be a little bit higher. but that is still a very small portion of the market. The used car market is huge. So in 2022, we fully plan to have Alberta online and Manitoba, and we're looking around 2,000 vehicles with revenues of 55 million. Next slide, please. Our most recent scale up. So far within Kirby, we've outsourced all of our reconditioning. In Alberta, we just launched our new reconditioning hub. So we have our own technicians, our own 360 photo booth, and that can approximately accommodate 300 vehicles per month out of Alberta. It also results in $1,000 reduction in cost of goods, which really, we need that boost in margins. So by the end of 2021, we will be, we're currently selling in all provinces, but we'll have sales hubs in all provinces. Next slide, please. This is our leadership team. Myself, Brent Goodlow. I've been in the automotive industry one way or another for a long time. Before Kirby, I had my own chemical company where we sold and manufactured additives for vehicles. My co-founder, Alex Kruder, he's a CFA. Paul Thompson from Skip the Dishes is our CTO. Sean Spence is our Chief Strategy Officer. And of course, Carlene James, she's our rockstar Director of Optimization. Next slide, please. And our advisory board. We have Mark Lopke from the Fun Motor Group, Ian Meyer, who runs an ag tech startup here in Saskatoon. Of course, Dan Smear from Skip. Blaine Kars, he's the CFO of a TSX listed company. And Doug Frondel, who's an expert in M&A. And next slide. And that's the end of my presentation today.
Fantastic work, Brent.
Yeah, thank you.
Great job. You had that all memorized, like Alex said in the chat. Sure sign of a pro. You got your full slide deck memorized. So great work. We do have a question here from Jerry with New Life. He read that a global chip shortage has caused shortage of vehicles or potentially will in the future. How has that impacted Kirby? Do you guys see any threats or opportunities?
There's opportunities. So the new car dealerships are currently out of inventory, which leaves us in the used car game. It has made finding inventory more difficult for us. We still are finding that inventory, but we found our margins have actually decreased slightly lately. So we're battling that right now. But all in all, it's been mostly beneficial for us. We have a great inventory sourcing team, and we've had to beef up that more than we thought, but we are getting that inventory. But we just have to look in all avenues, not just, we rely on auctions, we scour the private market. We really doubled down on our sell a car feature where somebody can go down to Kirby, enter in their information, and we send them an instant offer for their vehicle. And that's been a big help in expanding our inventory.
Fantastic. Great answer. The rules around acting as a used car dealer are reportedly designed to keep companies like yours out of the market. How are you navigating that for growth?
Yeah, so it's interesting. When we enter a new market, we are usually the first of our kind. So we do kind of get around that by finding a piece of property that's not costly, but does comply with regulations. And so far, we've been able to do that quite well in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. But we do see the regs changing. So for instance, in Saskatchewan, we were the first ever car dealership to have an exemption from having a storefront. We just lobbied the regulators and they finally gave in. So.
Awesome. We've got one more question here and it says, do you source oil field equipment vehicles in Saskatchewan, like picker trucks?
Yeah, actually it's not a big market for us, but we do have a big inventory acquisition team that we could do some special stuff like that. Yeah, it'd be on a friend-to-friend basis though.
All right, you guys heard it from Brent himself, friend-to-friend basis. So Brent, if you want to put your contact details in the chat. And if anyone else has any other questions for Brent, please stick around and please answer those in the chat, Brent.
Thank you.
Awesome.
And
well,
thanks for having me. I really did appreciate that.
What a great story. Kirby, man, that's a huge growth opportunity. Those are the kinds of friends you want to have. Right, Grant? Those are good. Next up is Thomas Conway from New Life. Tom, are you ready to go? Oh, sorry, it's Cherry. Cherry Christian is here for New Life. Sorry.
No worries. No worries at all.
Give you a sec to get that up.
Yeah, for sure. Fabulous. Here we come. Are you hearing a lot of reverb?
No, not bad.
Okay, I'm getting it. Well, so just as we get into this, I would like to just give a shout out to Foresight in that we just went through their launch and deliver program earlier this year. And I just want to say it's an absolutely excellent program. It is fabulous, and the mentors are even better. We're still working with them. So, all right. Here we go. Good day, I'm Jerry Christian, co-founder, New Life Green Tech. So low carbon and renewable fuels are in high demand globally due to clean fuel standards and environmental, social, and governance goals to reduce emissions. New Life's created and patented a transformative solution that diverts landfill waste and converts it into two advanced bioproducts, a low carbon intensity biocrude oil and a second generation oxygen reduction catalyst to address an industry's biggest challenge. We are seeking additional development partners as we commercialize and launch our catalyst. So the problem in making renewable fuels, a key step is removing impurities such as oxygen. Catalysts are used to speed up these reactions. And currently this process requires sulfur to be added and then removed, but this creates harmful H2S gas. So oxygen removal is a challenge for the renewable fuel industry. New Life's solution is a second generation non-sulfided sustainable catalyst that effectively removes renewable fuel's largest impurity, this oxygen. So New Life delivers more profit and emissions reduction. A lower cost, drop-in replacement reduces expenses and risks while improving environmental performance and safety, thus aligning with many ESG goals. So we're working directly with renewable fuel producers. This allows us to build their trust and learn their individual process in order to sell direct. Our lower cost allows us to sell at a discount and enjoy a strong margin. Catalysts are replaced every 2 to 4 years, creating reoccurring revenue. And we will contract third-party production to increase speed to market while reducing our capital required. So the question is, why did we go about and create a catalyst? Well, back in 2019, our team wasn't content with available solutions to remove oxygen from the biocrude oil that we produced. So we created our own catalyst. Our results were very positive, and our extensive customer discovery made clear that renewable fuel producers had the same challenge and were hungry for a better solution. So instead of incremental improvement, we started with a clean platform and developed a catalyst focused on renewables. Alumina-based catalysts require feedstock to be spiked with sulfur, and again, creating this harmful H2S gas. So why would they add dangerous impurities to then have to remove it? Because they haven't had a better option till now. Our carbon carrier can also be used for additional catalysts, which we have in the pipeline. And New Life owns all IP. It is not licensed. So if we talk about the environmental benefits, we use diverted landfill waste to create our proprietary carbon carrier, which emits up to 95% less emissions when compared to mined alumina. And our solution is created with 78% less mined materials versus traditional hydrotreating catalysts. So we've conducted over 45 customer discovery calls to understand our customers and their desire for a second generation solution. So let's talk about market traction. We're beginning a 1-year paid pilot next month with an industry leader based in California. New Life was chosen by VCs to be a part of the Canadian Trade Commission's Canadian Trade Accelerator to expedite our US market penetration. We're only one of 8 companies. And a really cool one, Repsol, the Spanish oil and gas company, We were chosen as one of 7 companies globally out of 750 applicants. We're the only one from Canada and only one of 2 from North America. Repsol, the reason this is important, Repsol is spending billions to increase our renewable fuel production. So this accelerator begins in October and will provide New Life with non-dilutive funding, business and technical mentorship, market access, pilot testing to help commercialize our solution. So this 12-month program is to accelerate commercialization of our catalyst for the renewable fuel industry. So when we talk about competition, why would you use the bottom left when what you need is the upper right? Both my co-founder and I, we've started and successfully exited businesses, and our team is guided by world-renowned experts in environmentally friendly renewable fuel production. So in summary, we have market traction, founders have significant investment, and we've raised money from angels locally under the STSI program. If I've sparked your interest, to learn more, please reach out. Again, my name is Jerry Christian. There we go.
Thanks, Jerry. That was really great, really compelling, and quite exciting. Let's see. I don't see any questions in the chat, although I encourage people to put them in there so that I can look smart. But maybe one question for you is, how big is the addressable market?
Well, if we get into the water catalyst market on the hydrotreaters, we're 2 billion, and it's jumping to 2.7 by 2030. So the renewable fuel market is absolutely taking off. We're reading about it all the time, and one of the issues is feedstock supply. So as they get into more feedstocks, they need more and better catalysts to remove these impurities, such as oxygen, as the oxygen levels get higher.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm sure there's lots of other questions that folks have, but congrats on everything. And I'll pass it over to Ariel.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jerry. That was very exciting, super interesting. I personally don't have any questions, but very excited that you guys were able to hop on and join us today. Fantastic presentation. Know that you're doing great work. So thank you so much. Unless anyone has any other questions. Oh, Tim in the chat. Jerry, do you have any of the catalysts in the field? Thanks, Tim.
Well, when you refer to in the field, as I said, we start a 1-year paid pilot with our catalyst in a commercial hydrotreater in California in a couple weeks. So pretty cool about that. And that will all roll into the Repsol program in Spain.
In Spain, even more exciting.
Yes, my Spanish is quite weak.
And Proton Energy, our next presenter, is asking, does it need high temperature?
No, our catalyst works at within the range of the standard hydrotreating temperatures.
Awesome, thank you. Jerry, would you mind popping your contact details into the chat? So if anyone needs, they can reach out to you directly. And thanks again so much, New Life Green Tech, for joining us today. Up next, we have Grant Strum with Proton Energy. So give it away.
Thanks very much. Are you able to see my screen? Okay, great. So Proton is a company that makes hydrogen from oil fields, and we do it at very low cost, actually lower than anyone else I've heard of. We can do it at a carbon intensity that's far below 0, which is also a differentiator. And we can do it without causing new ecological disturbances, and that's by repurposing existing oil fields and assets. So air pollution is a problem that almost nobody talks about, but I think is a crisis. Last year, actually this year, year to date, there's already 5.6 million air pollution deaths. That's seems crazy to me. And I think we can solve it. So I'm trying to proliferate this technology. It's a way to save lives, protect ecology, and make money. Around the world, there are many, many different abandoned oil sites, including in Saskatchewan. This is a picture of our site in Saskatchewan near Corrobert. It was built in 2011. We were the 5th operator by 2017 when we bought it. So anyway, there's a lot of scale up to be done. We started compressing hydrogen to tube trailers, but we need to do it a lot more because there's lots of interest in customers. So this is basically how it works. everyone knows oil and gas burn in an engine. That's all that's happening is oxygen from the air is adding to those hydrocarbons to give you energy, expanding gases and heat. If we take oxygen out of the air and just add it to the oil field, the oil reacts, different reactions occur that give hydrogen, and we have ways to leave all the carbon in the ground. So it can be done with no emissions or even negative emissions if we co-inject other sources of CO2. So how is this different than how hydrogen is made today? Well, our lowest cost competitor today is blue hydrogen, which is essentially steam methane reforming, but they try and capture most of the emissions and inject those into the ground or do something else with them. The resulting hydrogen can never be as inexpensive as the input natural gas. By contrast, if your fuel source is unswept oil, so when an oil field is abandoned, it's still mostly full of oil, we can oxidize that remaining oil, which is somebody else's abandonment liability. And it's interesting that we don't have to build the big reaction vessel at surface. So the cost structure is dramatically lower. Market size, I made that really big because it's a really big market size. So energy is about a $6 trillion a year business, of which 80% is still related to carbon fuels. Since we can make hydrogen cheaper than natural gas, we expect to take big bites into that. By contrast, the hydrogen market today is relatively small, 165 billion a year. But yeah, we want to get into that big market size. So anyway, what's changed? Well, around the world, including Canada, governments have hydrogen policies, decarbonization strategies, all this going on. And then the use cases, the vehicles, the storage, the transportation, a lot of that has dramatically improved in the last 20 years. So this confluence of factors gives us a global urgent demand for a lot of hydrogen, and the missing ingredient is low cost hydrogen. So here's kind of our main differentiators. Most people are looking at electrolysis from wind and solar, which actually has a higher carbon footprint than us, or they're looking at blue hydrogen. It's difficult for anyone to compete against us because we have strong IP and patents. So that's why we've sold licenses in like 20 countries. We're talking to a lot of big oil companies. We can make hydrogen the cheapest and at a carbon intensity lower than zero. We don't have to make a new ecological footprint, and we don't need any fresh water. So we've got an interesting cast of characters. There's about 60 of us now, and about half of which are at our field site in Saskatchewan. And yeah, I guess where we are today, this year we probably get about $6 million of revenue, but our forecast is to grow quite dramatically. And this is just at our first demo site. We'd love to scale up much larger and all over the place. Proliferate this technology is the goal. Anyway, there's I think my time's up. Sorry if I went over, but is what it is.
Great. Thanks so much, Grant. That was very exciting. I have some questions myself. I don't see any coming through in the chat, but if you have one, please feel free to send it in. It says that you're interested in, getting into that big market. So what are your plans to do that? And if you're seeking this money to do so, how are you going to use that?
So basically it's scaling up demonstrations. There's a lot of different groups that are watching how our results come out. And it's always one of these things where I shrug and go, well, I need help paying for my oxygen injection demo. So we've got it along the path pretty far. We plan to be trucking in oxygen in October, subject to raising a little bit more money. And then after that, build our own air separation unit and start doing things at large scale. We've got a kind of a okay sized one that's like, let's say a baby one that's, maybe 500 tons a day of oxygen going into the ground. And then we've got a design for one that's about 6,000 tons of oxygen going in the ground per day, which is getting to be that's like a full-sized thing. I think in our first demo, we'll be able to show economics cheaper than 50 cents a kilogram, the first baby air separation unit. And then people will quickly see the path to getting less than 25 cents a kilogram, which is a fraction of the cost of what's out there.
Thank you for answering that. We have a question from my co-host, Jason. Can you talk about your site in Saskatchewan?
Yeah. It's this curious place. So when we bought it, it had been shut in for 5 months. It was built by Petrobank in 2011 at a cost of $250 million. And it didn't work as well as hoped. So, banks, wanted their debt paid and they couldn't do it. Eventually it changed hands a few times, and eventually we put on a low ball bid. We bought the place for $500,000. So everybody in the oil industry was looking at it as an abandonment liability, arguably correctly. And from that perspective, there are many, many projects like that, some much larger, where economically the oil is not being produced economically, or can't be, or it's late life. But there are so many of these where someone would be just delighted to throw you the keys if they can get it off their balance sheet. But meanwhile, there might be hundreds of millions or billions of barrels in the ground that we can use for our process to make hydrogen. So it's, it's hard to overstate the size of the opportunity here.
Definitely. We have one more question for you. Tim's wondering, who's buying the H2 production from the site that you have right now?
Well, we've got a power purchase agreement with Sask Power. So we'll be selling electricity, just burn it in a generator. That one's not quite online yet. Most of it's getting burned in our incinerator today. We do separate small amounts of it, filling canisters and that tube trailer I showed a picture of. We'll be scaling up our separation unit and doing it a little bit differently. We keep iterating and improving, learning as we go, and on a shoestring budget. But steady progress. We have not yet rolled that tube trailer down the highway to a customer, but we do have customers who are eager for us to do that. So it's one of those things that it takes a bit of money and time until we can scale up to the point where it's a commercial thing to do.
Absolutely. If there's no other questions, I want to give you a huge thank you for joining us today. Best of luck to you with the success of your company.
Thanks very much.
Man, I got to say, it's so cool to see all these entrepreneurs in Saskatchewan are swinging for the fences. Like, these are multi-billion-dollar plays, right? These aren't like, hey, I'm gonna, sell a few 100,000 of these and call it a day. These are global disruption plays. What a cool thing that you guys are doing. Next up is Doug Brown and ZS2 Technologies. So Doug, are you ready to go?
I am. And I apologize if there's any noise in the background. We're at our manufacturing center here and everyone works on their own schedule. Can you see my presentation? Well, thanks for the invite today, and to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to discuss what we're doing here at ZS2 Technologies. My name's Doug Brown. I'm the Chief Technology Officer and one of the co-founders. We're a pretty new company. We were founded in March of last year during the pandemic, but it hasn't really slowed us down as we operate in the construction industry, which has actually seen a boom during this period of time. So one of the issues we're trying to address here at ZS2 is looking at the construction space from the sustainability aspect and trying to come up with circular solutions that address building lifetimes and building safety, as well as health and occupant safety. So right now, I don't have to preach about the fact that fire seasons are becoming a thing of normal seasonal events, as well as extreme storms. And so right now, buildings and building codes are designed for occupant safety and to just survive events long enough to give people enough time to get out of them. But we think that you need to start designing buildings that are going to survive these events and not completely decimate communities and allow people to have to restart their lives at the end of them. So we are a revenue generating company currently, and we supply our proprietary magnesium oxysulfate cement products. They come in the form of our tech board and our tech panels. Our tech panels are basically flat packed panels that are both your inside and outside substrates and your insulation that we can fit up to about 5,000 square feet on a single truck and deliver and rapidly assemble buildings very quickly on site with minimal foundational work. And so we're really well suited to rebuild rapidly. These types of cements are an alternative cement to Portland, which is what 99% of all the cement is in the world. These cements are 40% by mass water, and some of these materials have the highest fire ratings available of any materials. Not only that, magnesium oxide is one of the core building blocks of them, and it exhibits antimicrobial properties under ambient conditions. And so this is really well suited when you think about sick building syndrome. So you can kind of have the peace of mind of having healthy walls. And if that wasn't enough, they have a significant reduction in the CO2 footprint because they're 2/3 saltwater. Our business model is based on a hybrid distribution model. We have direct sales to clients as well as through our distribution and channel partners, of which we've currently signed up 6 that operate predominantly in Western Canada and the United States. We have seen a lot of uptake in remote building projects, particularly where Hercules planes need to be involved because we're never mass limited, we're always volume limited. We see future revenue generation from our CO2 credits and our cement production, either through licensing or our Made in Alberta solutions. So our solutions, which are based on our coined Project Prairie seawater operation, take mine waste and emissions from the cement sector and combine it with brines produced here in Alberta through the petro gas industry. And we react them, and we're able to sequester pretty significant amounts of carbon dioxide in the formation of our cements. And this is the first time I'm testing our new product name, which we're going to coin cement. So looking for feedback on whether that's something we should move forward with. We're looking at creating our fire rating materials that would replace drywall. So roughly speaking, our materials are 3 times as effective at stopping fires transferring through. We were looking to meet a 1-hour fire rating. We've tried twice now and we've reached 55 minutes and 58 minutes. So we're still trying, but we're confident that we can get there. The playground we play in is a very large construction industry. It's one of the largest industries in the world. Also, if we break it into sort of the particular components, the cement industry, existing exterior wall markets, and also oriented strand board. So we are a structural board, which requires significant testing to validate, which is different than drywall. So we are kind of looking at replacing a drywall and OSB layer in your wall assembly. So what's next for us? We just completed an impromptu financing over the last 2 weeks for 1.2 million, which valued us at $13 million. We're looking for a larger financing this fall, which would probably lead us through to a public offering, as our team is very well versed in that path. We currently have a 75% ROFR on that financing and quite a bit of verbal commitment to it. We have 35 full-time employees and are about to expand and double in size to the space next door, which we're excited because we're kind of tripping all over each other. We've acquired 1 company and we're looking at acquiring 2 others. So part of our name is that we have sort of created a general name and looking and always pursuing similar companies that have similar values to acquire. And very soon we're going to be announcing a letter of intent with a global mining company for the deployment of our carbon capture piece of our technology. Our leadership team is Scott Jenkins and myself are the 2 co-founders, and our 3rd co-founder is Kristen, who I haven't added to the slide yet because I put this presentation a little haphazardly together. Scott previously was the president and CEO of Dirt Environmental Solutions, a publicly traded company. Dave Richardson was sort of our angel founder, angel investor slash sort of unofficial founder. He's been very supportive of us and continues to want to partake in every investment round, which is amazing. Amy Rosler sits on AEA. Derek Payne previously took WestJet through their public offering, and then now they're private. And James Maxon is helping us with government lobbying. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Well, I think one of the questions that came in is, what is an impromptu fundraising round?
Yeah, so good question. So we were really gearing up to a big raise in the fall. And what I've come to realize is the first sort of investment round we did, where we were coming in and sort of preaching our story a little bit and laying a lot of the groundwork, it was hard to get some of the larger venture capital groups to write small checks. And so they always kept saying, oh, come back to us, come back to us, come back to us. That hasn't been the case since then. We seem to be constantly being like, well, can you write us a smaller check because we don't want to dilute ourselves out of existence. And this last sort of raise, we have sort of three major components to our cement. And one of our suppliers heard that we were going to do this larger financing and potentially a public offering. And they basically were like, well, we're a publicly traded company and it would just be a lot easier if you let us invest in you now so that we can continue to supply you free samples. And so then it kind of led to this shotgun financing that happened in about a week.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, and Ariel, I don't know. Do you have any questions for our friend Doug? But if not, why don't we do this? I see that our friend Zach has joined, and I think we wanted to just celebrate, Doug, the fact that you'd had a successful round that we helped kick off. Zach, go for it. Come on in.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I wanted to jump in at this time to say hello to the entire SK Great Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon community. You guys are doing an awesome job. I actually heard through the grapevine. Is this being recorded? Because I heard through the grapevine that this room has been more fun than the Alberta room, which I can't believe, but that's what I heard. I hope this isn't being recorded because I don't want them to know I said that. But Jason Switzer from previously Actia, now Foresight, worked with us, and we put together this awesome clean tech investment summit that Doug Brown and his team won, raised $235,000 from the group in an official fundraising round before the impromptu one. And it's just really awesome to have here participating and see the success that he has. And I know that Tim, Lynn, and Jesse are planning an investment summit for the entire Saskatchewan community this fall. So I just want to come in and say hi and say how things are going here. Did you want to tell them anything about your experience with that process, Doug? How was it raising $235K from the Clean Tech Investment Summit Network?
Yeah, thanks, Zach. So actually, I found it extremely exciting and useful to go through the whole process. A lot of the materials that we produced, we ended up reusing pretty continuously throughout all the different investment banking groups that we approached. That 235 ended up, I think, being part of about 1.5 in financing. I'd have to look at the exact numbers. Things have been moving so quickly since then. So you'd be happy to know your investment has doubled in about 3 months. So yay, that's good. You can pass that on. Yeah, it's been exciting, and I've enjoyed being part of this community and seeing all the other really cool things everyone's doing. It's really exciting.
Awesome.
Well, I got to say, we're looking forward to doing another Clean Tech Investment Summit next spring, and just excited to see how we can make sure that is as inclusive as possible as well. So
are we able to get Saskatchewan companies in, Jason?
Hey, I think we should look to try and make it as big as we can, right?
I think, yeah, it's got to be yes, right? I know you guys got a lot of good ag tech, clean tech companies here in Saskatchewan, among others. So I'd love to have you all included.
And I guess this is a shout out to people who might be watching who aren't currently investors. We're thinking about getting into angel investing, whether you come in through the Saskatchewan Summit or you are and want to be part of a clean tech investment community, putting your money to work, trying to bend the curve on global emissions and feed 9 billion people. That there's no better gateway drug than a TNT investment summit.
Absolutely. Okay, well, it looks like we have like 6 minutes to kill here, Tim and Jesse.
Yeah.
Well, guys, fill me in the last 6 hours. What I missed? What happened?
Man, it's just been back-to-back awesome pitches. I didn't know that there was a whole bunch of these companies here. Ranging from everything from the earliest stage, we saw lean canvas and some live WhatsApp chats of very early company formation, which was awesome. We have the Sal and John show tuning in from, I'm sure if I yell out enough, they can hear me. And then all the way to the folks from Seven Shifts and Vendasta showing off what they've been doing on the top end of the spectrum here and everything in between. It's a really awesome community. I love it.
Getting your top local tech companies involved in this event the very first time you do it is super impressive, Saskatchewan. That's awesome. Hats off to everybody who helped organize it. Jesse, I know you put a ton of work into this thing. I'll go ahead and say publicly, guys, I was not sure that we were going to pull this off. Jesse was like, I want to do it. I'm like, I don't know, man. It's going to be hard. He did it. He brought in so many people. I've done almost nothing. I don't even know who any of you people are. You guys are amazing. This is awesome. It's awesome to see you guys doing this type of stuff. So keep it up. And, big shout out to Tim Lynn here, who's now flown out to Saskatchewan a couple of times, flew all the way to Regina today en route on vacation to the Ukraine to hang out with you fine people. So really awesome to see this come together, and looking forward to visiting myself one day soon.
Good. We were chatting about that yesterday, actually. Jesse and I were talking, when are we going to get Zach up? We got, there's a whole bunch of great events coming up soon. We should have a conversation or two about that one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're definitely going to do it this fall, guys.
Nice. Well, just to wrap up for the Clean Tech and Energy group, I just want to say thank you to all of our entrepreneurs. On behalf of Foresight, it was just great to be here and be able to be part of this celebration of the amazing talent in Saskatchewan and the terrific ventures that are stepping up. And of course, a personal thank to Ariel for agreeing to co-host with me. Thank you. This was really fun. Ariel?
Thanks so much, Jason. It was an honor to co-host with you. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the people who are pitching, the entrepreneurs. You guys are doing great things, and we couldn't appreciate it more. Hopefully we get to shake hands or bump elbows or whatever people do these days at the after party at Boffin's at Innovation Place. I think Jesse's going to send out some details in the chat. Hope to see you there. Come say hi.
Come on out. It looks like we're gonna have a party right here. What's going on, Sal and John? Hey, how you doing? We're here to kick off the Sal and John show. We're starting off at 3 here to get you through the mid-afternoon lull. So
go grab a coffee, go grab a drink, preferably something of alcoholic beverage, and let's get this party started.
Pushing you through to the after party. So we'll be here in Regina at the Cathedral Social Hall. We'll see you all there then.
Better than Saskatoon.
Awesome.
I gotta jump off, everybody. Thanks so much for having me briefly. Keep it up.
What an amazing block of companies that was. Interesting startups. Sal and John about to jump in for the Sal and John show, and they'll be taking on health and wellness companies in their block. We have some really great companies lined up from across the province, from various stages, and a bunch of different verticals. So excited to hear all about that. And I'll let Sal and John take it away from here.
Thank you very much, Jesse. We're excited to be hosting for the next hour here. So yeah, it's great to meet many of you and see a lot of other familiar faces. Like I said before, we're kick back, grab a coffee, grab another beverage, whatever works for you. We're here to get you through the mid-afternoon lull and see some great wellness companies. So we've got a bunch of companies lined up here. But first of all, Sal, I guess we get to introduce ourselves a little bit.
Yeah. So how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling great. The pitch marathon has been awesome energy. I like to think that we've been doing it better than Alberta, but I can't speak to that. So we'll just we'll let the crowd decide.
We're always better than Alberta.
We're always, that's true.
So to all the founders out there, competition is coming from the SaaS ecosystem out here.
That's right.
We're not going to be that prairie flyby
friendliness
tech ecosystem anymore. So John, you want to tell people about yourself real quick? And
Absolutely. Yeah. I'll just share my screen real quick and kick off with the Broad Street Bulls kind of reverse pitch. So just so that everyone can kind of get a quick intro to myself and Broad Street Bulls. We are an angel micro VC fund, entrepreneurs investing in entrepreneurs. So really how it started was a syndicate of 13 entrepreneurs and business leaders out of Regina. They had the vision that tech would become a significant part of the Prairie ecosystem. They quickly felt the impact of that investment, and they just wanted to believe and invest in local entrepreneurs. So they quickly transitioned from kind of a syndicate style to more of a fund. And now we have just over 3 million AUM between two funds, and our Fund 2 thesis, which we're currently working on, pre-seed or seed. We're sector agnostic. We focus on the prairies, but we're opportunistic across North America. And we invest in the founder and the founding team. That's our primary goal. And we love to help companies and founders get right through their pre-seed seed stage, all the way through to Series A, and love to be the early stage partners here on the prairies. The team itself, or if I can get to the next slide. Oh yeah. So far, our record so far is we've done over. We have 36 investors from across Western Canada. We've invested over $1.5 million. That is a little bit out of date. We've invested more to that to date, and still in 17 innovative companies. We've made some follow-ons since then, which is another part of our fund thesis here. This is the lineup. Jason, the president. Serial entrepreneur, done many tech deals, even just beyond Broad Street Bulls. Trevor Phoenix has experience as an engineer and also coming from a software background. And then I have been with Bulls since really the beginning, and been working on pretty much all the Bulls deals since then. So we're bullish on Prairies and beyond, and I'll send it back to Sal so that you can do your quick intro.
Thanks, John. And just to kind of, for anyone that doesn't really know about the Bulls have been integral to the ecosystem here in Regina. And not only Regina, but all across Saskatchewan. Is, many of us know the hard work that the Bulls have been putting in to get access to capital for a lot of these early stage companies. Now, that's where I kind of come in on this front. I myself, a founder, some of you saw me pitch a little bit earlier. Wasn't my best pitch, I'll be honest. But I recently became the ClearCo Angel Scout for this area. And what ClearCo is, and I'll be getting right into it. I will share this. Technical difficulties from a tech founder. The usual. So many of you know about ClearCo. Many of you have kind of followed some of the trajectory. From Regina standpoint, Michelle Romano used to live here, so we like to, fly that flag a little bit. But I had the opportunity to apply into this and become the regional scout for the area. Many of the individuals from right across the world, in Silicon Valley, in New York, in London, and then you have little old Sal in Regina trying to get access to capital for founders. So, and why is this not? Oh my Lord. All right. Okay.
You got to read fast, folks.
All right. So meet ClearCo. ClearCo is a suite of performance financing products and services tailor-made for founders in all stages of their journey. So as you pay as a pioneer, the world's largest e-commerce investor is now trying to access into the Saskatchewan markets. And our mission is to remove the barriers between brilliant ideas and brilliant businesses. So the impact. To date, ClearCo has invested nearly $2 billion in over 4,500 different companies, utilizing data science to identify high growth startups and opportunities and get you that funding in less than 24 hours. So what are our funding options? There's venture debt, there's equity, there's bank lines of credit, there's alternative financing, no warrants, fixed fees, extend your cash way and runway, and we don't take any guarantees on the fixed payment amounts. So there's two funds. There's our Clear Capital and our Clear Angel fund, which I can start talking to a few founders later. But our Clear Angel fund is what we're kind of working on, democratizing access to VC level advice and expertise. From an interaction with a venture scout like myself, you'll know within 24 hours if you're eligible to be funded or not, based on a few different criteria. Wow, this is not working. And our funding eligibility, which everyone kind of wants to know. So for e-commerce or SaaS-based businesses with at least $2,000 per month to $100,000 per month in top line revenue, and at least 2 months of revenue history. As for, oh my Lord, I'm sorry to everyone. As for Clear Capital, $10,000 per month in top line revenue and at least 6 months of revenue history. For SaaS-based businesses, we are kind of looking towards at least a $50K monthly recurring revenue. And then through ClearCo, you get insights to the ecosystem, not only here, but on the larger front. You'll have one-on-one interactions with the ClearCo representatives. And we just want to launch this ecosystem even more than it already is. So I'd love to talk to a couple founders after, but let's get into the pitches.
Yeah, awesome. So we are going to start off. We've got our first pitch starting out here for the wellness section is Simple Set. Do we have a founder here?
I am here.
Perfect. Hi, Eric. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great to see you. You ready to kick things off here for the wellness section?
I think so.
Fantastic. All right, all yours.
All right, everyone can see the screen there, I assume. Right on. Okay, so thanks again. My name is Eric Gartner. I'm a physiotherapist and co-founder of our company, SimpleSet, Simply Effective Rehab Software. So SimpleSet is business-to-business software that rehab professionals use to create home exercise programs and manage patient care. Our customers use our software because it helps them become more effective in treating their patients. So throughout the rehab process, two problems emerge. The first problem is the majority of patient recovery time is spent external to a healthcare facility, and patient success depends on engaging in an unsupervised plan of care. The second problem is creating these personalized plans of care is labor-intensive for clinicians, leading to inefficiencies, an increased workload, and lower quality of patient care. So our solution to these problems is easy-to-use software that makes creating a personalized plan of care quick and simple. SimpleSet has a straightforward Trello-like drag and drop interface where everything is customizable to fit the clinician's workflow. For patients, SimpleSet offers the ability to easily engage in their plan of care wherever they are with minimal friction. By simplifying the process from start to finish, we help patients and clinicians achieve the successful outcomes they're after. SimpleSet has been built completely in-house by our team of physiotherapists, from the software itself to the specialized exercise and educational content. Compared to our competition, SimpleSet is a unique, flexible user experience for rehab professionals. So we use a recurring subscription model, serving individual clinicians in small clinics all the way to health authorities and hospital networks. Our user base has grown steadily year over year, and the majority of our growth has been organic and word of mouth. When professionals use our platform, they quickly recognize its value and effectiveness and subsequently pass it on to their colleagues. So as all areas in healthcare, the rehabilitation sector continues to grow year over year, and more rehab professionals are looking for technologies that improve effectiveness of patient care. Additionally, with an aging population that increasingly needs access to rehab, any tools that increase efficiency of care are essential. So looking at the future, we see exciting opportunities to improve patient engagement in virtual care. We're also looking to integrate with industry partners such as electronic medical providers. And finally, we're looking to expand across all areas of allied health to other healthcare professionals like occupational therapists, for example, who would also benefit from a simple solution for their patients. So up to this point, our team has mostly remained in clinical practice, growing SimpleSet on the side. And recently we joined Co.Labs a few months ago, and we're transitioning to pursuing SimpleSet full time and are looking to grow our team as we pursue some of these opportunities. So right now we're looking to meet any mentors, advisors, or investors with experience in health tech, and who want to help us take SimpleSet from Saskatchewan, which happens to be the birthplace of universal healthcare, to the rest of the world.
Awesome, Eric. You came in perfectly at just right about 3 minutes. Well, congrats on the spot on timing. Right. Eric, I'll kick it off with a question here for you. And if anybody else in the chat has questions, please feel free to drop them in there, and Sal and I can field those questions on your behalf, or we can just bounce between the two of us here all we need. But first question for you. First of all, congrats on the organic reach. It sounds like that is a great sign of product market fit and showing that your product has a really good place in for the customers that you're serving. What have you been able to do to capitalize on that word of mouth marketing and create even more virality?
Actually, we're in the process of doing that. So, full disclosure, we're all clinicians within SimpleSet, so we definitely have our weaknesses in terms of capitalizing, like you're asking, on marketing. Not a strength of ours to this point, but Co.Labs has been very helpful at, giving us the opportunity and some of the foundational things so that we can actually start to capitalize on some of this organic word of mouth interest.
Any ideas on that so far, or is that still pretty in the works, for too early to talk about?
Yeah, it's pretty new for us. So unfortunately, I don't have any good insights there.
All good, no problem there. I got one more question for you, unless you got a question.
You can go first.
I wanted to ask more about the integrations. So just would love to hear you expand on what ideas you have for the integrations. You mentioned EMR software and some other ideas. So what's been done on those integrations, partnerships, et cetera, and what's coming down the road?
Yeah, so we're just starting out our first integrations with EMR partners, so electronic medical record partners that are in Australia and the UK. Surprisingly, there's actually quite a number of Australian-based EMRs for some reason, but anyway, physiotherapy practice is very universal. So being able to partner with some of these, overseas international EMRs will help extend our reach that way. We've got a few here in Canada as well that we're working on to get ourselves situated in. And again, it just helps the clinicians have that information right where they need it inside their charting software. And to that point of information, there's the world's largest database of clinical information. It's called Physiopedia, and just recently we're the first platform partnership with them. So clinicians are able to search out clinically relevant information as they're treating their patients, and they can include that right within their exercise programs and patient care materials using simple sets. So pretty exciting. There's a few partnerships out there that we're working on in that same vein, where the clinical information is at the fingertips of the clinicians, just to make things smoother.
So I got a question. Oh, shoot. I'm the son of a doctor. I know how hard it is for my dad and other physicians to actually integrate onto those systems. So they have, things like Accuro and all these new systems are readily available to them. And I know for a fact that a lot of these physicians don't take the full effect of those. So how would you guys kind of work with that to properly educate physicians further into actually integrating those into their day-to-day procedures?
Yeah, so wouldn't be targeting physicians, but in terms of physiotherapists, it's one of the unique things about physiotherapy community is when it comes to, going to courses and different things like that, everyone seems to share what's working for them and how they manage their patients and what's working for them, what's making them successful. And so we definitely rely on that. And it's just, again, more of an expectation at this point that whatever electronic medical systems that people are using, that they do talk to each other and work that way. So I think people are expecting that and looking for that, and it ends up being a little bit of an easier sell.
Perfect, thank you. And I think that's...
Yeah, actually, I've got one more follow-up question just because we got a couple more minutes with you, Eric. So I'm going to use every one of those.
Sure.
Actually, I've noticed in your answer on integrations, you started with some of the international partners that you had. So I was just curious in terms of like the traction in the market that you've seen out there, where seems to be the best traction, and why do you think that is?
For us right now, our traction is at home here in Canada. So definitely in Saskatchewan, but then across Canada as well. And again, I think that lends itself back to that just being a small community of physiotherapists, relatively speaking, that tend to talk to each other and pass it on, so that really get some traction that way. And then internationally, we do have therapists that travel internationally and then and sort of bring that. They'll either be guest lecturers or professors. Students hear about us and bring that to their practices and sort of grow it that way. And then, like I said, across the world, physiotherapy is pretty universal in how it's practiced. So as something is working for a group or a segment of how physio is practiced, usually down the pipe, it gets passed along pretty easily.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Eric. Any last minute questions from the audience? Anyone else? Perfect. Eric, great pitch. Great job.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, great kickoff to the wellness segment. That was awesome, Eric. And big thanks to Simple Set.
All righty. So let's take it on to the next founder. This founder actually, so talking about my dad being a doctor, this is the company that my dad actually talks about all the time. He always asks me about it. So I'd love to know what's happening over at Limbus AI. Let's get it going.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for the intro. Appreciate that. Yeah, so do you guys see my screen?
You bet.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, John here, co-founder of Limbus AI. Limbus is solving the problem of contouring in cancer radiation therapy. So this is a task of taking a patient's CT or MRI scan and drawing all of the organs and tumors on the body so you can target radiation at tumors and avoid hitting the healthy structures. So this is a big bottleneck in treatment planning, takes up to 90 minutes per patient. In developing markets where they don't have clinician resources to do this, it causes backlogs, so treatments actually get delayed. And overall, it's a significant cost to the healthcare system. So we're solving this problem with our product Limbus Contour. And essentially, we have a platform that uses machine learning to produce highly accurate organ contours. It runs in the background, and we're unique in the AI space in that we deploy all of this machine learning locally, and we don't send any patient data to the cloud. And we've actually optimized this to run on like consumer level hardware. So we can run AI models on a MacBook CPU, and it really allows us to get into clinics quickly and avoid patient data privacy concerns. But essentially, overview of the product, it's a fully automated solution, vendor neutral, works with any treatment planning workflow, any clinic. It wouldn't be a good product if it wasn't accurate. So we're validating our accuracy through peer-reviewed studies and clinical validation. We have a number of research partners worldwide that have published research with us and essentially proven that our software is operating at the clinician level of accuracy. And as of today, we support basically every major cancer treatment site, covering the needs of clinicians in daily practice. And we're finding through our users and through our research that our solution is essentially 80% faster than conventional contouring. So really removing that bottleneck and ultimately saving clinicians time. So yeah, just to jump right into traction and growth, we founded this company in 2017. Took a couple years to build an MVP, and this is a medical device. So in order to sell it, we have to get regulatory approvals. So as of today, we're selling primarily in Canada, the US, and Europe. And we really kicked off our sales in fall of 2020 with FDA approval. And since June of this year, we've closed 5 sales. We have 7 additional sales that we expect to close in the next month or two. And overall, looking at around or over 250,000 ARR for this year. But big picture, over 80 clinics worldwide have our software installed and are using it in some capacity. So the market for our product, just CT and MRI contouring, is around $350 million US. But we're already developing new, very close derivative products and exploring new verticals like home beam CT contouring and deformable image registration, things that I can't explain in 3 minutes, but essentially raise our TAM to around or over $1 billion. So we see lots of room for AI in this space and lots of ways we can expand. So our strategy, we sell this to hospitals and clinics. Like I said, we have regulatory approval in various markets to do this now. And we also license our software to vendors. We've generated revenue from both these strategies. On the licensing side, we actually licensed our product to produce contours for the veterinary space. So we actually contour dog and cat CT scans. And we charge on a SaaS-based pricing model, so between $30 and $50 per scan, depending on the country and size of the clinic. So as for competition, this is a new space. The vast majority of clinics have no automatic contouring solution, but there are additional players on the market now. But we think we really have the recipe to capture this market quickly and effectively. We're the only solution that works on local and existing clinical hardware. We don't send any patient data to the cloud, which is a huge advantage in Canada and Europe and other privacy-focused countries, especially in the healthcare system. We support a wide variety of imaging modalities and are continuing to expand on our product line in that way. And we're really leading the industry in comprehensive clinical validation. Now, as far as team goes, we're also a clinician-focused team. We got Dr. Joshua, who's my brother, a radiation oncologist practicing here in Regina. We have Dr. Carl Otto, who brings a medical physics angle, and he's exited 2 companies in this space already. And then we have Carter on the machine learning side and myself doing primarily software, and the rest of our team there below, and really looking to grow our team here in Regina as we scale up. So that's Limbus AI. I guess as far as Ask go, we are opening up around here for raising. So interested in talking to any investors or just general mentors in the healthcare space.
Thank you, John. Great. It's great to get some Regina representation in this segment as well. So love to see the updates and great work there. All right, I'll kick off with a question unless you got one, Sal. I would love to hear more about you put up there really briefly. So there were 5 markets that you had started in: Canada, US, Iran, and then South Africa, and there was one more, I think.
Those are the main ones. Let me look here.
Those are the main ones.
We have lots going on.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about those markets. Why those markets first, and what's coming up next?
So, really, our general strategy was go Canada, US first. The US is the largest market, and then Europe was kind of like our white whale, which we finally got regulatory approval there just this May. So those are the 3 largest markets for this product and really the ones that we should be targeting first. As far as other markets, it's really for us, we're just optimizing based on ease of market access. So markets like Iran and South Africa have much less regulatory requirements for getting into those markets. And so we're kind of targeting those first. And then as we get investment and can scale up, we'll go after some of the more harder to access markets.
Yeah, makes sense. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the reception of Limbus as a whole been from physicians across Canada or North America? When a cancer specialist or someone looks at your product, what do they say from the get-go?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we're getting like insanely positive feedback. And we're actually kind of worried at first that our product, that clinicians would see our product as kind of potentially replacing them. But we're kind of finding the opposite is true. Like, clinicians are coming back to us and saying, you know, because we have this product, I can actually spend more time on things that require like a human access of patient care. They're going to spend more time like setting up patients for radiation treatment. They don't have to be doing this mundane task of organ contouring. So just in terms of like workflow, they're really seeing the benefit and they're kind of allocating their time more effectively in clinic. But in terms of performance, like our feedback has been great. I think we're finding that clinicians are actually editing our outputs very minimally, and that our models, which are trained centralized, are actually accurate and usable, you know, in countries all around the world. So we're kind of proving that we have an unbiased and good solution and something that we can kind of grow on and continue building.
And how easy has it been for you to work with some of the regulatory areas and issues, or specifically kind of with the College of Physicians in each of the different provinces to try and get this in?
So it can be a challenge to break into the healthcare system in Canada. Our strategy, I mean, just from the, I guess the sales side, or just even getting it up and running like Saskatchewan and other places, for Canada, we're kind of treating it as like having more of a research focus, because Canada has a lot of large institutions that are often tied to like universities or other like healthcare education facilities. So we'll often kind of pitch it as a way for them to get the benefit of our product while giving us in return maybe data or some other you know, validation or benefit in terms of research. So that's kind of how we're breaking into Canada. In other markets, it's more of just kind of direct sales. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure I really touched on the regulatory side, but yeah.
Yeah, that more or less sums it up.
All right, John, I think I got one more question for you.
Sure.
So around specifically what kinds of physicians or specialists you seem to be selling to, where seems to be the best traction? Is it kind of like the smaller clinics, or is it kind of bigger hospitals? Because I noticed on your pricing screen there, you had some different pricing, and so the unit economics seem to make sense for both, but which one seems to be more responsive?
I'd say like it's pretty equal, and it really depends on the country. Like in Canada, there is no small clinics. Like Canada probably has some of the largest radiation therapy centers in the world. In the US, we're finding that we have a lot of good traction in small clinics, but often those small clinics are actually owned by larger parent healthcare organizations. So we're kind of we've been able to break into these small clinics and then get meetings and up the chain of command to try to sell to additional centers in their networks. But in general, we're having good traction with the large centers in Canada and the EU, and also in those smaller private practices in the States. I'd say initially we were kind of thinking of targeting smaller practices because we thought it'd be faster sales. But now we're kind of just spreading it all over the board and having success. So, yeah.
Awesome. Congrats on the success so far, and thank you so much for your pitch today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, awesome. All right, we are on to our third pitch, and this is with Teresa's Nursing Foot Care. All right, we have Teresa here, and you ready to kick it off?
Okay.
Oh,
hello.
Hi, Teresa. Hi, you ready to go for your pitch here?
Yes.
Perfect.
So, yeah,
Okay.
I'm Teresa here, dealing with the health and wellness program. So I do have my slideshow to share, or share the screen. Where about?
Should be right next to the chat function.
Sorry.
The green button kind of on the bottom there where it says share screen. We also lost your video there, Teresa, in case you want to keep that on there.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So if you click the share screen area, there should be a pop-up that should come up, and it should allow you to pick the window that you want to. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
All right, take it away whenever you're ready.
Okay, so my company started here in 2019. I mean, there is two companies in one business name. Teresa one is nursing food care. So I am providing nursing food care, which is a mobile services. Hello?
Just keep going.
Yeah, you can just keep going through your slide, your presentation here. We can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, I provide mobiles, food care services in individual homes. So this whole thing started with when I noted that a lot of elderly are not able to get, to the podiatry for podiatry services, or they don't have family members who will be available to take them to those services. And so then 2015, being a nurse, I decided to get into this field to enable me help this elderly. And so that's how the food care business started. And currently I have about 65 regular clients that I see, apart from the random calls, which I also get to go out and see my clients. Then in 2019, I incorporated, Michael, come in here, please. 2019, I incorporated my shea butter business. So my shea butter here is locally sourced from Ghana and get them shipped to Saskatoon here. And so if you can see the screen here, I do have the shea butter fruit here, and then the finished products, and then the packages, they come in 10 kilogram packages. And then also bringing oils and black soap. So when these products get into Saskatoon here, I work on them, manufacture, formulate, and put them into different products. So currently I have body butters and my bath salts, they are sourced in Canada here, and then I do deodorants and others. So at the moment, I have 7 shops in the city carrying my products, and then 1 in British Columbia. So currently, I am still marketing. I'm working with my 2 young teenagers. They are the one helping me, and we are still marketing, looking to grow. There is a plan of moving into a commercial space right now, which we are working on, but it's a lot costly. I've not had any funding for this whole time, and I'm working to get some funding to help me expand my business, and then to get some more helping hands, like employ others with more resources to enable this business pick up. And so we are, as I say, located in Saskatoon here, and our contacts is on the page as well, that we can be reached if anybody is interested.
Okay, Teresa, that's is that the that's your pitch there?
Yes.
Okay, I was just making sure that there were no more slides that we were missing. Perfect. Thank you very much for your pitch, and I can kick it off with a question here, Sal.
Sure. Or actually, I'll start off with a comment. Just want to say thank you, Teresa. This is super cool to not only did you show that you're a new entrepreneur. You're starting this from the ground up, like you said, no funding.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing this with, I believe, your sons. So it's quite cool to see, the story of how you're doing this. You're a nurse yourself, and in this short amount of time, you've been able to launch this right away. One thing that I did want to say is that I think have you gone to anyone from WESC recently? Women's Entrepreneur Saskatchewan?
Yes, I'm currently working with one of the advisors.
Awesome.
That's perfect.
So,
That's super cool.
I'm working on, I work with her on my business plan right now for us to get things. Yeah.
Perfect. And then just one other question. How much in terms of the Teresa's products have you done in sales on that?
So between 2019 and now, of course, 2020 did slow down things a bit. So yes, I would say income generated between 2019 till now, it's about 10,000. Yeah.
Awesome. Congrats on that, on the sales so far. You mentioned you're in seven stores in Saskatoon, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then one in BC. So how's it been going, kind of getting to your stores in BC, and how do you get the product? How do you get the product out there? And are you looking to put more stores out in BC?
So for BC, when the lady orders, what I do is I package and then take it to Canada Post and then ship it to her. And so that's how I've been doing it.
Nice. And are you, in terms of like expanding in more stores, are you looking to do more in BC, more in Saskatchewan, or where's kind of the next place that you're looking to put the product in?
Right now, expanding more in Saskatchewan to get into more shops in Saskatchewan. Yeah.
And have you looked at going towards a little bit more of an e-commerce based retail operation, like a digital operation? That way you can kind of get your stuff out to more people in a much quicker manner without having to officially set up those retail locations or spots. That's something that I think you should definitely look at as the next step of your business, because with a lot of the clear coat companies that I've been seeing, a lot of them are product-based businesses in the conventional side of e-commerce that are doing very well, that are expanding at a rapid rate, and it's very similar in concept to what you're doing. So I think you're on a good trajectory, and we're excited to see where you'll be going with this. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job.
So yes, in terms of social media, like I'm trying.
What's your Instagram?
Yeah, you can give your shout out right now.
It's Teresa Amani.
Okay, perfect.
Teresa Amani. Do you want to put that in the chat? People can check out your social media there.
Okay. So it's
perfect. Yeah. Well, Teresa is setting that up. We'll ask you there too to take the screen share off. There's that red button that just says stop share.
Okay, at the top here. Okay.
Yeah. Perfect. Awesome.
So that chat box has been a little bit quiet. Where's everybody at? Is everyone tired? Does everyone need a stretch?
I think we're gonna pull out the good old Saskatchewan tradition of the fourth quarter stretch, like from the old Rough Rider games.
Everyone get up.
Everyone get your
get that blood going. You're going through a few more intensive pitches. You are going to see a bunch more founders and potential opportunities for you to invest in. So, you know, you want to have your back cracked before you get into that due diligence.
This is the health and wellness section after all. We got to make sure we're keeping up with our health and wellness, keep limber and stretched here. What is it, 7 of this pitch marathon? 6 or 7, something like that.
Tim, I hope Startup TNT never does a 24-hour pitch marathon because that would be something else. All righty, so let's get into our next founder.
Yes.
YXE Smash Therapy Inc. I am very intrigued by this company's.
I'm very excited to see. Is it Megan? Got you muted there? Hold on, we'll get you unmuted. Can't unmute. Oh, there you are. You're unmuted.
There. Can you hear me now?
You gotcha.
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
How you doing?
Good. This will wake everybody up.
Perfect. All right. Well, you are good to go. So whenever you whenever you want to kick it off, the floor is yours.
All right.
And you are.
You bet. Your connection. Oh yeah, the connection is just a little bit fuzzy there. It's kind of hard to hear you there, Megan. But I think we got you. We got your slides.
Right. Sound is.
You're kind of.
Yeah, but you can't see my notes.
Yeah, can see the slides. Yeah. The voice is kind of cutting in and out.
Perfect. I wonder. Yeah, I think it's an issue with my laptop because it's been kind of cutting in and out all day. Can you hear me okay?
It's coming and going. That last bit we could hear you. Yeah. Do you want to try from your phone for the audio? Would that help at all?
Yes, I'll hop on there right away here.
Yeah, we're gonna. You know what, Megan? We'll come back to you here. We'll let you try get on your phone. We're gonna jump ahead to AI Dental because I think I saw Blake in here. Do you mind if we jump ahead here and we'll come back to you, Megan?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, Blake, we have.
Yeah, I'm here, John.
Perfect. Hey, great to see you, Blake.
Yeah, likewise.
Okay, we're excited to hear about AI dental supply. You ready to kick off with your?
No, the dental industry is always very tantalizing. Yeah, let me get my screen going here. And go back. I'm just loading here. There we are. Try again here. Sorry, guys.
No problem. Yeah, this is the nature of tech pitches. All the tech, all the tech problems. Here we are.
Everybody good? I got 3 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, I'll try to keep her to 3. So my name is Blake. I'm from AI Dental Supply. Guest Dental. I'm a dentist, so I kind of know this industry. That's how we got into it. Based out of Regina here, and essentially with AI Dental Supply, The problem that we're trying to solve is dental clinics do not have an efficient or automated way of tracking or reordering supplies using the operations of the practice and treatment of patients. Relying on humans is inefficient and results in incorrect items being ordered or shortages, leading to clinician frustration and the inability to complete treatment. As you can imagine, with the price of dental treatment, not being able to complete a treatment can end up being a significant loss in revenue for a dental practice. Our solution is an automated dental supplies tracking and reordering system that requires no ongoing human intervention. Market validation, what we're seeing in our dental practices already, what's going on in the dental industry is a lot of people are already using practice management software, which allows clinics to record and organize patient records, allows them to do scheduling, billing, and a whole other number of actions. The automation that we're seeing through those softwares is primarily appointment reminders. Costs of those solutions can be upwards of $18,000 to get the products installed and up and running, and then up to $700 a month. On a little bit more of the artificial intelligence side of things, we are seeing some introduction of artificially intelligent receptionists, which basically provide a virtual staff member and they complete reception and administrative duties throughout the day. They do a little bit more automation, so they still do appointment reminders, but they also do some scheduling and automated communication with the patients as well. The most common one is $1,000 to get set up, and it is $550 a month. In terms of market size, our TAM is $21.5 billion, which is the amount spent on dental supplies worldwide. Our SAM is the amount spent on supplies in Canada, which is 1.1 billion. And then our SOM, which is the amount of supplies purchased by non-solo offices. And when I say non-solo offices, I mean dental clinics that have more than one dentist in them, because we've seen that as being our primary target market, is they're usually bigger, more complex offices that see value in organization and automation. And that number is just shy of $400 million. Our product is a multi-level dental supplies inventory tracking and reordering software and hardware system. In addition, we also sell dental supplies and we distribute those supplies as well. We also bring in products from overseas and get them registered with Health Canada and then distribute those out to other dental supply distribution companies. So our product has essentially 3 levels. The most basic, cheapest level is the inventory organization, which allows for simplistic tracking and reordering, which gets a clinic all set up, organized, and then gives them QR codes so that they can scan those codes and reorder the supplies. I should note that currently the majority of offices, I would say probably over 90% of them, are tracking their inventory by writing in a book or a piece of paper. When somebody takes the last item, it gets written down, and then when the person doing the ordering goes and grabs that sheet and reorders. Problems with that, as you can probably imagine, would be just a lack of somebody actually writing the item down, and also just the cumbersome nature of it. Level 2 is a recurring ordering system that is automated through ongoing calculated shipments that include predicted levels of needed products. So more of a subscription service. Basically, you go in once, you predict based off of our system how many supplies that office is going to need, and then those supplies get reordered on a subscription basis. Level 3, which we're developing right now in conjunction with University of Saskatchewan College of Engineering with their 4th-year students, is a hardware solution that also includes some software that tracks inventory by weight in real time and triggers a reorder when the item quantity falls below the critical level. So what you can imagine is staff going in, taking inventory as they need it, and then once it gets down below that critical level, the system recognizes that and automatically reorders it for them.
Blake, I sorry, but I got to cut you off here.
That's okay.
Your presentation, I got you just over 4 minutes.
Sorry, guys.
No problem.
I was having so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're all having so much fun. Time's flying. I can't believe we're already 40 minutes into the hour here, but I've got a couple quick questions.
Yeah,
for
let's
you.
go.
For sure. Okay, so I wanted to learn a little bit about, just for non-dentist audience. I'm really curious. What do these supplies cost? How much am I ordering on a monthly basis? How fast do I go through supplies? It's like,
yeah, for sure.
Here?
Yeah, so the average supply cost is 7.2% of revenue in a dental clinic. Typically, the second or third highest expense in a dental clinic behind labor and potentially rent. So you can imagine the average dental clinic is doing $1 million a year. They're spending $72,000 a year on supplies.
And this year alone, a lot of dentists, from what I know, have been utilizing way more supplies than ever. So this is probably like the right time due to the end of the pandemic and all the changes in what other
for sure
need for day-to-day kind of things. I know my uncle's a dentist in Saskatoon, which I should probably put you in contact with. But I know that was their biggest issue is, they have a large clinic, constantly things are going in and out, they have 30, 40 different people on staff. It's quite a headache in itself. So how has adoption been here in the province then, or in Canada from potential clients?
Sorry, say it again, Sal.
How has the adoption rate been from other dentists or other clinics across the country?
We actually just started our customer discovery a couple of weeks ago. So we've just started reaching out. So it's a little too early to tell. We have had people ordering supplies off of our platform, and our clinic is currently using the level 1 and 2 products. We don't have level 3 available yet because we're developing that. And then we have another clinic in Alberta that's also using level 2.
Cool. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much, Blake. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right. We got 2 more. Yeah. Thank you. We have 2 more here in the health and wellness hour. So we're coming back to you, Megan, at YXE Smash Therapy. How you doing there? Try and get you unmuted again.
I see you here.
Yeah, we can see you. Need help unmuting. Trying to ask to unmute.
Oh, awesome.
We got you.
Is that better?
That we can hear you loud and clear.
Woo! Awesome. So since I'm on my phone, I guess I need to close. So if Jesse is still here.
Go ahead.
Are you on your cell phone?
Give me 1 second. I got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're getting a little bit of feedback.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you put your cell phone sideways, that'll turn the. I should turn the camera too, I would assume.
Yeah.
Cool.
There we go.
Okay.
Just loading up your slides, and I will get that for you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Technology is not my strong suit, so I'm in the business of smashing and recycling it. Cool.
Good to go?
Okay, yeah. So intro. My name is Megan Mercer. I'm the owner and founder of Smash Therapy in Saskatoon, where we offer our guests the unique experience of breaking end-of-life items with a variety of tools. Some people come alone and others for dates, team builders, celebrations, and just a variety of reasons. Today, I am seeking to expand my reach, gain more clients, and connect with a franchise mentor. So we can go to the next slide. So in June of 2020, some frustrating events led me to a simple Google search of how to combat stress and boredom through the pandemic when one idea jumped out at me, and it was to visit a rage room. Since there wasn't one in my city, it seemed like a great business opportunity, and I immediately knew that I wasn't alone in how I was feeling and that this would sell. So we opened last November and have served over 2,000 guests who come to de-stress in a safe and judgment-free zone. Our packages are for 1 to 6 people. They're 20 to 40 minutes in length and include breakables from coffee pots and glassware to printers and car windshields. We offer add-ons for purchase to those with an abundance of energy. And 9 short months in business has shown that this activity appeals most to women aged 20 to 55. However, we draw all kinds from corporate teams, medical professionals to Saskatoon's inner city youth centers. Guests come from all over the province, and we have hosted visitors from as far as Toronto and Vancouver. And we serve ages 13 and up, so our market is renewing daily. We've had a ton of 13-year-old birthday parties come through. To date, we are the only place in Saskatchewan to provide these kind of services. Our indirect competition includes axe throwing, escape rooms, and fitness centers. What sets us apart is the uniqueness of our service, and it's paired with an incredible, hardworking team. And we're super enthusiastic and actually obsessed with delivering the best possible experience. We have monopolized the largest sources of inventory in the area, our most notable partnership being the Electronic Recycle Association that keeps all of the e-waste out of landfills. User-generated content on social media is our biggest driver of sales. We also use radio and magazine campaigns and have partnered with Uniglobe Travel and Tourism Saskatoon, among others. Yeah, if you want to go back maybe one more. Yeah, there we go. Our proven revenue model is quite simple. We source free junk and then invite guests to smash it for a fee. We promote group bookings as these are the most profitable, and from month one, Smash Therapy has paid for itself and quickly became profitable by often operating at 80% capacity or more from week to week. In the winter, we had fully booked weekends for months in a row. If we want to go to the car smash slide, we added car smashes to our list of services to ensure that we maintain sales volumes when indoor recreation tends to slow down. This was a ton of fun for this electrical company as a team building event, and we're definitely building a reputation for ourselves as the city's most exciting new attraction. So I'm asking everyone on this call to bring your team, your friends, family, significant other for a smash session. You will not be disappointed. And if you have expertise in franchising, please reach out or find me at the after party here in Saskatoon tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan. That was awesome. I had just learned a ton about Smash Therapy. Thank you so much for the pitch and the intro on that.
We should have had the after party there.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of us would have taken out a lot of this week's stress out there. So definitely gonna come check that out next time we're in Saskatoon.
Absolutely. I got an interesting question. Where do you get the stuff that they break? Where do you find everything?
So I started, well, the Electronic Recycle Association, their thing is to refurbish used things and donate it to various, well, actually like on a global scale, but when they get old junk that can't be refurbished, they give it to us, we smash it, or we prep it first. My team will rip TVs and stuff apart, get all of the capacitors and anything that could contain heavy metals out for safety, reassemble it, smash it, and then send it back to the Recycle Association. We also have 4 or 5 thrift shops I visit almost on a weekly basis. There's just so much that they get donated that's cracked or mismatched and unwanted and unsellable. So they cycle through once a month or every week or whatever. And yeah, we just load it up there. And then people, just through word of mouth, people have been donating stuff when they, clear out their grandma's basement or whatever.
That's awesome. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for Megan.
Mm-hmm.
If you want, Megan, I can give you some insight on franchising, my experience with it. I was involved in some franchisor companies for a few years. A couple of them have some restaurants in Saskatoon, but then we're also franchising our dental practice right now, Simply Dental. So I'll leave my number here. If you want to text me after, you can. But I was going to ask you, do you have any numbers on recurring customers?
Yeah, I'd say, given the nature of the activity, we have had a lot of repeat customers, but it's not like it's like a weekly thing. I do have a handful of ladies that are really involved in the fitness community, and they come for the de-stress and the workout, definitely once a month. But I would say, probably only about 5% repeat. However, we've only been in business for 9 months. So we have had someone who came in month 1 and then just brought their family in for their birthday a couple weeks ago. Cool. So, that still kind of remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's early, but cool. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for the question there, Blake.
And we will be
Well, it's because you cut me
jumping-
off too early, John. I had to get a few more words in.
That's all good.
Thank you. So we're gonna be jumping into our last pitch. of
Very
our
last
session.
pitch. Yeah, we have.
Guys, the John and Sal, or the Sal and John show is gonna be done.
I do. John and Sal show sounds pretty good too. I don't know.
Yeah.
We could flip the names if we want. I don't know. Could call us either way.
Alrighty. So, Thriver Inc. Let's go.
Bringing in the hammer.
Alrighty, yeah. Depending on this pitch, I might have to go smash some things afterwards.
All right, Megan will be able to line you up for that after. Welcome, and come bring on the sixth and final pitch of the health and wellness segment.
Can you guys see my screen?
Still loading here. Yeah.
Let's see here.
I'm not quite seeing it yet. Are you seeing it, Sal? No.
Nothing?
No, it just says you started sharing your screen. Just try pull it down and put it back up there again.
Okay. Stop share. Okay, try one more time here.
Sure thing.
There we go.
I can see your screen. We lost your video in the process, though.
Oh, did you? Oh, jeez.
That's right.
It's all right. And there we go. We're all back.
Good to go. Okay. Okay, so hello, my name is Regan Harding, and I am the CFO of Thriver Massage on Demand. So the problem we see, so according to Massage Therapy Association, 42% of massage practitioners want to take on more appointments, but they don't have the budget or the marketing savvy to fill their schedule. The reasons. So the average customer acquisition cost for Google for health and wellness practitioners is about $120. And just 20% of massage businesses use paid social media ads, and less than 5% are actually using paid per click advertising. So Thriver helps our partners fill appointment slots that might otherwise go unfilled, helping them earn more money. We help solve the problem by integrating with their scheduling software and displaying their availability to hundreds of prospective clients. We provide real-time calendar integration so we can ensure that a booking is never double booked. We can also decrease their customer acquisition cost to $12 instead of $120. And we provide cancellation and no-show protection to protect their valuable time as well. Our customers are clinic and spa owners and practitioners with a studio. The US market alone is around $16 billion, and there are 334,000 massage therapists. And Thriver can be used where the majority of people receive massages, actually 79% of the total addressable market. We can be used in, like I said, spas, massage therapy offices. We could transition to hotels and resorts, chiropractic offices, and even beauty salons. So this provides a great opportunity for us to also expand into other appointment-based verticals as well. Our revenue model is simple. We have a fixed, our current revenue model is simple. We have a fixed take rate of about 15% per transaction, but we want to switch to a variable take rate in the next few months here, where we will be charging the client or the RMT or massage therapist based on how many days out the massage is booked. So if an individual comes on the site and wants to book an appointment within 2 days, that appointment is going to cost that practitioner 20%. When it's 2 to 4 days, we charge 15%. 4 to 6 days, we're going to charge 10%, and it just goes down from there. And the reasoning for that is our data suggests that clients are indeed booking last minute. And also, we want to help reduce practitioner disintermediation. We don't want to make the practitioner go direct to the client and jump off of Thriver. Us versus them. So our competitors are Soothe and Zeal. They're valued around $100 to $500 million. And they go to the client's home or workplace. Whereas Thriver, we are in-call services. So clients visit the business or the studio of a practitioner. Our competitors actually, even though they're valued so high, only account for 21% of the market. And they can only provide manual calendar updates. So what that means is updates can't sync to other calendars. So this can create double bookings. And we've seen this where a lot of people are really frustrated because they'll be double booked for an appointment after they drive, let's say 50 miles to get to an appointment. Individuals also have to bring their supplies with them. And that could include a 35-pound massage bag or massage oils. So some traction that we've seen, we're seeing about 100 active users per month. And for our website, we're seeing 60 users per day and converting 5.33. We have gross margin volume of $61,000. We've had 713 confirmed appointments and 313 unique users. So all that said, despite a global pandemic, people want massages, as you'll see by kind of our growth trajectory to date. Our founders are AJ Gulati, who has 11 years in IT, Levi Zadok, 7 years experience in sales, and myself, I have experience in oil and gas, consulting, and public administration. And our advisors, we actually poached 2 of them from the largest massage on-demand company in the world, Parisa Kurilla, who is the head recruiter for Canada. And we have Jeff Bishop-Hill, who's the former senior vice president of Soothe, and he's also the senior vice president currently of Mercado. Last but not least, we have Jeff Wanzura, a Saskatoon entrepreneur who's chief growth officer at Curatio, and he's also had multiple exits in the healthcare space. With our product map from 2020 Q4 to 2021 Q2, we've been really looking to find that product market fit, and that's been kind of in our product launch period. We recently in Q3 just introduced some referral codes. In Q4, we're going to look to.
Sorry, Regan, I got to cut you off here just on time.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much for your pitch. I know you're just coming up to your ask. You want to quickly fire through this?
Yeah, sure. Last slide.
15 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. So we're asking for $400,000 at a valuation of $4 million pre-money valuation, and we're looking for a safe note. And for the use of funds, 80% would be going towards advertising and payroll. The remaining would be towards our recruiter, operational costs, and product development. So yeah, thank you for taking the time to learn a little bit more about Thriver and giving me the extra 10 seconds. I appreciate it, Sal and John show.
Absolutely. Reen, I should, we'll get you just one question here really quick. We're kind of coming over on time, so I'll get you one question, then we'll have to close out the hour here.
Sure.
So just on your traction, just on your recent traction over the last number of months, who are you finding is like it tends to be your key customer, both on the RMT side and on the user side? What is their defining characteristics?
Yeah, so on the massage therapist side, they are usually massage therapists who are building their practice. They're just starting out. So they don't have any book at all. They don't have any book of business. And if they use us, they can build that book of business, and the clients don't actually belong to that massage therapist. They belong to the clinic. They belong to the massage therapist. When we're talking about the individuals who are booking the massages, it's the individuals who need last minute appointments. It doesn't matter what's going on in their life. They're very last minute people. In terms of demographics, it's kind of all over the place, but we're in that 33 to 40-year-old demographic right now currently.
All right. Thank you very much for bringing in the hammer.
So that's the Sal and John show. Thank you everyone for this great day. And we're excited to see the last bit of pitches coming up here pretty soon. Before I head out, I do want to say for any of the founders that are looking for some funding, I will take 10 referrals from today specifically to pass on to Clearco. So The first 10 that get to me today, I'll put your things through. So reach out to me on LinkedIn, Salman Mula on LinkedIn, and then I'll just get it going. Let's get some funding out to some companies, guys. Let's get some money in this ecosystem. But thank you guys for this great day, and we hope to see all of you at the after parties.
See you at 6 p.m. Cathedral Social Hall here in Regina. Looking forward to it.
Bye, guys.
What a show. Day one here on Zoom from the Path co-working space in Regina. Next week, NBC syndicated evening show. I'm looking forward to it. This is great.
We're currently
Mike,
looking
what's
for
going on?
we're currently looking for funding for that.
I'm in. Mike, what's going on?
Not much. Good to be here, Tim.
You look like you're in a place of innovation. What's going on?
I just happen to be. So those of you out there who don't know me, good to see everybody. My name is Mike, and I'm with Innovation Place. So if you're not familiar, Innovation Place is a community that helps emerging and established tech companies thrive through flexible space, programming, networking opportunities, mentorship opportunities, and other supportive partnerships. So we operate at tech parks in Saskatoon and Regina, and work with companies across the tech landscape, from software to ag tech, health tech, clean tech, pretty much everybody pitching today. Yeah, I think, who's my co-host this afternoon? Are you my co-host?
It's me.
Okay.
It's me. That's awesome. And what are you looking for? How can the community help you and Innovation Place? What if you could ask, wave a wand and get something? What are you looking for?
I think that's the key word is community. That's what we're built on, is helping to build a community here in the Saskatchewan tech ecosystem. Hopefully centralized. That's why we've committed to a hub-like concept. That's why we're hosting the after party here in Saskatoon. Really excited to do that. So if I can ask anything, it's just treat your tech startup like you're part of something bigger than yourself. Be a part of the community. It's super supportive if you're not already a part of it. I know a lot of you are. Show up to things like the after party. Show up to mentor other startups who aren't as far along as you. And of course, connect with me or anybody else at Innovation Place if there's an opportunity to work together and help you grow faster and help the rest of the community grow faster.
I love it. I love it. Hey, you know that our motto is have fun, make friends, build companies. We're all about community building and doing that stuff here at Startup TNT as well. I mean, that's why we love to do things like this. So I'm all about that. I love that message. I'll shamelessly plug TNT for a couple seconds here. For those of you that don't know, me and TNT, we were founded out of Edmonton. Both me and my co-founder are based there, but I'm here in Regina because awesome party here tonight. What we're up to, as I alluded to, is have fun, make friends, build companies. That's our motto that I have on my shirt. TNT stands for Thursday Night Tradition. So to that end, we run a party every Thursday. We have one in Edmonton. We've expanded to be in Calgary and also Saskatoon every Thursday. I'd love to do one in Regina. So if there's a valiant crew of folks that want to get that going with us, let us know. The other half of what we do is we run an investment summit. So essentially we get a whole bunch of investors. So we have 30 investors. Everybody pulls $5,000 into the proverbial hat in advance. For 150K. And then we ask a whole bunch of startups, look, you guys said that you want to raise money, let's get it going. A whole bunch of folks apply. And then what we do is we facilitate a fun deal screening process. So it's, you get to meet a whole bunch of investors, the investors get to meet a whole bunch of entrepreneurs, and we facilitate a deal screening process over the course of 8 weeks. So say there's, 40 companies that apply, we facilitate it down to 20, there's a top 20 pitch night. We break it down to 5. We announce those top 5, and then we, make sure that there's deals at the end of the rainbow that 150K is invested into the one company that's selected, but then the investors decide like, look, oh, this is, first of all, that number one company was great. I want to put more than $5,000 into that one. And then they want to put money into company number two, and like, who else is in? And then there's companies, you know, the investors in Edmonton, like, oh shit, those companies in Saskatchewan are also really great. I want to put money into those ones, and vice versa. And last time we did this, it was in Edmonton and Calgary. You know, we had 55 investors, so the pre-commitment was just shy of 300K. But ultimately, the process ended up raising about $1.5 million for 7 companies between those 2 cities, and we're bringing it to Saskatchewan here in September through November. So startuptnt.com, check it out. If you're interested as an investor, if you're interested as an entrepreneur, if you're interested as somebody that just wants to check it out and follow along with the process, sign up for the newsletter and you'll keep in the loop. But I'm really excited to bring that here. Jesse's been doing a whole bunch of work to meet everybody and to drive things here. And I'm really excited for what we're able to bring. I've heard over and over that one of the biggest challenges here in the community is angel investment and that sort of angel gap. And I really want to work with everybody here in order to help solve a very small part of it, and have a bunch of fun along the way. So that's me and TNT in a nutshell. And that's why I've wrangled everybody here to have a bunch of fun here and get to know all the startups. So Mike, how's that?
That sounds amazing. Yeah.
I just show up.
And we're super
I want to hear
excited
better pitches. There's other people here that are better at pitching than me.
Yes.
So what's going on? What do we have? What do we have on deck for today?
We have optimized rentals coming up first.
Hey.
That's Andrew. Yeah.
Okay. Let's
Andrew, what's going on, man? You got the screen share? You ready to go?
just lining it up here right now. Just make sure that this makes sense.
We'll let you know if it doesn't. I'm sure it will.
There we go. Is it actually sharing my screen? Because I can't see. It's moved things over here.
It's sharing the screen. We got the full like PowerPoint, not in the like if you got to hit like F5 or whatever to make it into.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I was hoping I could share it on my other screen and then I could still read it from there, but that's all good.
Oh, that's great.
There we go. So hello and welcome. My name is Andrew Tate and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Optimized Rentals. Our mission is about connecting good tenants with good landlords. The problems that we're working to solve is managing rentals is complex. Screening tenants is mostly done on gut instinct or based only on credit scores. And if you get it wrong, the landlord has a ton of risk. Since becoming a landlord in 2011, I've had bad tenants cost me over $24,000. So solving the problem it's a problem worth solving. Oop, there we go. On the tenant side of things, they don't have it easy either, as slumlords do exist and can make their lives difficult. Tenants also have described the search process as being stressful, time-consuming, and filled with uncertainty and doubt and disappointment. You finally find a good place, and then it gets taken by somebody else. Currently, there's no easy way for the good tenants to stand out. Now, what's the size of the market? If you do the math, the average number of suites per landlord is somewhere between 2 and 4 suites, depending on the market area. Now, once you think about how the top end of the market, there are many large real estate firms with thousands of rentals. That only means there's a greater number of landlords with only a couple of suites. Most products in the industry to help manage properties are geared to large investors or property management companies. There are few products targeted to small landlords like myself. This means there's a large untapped market, and even at modest subscription amounts, you can see there's a vast market potential. Our market research has shown us 3 customer profiles that we're focusing on. So there's new landlords, fresh out of property investment training, looking for tools to help minimize risk, more experienced landlords who want to do better and make their lives easier. And lastly, there are proactive tenants who want to ensure that good behavior stands out and are also willing to pay to ensure that they have lower likelihood of ending up with a shitty landlord. Now, we were solving this problem first with a series of management tools, which both the landlords and the tenants use. The tools in and of themselves help to improve the rental relationship, opening up communication and providing a fair framework in which to operate. The data from these tools is used to build the ratings for the landlords and the tenants so that their good behaviors are recognized. This rating is fundamental in capturing objectively the traits that make good tenants or good landlords. And additionally, we attract tenants and landlords to the site by having rental listings. This isn't the product, this is the hook. Now for the team. I have a background of marketing and entrepreneurship with a BCom degree, but more importantly, I have 11 years of sales experience and 10 years of being a landlord with 6 doors. Helping me to drive this plan and complementing my skill set on the tech side, we have Brent Dixon, co-founder and CTO. Brent has an IST diploma with an app development major, and more importantly, 16 years of application and web development, coupled with 5 years experience as an Airbnb superhost. This leads us to our advantages. We have rental experience, sales and tech skills to bring this together, and uniquely, we're creating a platform with multiple entry points where users can use the tools they need, all while gathering data along the way for the valuable rating system. So how do we get there? We have the website up and running with the listing site, the tenant applications, move-in and move-out condition reports, and we're currently building out useful tools such as the rent receipt maintenance request system. To date, we have 52 landlords and 108 tenants registered. And this has helped us to test the platform and gain valuable user feedback to further refine the product. Our next phase will be testing our traction models for our marketing efforts and in conjunction with monetization to our subscription model. If you'd like to stay connected as we grow and develop, please reach out and we can add you to our stakeholder email. Thank you.
Awesome. I think you might have another early adopter here in myself. I just bought a house with a suite in it just a couple months ago. So
we're our target customer.
When that tenant moves out, I will need a lot of help here. So that's my question: as somebody who's very, very new to this process, I've never done it before. What's my first steps getting involved with Optimized Rentals?
Feel free to send me an email. You can also check out the website, www.optimize.rentals. But just reach out to me. I'd be happy to give you a guided tour. And there's even some things you can do before that tenant moves out. Like you might want to do a move out condition report with that tenant in case there's damages and things like that. Once we have the rent receipt system built up, you might even want to start tracking that. So even while you've got an existing tenant, there's still opportunities to be able to test and use the product.
Very cool. Very cool. And one of the things I do know of those limited things is that the upfront effort of finding yourself a great tenant is really important because it saves you a lot of headaches down the road. Can you go into a little bit of detail? Is that a kind of a marketplace like functionality, or how do you go about finding those good tenants?
Yeah, so it is a marketplace. Where we're basing this is by creating the series of tools that landlords and tenants use. You'll be able to generate data on them. So much like you would have an Uber ride, and you rate your driver and you rate your passenger, eventually you get a score rating system off of that. The idea is that we're actually using factual data to drive that rating, as opposed to a Yelp style rant session where you're bashing your landlord, you're bashing your tenant. That just becomes too onerous to manage. So we want to drive it to, did they pay their rent on time? What does that move in and move out condition report look like? What are the maintenance requests? Are the landlord following up on maintenance requests? Like, this is really a two-ended street. We're trying to make sure we find great landlords and great tenants and then have them rise up together, because I'm tired of an industry that is just sort of a race to the bottom. I've got in another slide I did of pictures from horror stories of tenants that destroyed a place. And I want to find a way to improve the industry. And so far it's been working out pretty good. So excited.
What cities are you in right now?
So right now we've got listings, I believe, in Regina, Saskatoon, Winnipeg. Brent, correct me if I'm wrong. Have we done the ones for Calgary, Edmonton yet? So we've done some partnership with a couple of property management firms, which sounds kind of funny because they're not our ideal target customer, but we do work with them because they eventually want to be able to have access to our great list of tenants, and they'll also list their properties on our site, which then gives more traffic for the tenants who want to come into our site as well. So it's a double-ended market approach, and we've already started to make connections in the industry. And like I said, we've already got, I think it's Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatoon, Regina, and
And what's been the trickiest part about going into a new city? How easy has it been, or what do you wish could be solved a little more?
So for the most part, that's actually been we've sort of been holding on to get the product ready before we kind of roll it out too much. I'm also involved in landlord groups across the country on Facebook. And so I've got standing offers from groups in Ontario, Ottawa, to basically like, yeah, once your product's ready, just, blast it through our site that's got like 1,500 members. So from that perspective, it's really just about making sure that the product is of a high enough quality that people are willing to use it and go through that experience with.
And so what's next? Like it needs to be of a high enough quality. Like what does that tangibly mean?
Yeah, so we're building out the MVP. Like I said, right now we've got the listing site, we've got the move and move out condition report, the tenant application. We're also building out the rent receipt system, the maintenance request system that also has a tenant landlord communication piece. Once we have that, we feel that there's enough of a core product to give a great user experience for both tenants and landlords. So once that's done, we're predicting that'll be finished up end of September, first week of October. Then we can actually go to our next phase, which is our marketing trials. So we've already got test users on the system that are continuously using it, giving us feedback. Then it's going to be about developing our marketing strategy. So we're working with a marketing provider who's sort of on our board of advisors. And basically it's seeing how tractionable it is. So through some LinkedIn ads, Facebook ads, seeing how much invested in spits out how many users in the back end, and then figuring that out against a revenue model, just to make sure that, what's our user acquisition cost. Right now, all of the users we've got have literally just been word of mouth. I've been actually holding it back just so we have a large enough base to test the system, but not so much that they're using an unrefined product and then leave the platform. So.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks.
Mike, are you a customer yet then? Is that you sold?
I'm pretty close to sold. Yes. These sounds like these are problems that I need to solve.
Well, you're exactly our target customer. It's somebody who's new to the industry that doesn't have a lot of experience, that wants to have the tools to do it right from day one. So you're there.
Perfect. And so I guess we have time for maybe one more quick question before we go. I'm not seeing any in the chat here. I'm just curious, prop tech is really heating up right now. There's all kinds of new people jumping on the scene. I just want to know what's your moat? What's protecting you? Is it the fact that you're going after those, people who are early to being a landlord? Is it the data-based approach you're taking? What's your protection here?
The biggest focus is, first of all, the market that we're targeting. Most of the play in the prop tech sector is in that larger scale. It's going after property management firms. It's building the app folios. It's the large integrated financial software management, and they've got their whole system on there. We're literally looking at creating a basic set of tools that the everyday landlord wants to focus on. I'm not looking at getting involved, at least initially, in like the QuickBooks style of things. Everyone's got their own system of how they want to do their taxes. I just want to make sure that you have the tools to manage the relationship with the tenant. And it's a ghost town in terms of what's available for products in that space. So it's going after the smallest end of the market in terms of a volume play, in terms of the number of customers, and then really having the right product mix that's currently being unmet. And then once you've got them into the platform, it's really about managing the retention base of those users. So once you're into the platform as a landlord, I don't even know how I would go back now to doing tenant applications the way I used to with paper-based forms. I literally pull it up on my phone as as my wife gets an ad come in, I fire off the application, and then they can pull it right up on their phone and submit it. So just that ease of use for the customer and making that user experience seamless is really what we're focused on.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Great.
Yeah, great work, Andrew. Mike, who do we have next? What's going on?
Let's see. We have another one coming up here. Turnkey App. We have Jana.
Hello.
There she is.
So I can just share my screen here. Okay. Sorry. The tech
good.
app I'm showing
Good
it
deck.
here right
You
now.
see the first 5 slides ready to go.
Yeah. Okay. See my screen good?
Yeah, it just says loading, but there we
Okay.
go.
We're good? All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Jana with Turnkey, and we are looking to revolutionize residential rentals. Oh, Not working? Okay. As a team made up of both landlords and renters for a combined 17 years, we've often wondered, why is the rental application process such a headache? It's time consuming, it's difficult to plan ahead, and ultimately, this can result in costly vacancies and bad tenants. On average, it takes 3 to 7 days to complete the rental application process, from the initial inquiry to executing the lease. During this process, landlords spend about 60% of their time corresponding with underqualified applicants. These inefficiencies can lead to vacancies, which cost on average up to $1,700 a month. The solution? Matching the landlords with the right renter at the right time. Let me show you how it works. Meet Ryan. Ryan is a landlord. His rental suite is coming available, and he wants to avoid a costly vacancy. Ryan quickly creates a profile on Turnkey so that he can easily connect with renters. Meet Jordan. Jordan is a student moving to Saskatoon and is looking for a rental suite. Jordan completes his Turnkey profile once, which includes all the information in a standard rental application. Now that Jordan's profile is complete, he can quickly share it with landlords and avoid filling out multiple rental applications. Jordan can share his Turnkey profile with a shareable link or apply to the listing with one click through our Quick Apply plugin. Jordan wants to plan ahead, so he shares his Turnkey profile months in advance with landlords and property management companies to pre-apply. Jordan shares his profile with Ryan to apply for his rental suite and meets Ryan's predetermined acceptance criteria. Jordan can now book an in-person or virtual tour and ask further questions through the chat function. Additionally, Jordan and Ryan can now view each other's profiles, which is complete with reviews and rental information. Jordan can then e-sign the lease through the app and secure the rental and get set up for direct withdrawals to pay rent. Turnkey was able to create a win-win for both parties. We surveyed over 100 renters and landlords and had an 86% likelihood that they would use this app. So how does the pricing work? Landlords pay a monthly subscription fee, which is tiered by application volume and premium features. Additionally, we have monthly subscription fees for our Quick Apply plugin. And yes, there are some competitors in the market, but most do not focus on application process and lead generation. Our team of experienced entrepreneurs, designers, and developers are looking for your help to modernize residential rentals. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
Awesome work. This is fun. Are you in the market already? Like, do you have anybody using it, or what cities are you in, or what's going on there?
We have our beta app built, and currently we are testing a landlord focus group, and then also doing soft launch within the next week to kind of get our name out there.
Awesome. Yeah. Sweet. And Mike, what's what are your thoughts?
Really cool. I think we have some competition for my business here between this and the last one, which is funny because the next speaker I'm already a customer of, so we'll get to that. But I guess question on the same theme as what our previous one was is who's your target market? Is it those small landlords, or is it big corps?
Yeah, so we are targeting initially smaller landlords, so landlords that have about 2 to 3 properties. We thought we'd be most competitive in that market.
Nice. What's keeping you up at night right now? If you could wave a wand, what do you want to save? Like, what do you want to solve, rather?
I would say kind of the communication barrier between renters and landlords. I've never been a landlord myself, but I've been a renter, and I've seen the pain points firsthand between that. And my co-founder has been a landlord for many years, so he sees that communication barrier as well on that side of things.
Cool. And how, so the team is, you said that the team is 5 people?
5 people right now. We do have one of our developers taking his master's. So we got to have him for the summer, but as the fall rolls around, he'll be going back to school, unfortunately. So we are looking for another developer right now.
There we go. And are you raising money, or have you raised money in the past, or what's the story on that side of things?
Good question. So right now we are currently focusing more so on the product. We're doing this all kind of at the side of our desks. We all have full-time jobs doing other things, but this is kind of a hobby right now. As we kind of develop the product a bit more, that's when we'll look at other options, I guess, for scaling it.
Yeah, get a bit of traction, build out the product and get it investable, and then take it off and quit the jobs and get it going. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, do you have space? Are you out at Innovation Place, or what's going on?
I'm actually being remote right now from Calgary, but I'm normally in Regina.
Nice. Cool. Mike, you have any? Jesse, what's your marketing and sales strategy to reach those landlords?
Marketing and sales strategy. So right now we're talking with the Landlords Association right now, kind of doing a direct cold call, I guess. As well, digital ads would be probably our main strategy in social media for getting renters to use the app. It is a bit of a chicken and the egg thing in that you need both landlords and renters to use the app simultaneously, bringing them on. So we do have a marketing strategy for both those groups.
Yeah, it's super tricky. Double-sided marketplaces. It's a notorious tough nut to crack.
Yeah.
Mike, do you have anything else? I think we relatively on time here, I think.
Yeah, I think that's everything from me too. So
well, great pitch. This is fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got Dave next. Is that what's going on, Mike? Looks like we got Dave next. Yeah, I'm excited to hear Dave's pitch because he's been very much helping me over the last month or so here doing some renovations in my house. So let's send it over to Dave and Omni.
Okay, you guys can hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen here. I literally just finished this deck like 10 minutes ago.
Entrepreneurial efficiency, I love it.
So it's the, okay, can you see it? Because I can't see it in the Zoom window.
Yep.
You can see my logo and everything? Okay,
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, the average home improvement project is a bit like climbing stairs. And by that, I mean several flights of steep and treacherous stairs. And with limited industry knowledge, most homeowners are climbing these stairs with impaired vision. Now, imagine someone offers to help you and you gratefully take their arm and start walking up those stairs together. But just as you reach that first landing, they stop and say, well, it's been a pleasure serving you. I really hope you make it to the top. Have a nice day. And they leave you with 4 flights to go. Companies such as Angie's List, HomeStars, Home Advisor, House, Porch, Thumbtack, Handy, TaskRabbit, Jiffy, Setter, Renovation Find, Kajanga, Fix It Up, Fixter, Trusted Pros, Trusted Saskatoon, and many more like them. They'll walk you up a flight of stairs, maybe 2, and then they'll leave you to find your way from there. I think this is why the top 10 companies combined hold only 0.24% of the $500 billion home improvement market in North America today. So let's rewind the story and imagine that instead, somebody walks you over to the elevator. They press the button, they help you on board, and they take the ride all the way up with you. See, at Omni, we've built an elevator, and we're with you until you reach every single one of your home goals. Omni is a full-service platform for improving and maintaining your home. Backed by almost 2 decades of industry experience, we've targeted the obvious and the hidden pain points in the entire process. And every day we're working on building innovative solutions to those problems. Here's how it works. So as a homeowner, you describe any maintenance, repair, or renovation job. You share a few photos with us. Then you spend time with your family, you work on hobbies, or whatever gets you up in the morning. Omni just makes sure that your home to-do list won't keep you up at night. You'll get a free quote for every job, along with a local pricing index so that you no longer need multiple quotes. Omni quotes are generated using a standard in 30 North American cities. Then we match you with one of our preferred local contractors in each city. Our pros provide time and location tracking, and a legal contract is generated with every job and change order. Omni takes care of the quoting, admin, and customer service of every job, saving our pros about 30% on time and effort, meaning that they're more than happy to work for 10% less. And this 10% is the primary, which we've been generating revenue for almost 3 months now, and we've made major strides in securing a partnership with the fastest growing real estate brand in the world. We've already received invitations from 24 US cities and have just launched in Omaha, Nebraska as our first stop. Omni has a growing team of 12, and everybody's working hard to develop the systems we need in order to scale. We're opening a $1 million seed round this fall, and our focus will be sales. Strategy is to develop a long, value-based relationship with every homeowner. We have subscription plans coming soon that will further deepen that relationship. Ultimately, we envision homeowners in every corner of North America taking the elevator over the stairs. We believe it's time for effortless home improvement. Thanks.
Awesome work, man. I love the pitch. This is, I remember you were in the Saskatchewan or the Saskatchewan Summit back in Q1. What a big change in the pitch and everything like that. This is great. Mike, I want a customer testimonial. How's it going?
Yeah, I gotta say, so I got a mortgage extension when I bought my house this spring for renovations, meaning I had 90 days to complete a bathroom reno, and I'd still be scratching my head, swinging a hammer at the walls if it wasn't for Omni pulling all the strings and making sure I'm connected to the right people and order of operations is right. Yeah, it's an absolute lifesaver. The one question I have is that so no two houses are the same, and something that I definitely know, having just bought a character home, you know, the idea of a right angle just does not exist. So there are some things with home renovations that it's really hard to optimize, like having somebody standing in your home, in the space, you know, talking over the plan and that sort of thing, which is a tough thing to scale with a tech product. So, and I think we all learned, you know, through the pandemic that Zoom isn't optimized for everything.
That's right.
So how do you sort of tackle that problem of dealing with the little intricacies that every home has and every homeowner has, without, or how do you make that scale, I guess is my question.
Well, I think that there's two parts to the answer to that. The first part is just with so much experience and having dealt with so many different homes in different conditions, different levels of finishes. I mean, there's such a vast array, like you said, and you know, we know that going in. And so as far as how we do our estimating and some of that groundwork up front and making sure that we ask all the right questions, that's a big part of it for sure. But as we've been live the last few months, we knew we were going to encounter some problems. Obviously, it's a very messy industry. And one of the problems that we did run into already was a little bit of the need for quality control when it comes to the work that's being done. I mean, we can make sure that a service provider has an excellent local reputation. We can gather references from them. we can do all the groundwork that you would normally do as the most conscientious homeowner possible. But until you actually see the work that's done, it's tough to, for sure, be able to say, okay, this is exactly the product that's going to be delivered. So what we've done actually in the last few months is slightly pivoted our model of how we bring in service providers. So a lot of our service providers, because we're rolling out
Looks like we lost him.
Did we lose Dave?
Evaporated.
Oh no. Slowly started to fade out, starting with his video and then all together.
Well, great pitch though. Huge fan. Yeah, like I said, it was being genuine. Like that's a huge step up on the pitch, and I think they'll be able to raise that million. This will be a bunch of fun for them. I'm excited. I wanted to know what cities they're in and where they're going next, but I guess I'll never know. If he comes back, maybe we'll save a question for him if he comes back online. But maybe we should jump over to Jeff at River City Innovations.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are things going over there?
Oh, it's a marathon. How about you?
It's been a marathon day, and I'm really hoping my audio and video hold true because there's been a lot of people with the same issue. So here we go.
Yeah. Well, you got the whole like aviation headset. You're ready to go. It feels like feels like you're structured. You're gonna get it going.
We're gonna try. So let me know if you guys can see that screen or not.
It's working on it. But while we're waiting for it to start sharing, shout out to you. Thanks for contributing to the party here in Regina. This is gonna be a blast. Are you coming out?
Well, that's something I was going to ask about. Everybody keeps talking about the after party at Regina, but there's some of us in Saskatoon, and I think we're at Boffin's.
They are.
So
Jeff donated to the Saskatoon one, actually.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wait for. I shared my screen, and the screen locked up, so I'm waiting for the mouse to go here. Murphy's Law.
We can't see anything. It just says you started screen sharing, so we'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I have to turn my cell phone to it. Waiting for it here. Completely locked. 1 second.
Well, for what it's worth, you're not frozen. So.
No, it's just my whole. I'm just trying to see if there's another window opened up. Locked it. Nope. So that's the way it's going to go. See? Omni hexed it.
Dave, what the hell?
Okay. I literally have locked screen on both devices here. Huh. There it goes. Wait, it's kicked in.
We're ready to go.
Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, I'll introduce myself. I'm Jeff Shirley. I'm the founder and CEO of River City Innovations, and we are a hardware manufacturer. We make IoT sensors for various industries. And relative to the last few presenters, some of them are in property management. We actually make sensors for property management, so kind of interesting. I'm the founder, and my co-founder, Lance Pitka, is one of our key partners here. So we started this 3 years ago in 2018, April, and today we run the business. We did a $700,000 seed raise in March of this year when our revenues were about $200K a year. And the last 6 months, we've we've more than doubled that now. So coming along. We build sensors, so they include mostly GPS tracking was the original product. But today we've extrapolated this quite a bit. We now do cold chain monitoring and temperature monitoring. We have sensors for the oil and gas industry, monitoring hydrocarbons for one of our key clients. And we have sensors for ag tech with soil moisture, temperature, humidity, other data out in the field. And we test them at businesses, clients, trial projects, and then when they're valuable and working, we take them out to the rest of the market. So you can see there, 2021, we've now surpassed 500K in sales, and our ARR has actually surpassed 400K as of this week. Had some major deals we've closed, including things with yet to be published clients. So The market, we have two key revenue models. Business model is GPS tracking. So I actually brought along one. Can you guys still see me on the screen? I have this to show you. The world's smallest GPS tracker. That is our board right there. That's a LoRa GPS tracker. And the battery sucker on this can go as long as a year with no recharges, depending on what we're doing. We have another one with a different type of battery. It's a little bit bigger and it can go up to 5 years. And we also make sensors like these. This is a temperature sensor used for pharmacy and cold chain monitoring, grocery stores, pharmacy coolers, vaccine storage. And we have this newer sensor for property monitoring, which is a smart room sensor for carbon monoxide, water leaks, and motion inside property rooms that are vacant. So property managers can manage their property better. Cuts their costs. We sub-branded. This was part of the Co.Labs support we got. We couldn't figure out how to brand our stuff. So we actually sub-branded. We do the B2C stuff under Be Secure brand. This is bikes, pets, apiaries, equipment, people buying GPS trackers. One of the neat things about this is our goal was actually get out to France. And we haven't done a big public news announcement on this yet. It'll be coming next week. We actually have succeeded with that. So coming up in September, Lance and I will actually be out in France meeting the executive team of a couple of key partners out that way. And we will be building a new board, which with their support will be satellite and LoRa hybrid. So you can see there are markets for temperature monitoring and vacant unit monitoring on the property side. I think I've got to get out there and maybe talk to Andrew and Jana about what are you guys doing? And maybe we have some common interests here in making the property management experience better. Ongoing developments, some cool things going on. We work with EMS, an Edmonton-based company operating out here in Saskatoon as well. We built their sensors for them. We work with Glacier Farm Media and Pestle and SaskTel. We've got some pretty cool things going there. Some more stuff with Secure Tech coming up. And interestingly enough, the bottom logo on this slide is Kineas. So that is French government satellite system. We've got some new things coming there right away. And our revenues, we're right on track. This pitch was done up in December, but we predicted 542K for 2021 and 2.2 million in 2022. We are ahead of schedule right now. So if the rest of the year is kind to us, the next 3-4 months, we'll come out a little bit ahead of our schedule, and I will keep my investors happy and keep on going forward. Supporting documents, staying on the 3-minute pitch here. We've got everything you could ask for: 5-year budget, revenue breakdowns, 3-year strategy, and we can talk more about client references and our whole business model canvas approach and how we are currently scaling. And I would like to point out, we do have some new jobs opening up. So like somebody else mentioned, we are looking for developers as well, computer engineers, comp sci, and likely some sales staff in Q4. This fall we'll be out into Europe, and I've got a couple trade missions already booked out to France and then probably into Spain as well. So we're busting our butt, working double time and having fun. Reach out to me if you have any questions, and now I'm just going to answer any questions if there are any. That's my mini pitch, keeping to the point.
It's a whole bunch of sensors. I love it. Can you walk me through a little bit more? So LoRa is like, we'll call it fancy Bluetooth. How, if it's sort of like a GPS, like for which situations would you use LoRa as opposed to cellular? Like you said that you blanketed France in LoRa. Like how does this work?
So LoRa coverage covers all of Europe already. You can get 100% geographical coverage in France. Most of the continent's covered. You get into Spain, it's there. Africa, it's there. And we've signed off on a deal that gives us access to that full network for all of Europe. That's part of our mission in late September. So we'll be expanding that. LoRa is like a wireless network in your house, except instead of 300 feet or Bluetooth 30 feet, with LoRa, you can go 50 kilometers. So we put up a gateway, cover 50 kilometers. In the cities, you see 1 to 2 kilometers. And we're doing some cool stuff with SaskTel. We got a lot of things going with Saskatoon, Regina, Melfort, Moose Jaw, more on the way. So Calgary next, I've signed off with Calgary. We'll sort of keep these out to the public in news announcements as we go. But yeah, it's a radio network, and our devices use LoRa. We also do LTE-M for GPS trackers. If people have cellular coverage in the area and it's only 1 or 2 devices, cellular is better. If you're a company with 1,000 devices you want to track at a very, very cheap way, and they're stationary around your building, maybe palletized goods or high theft risk assets, then we come in with LoRa and we put that in place. We'll build the network if it's not there. If it is there, we can provision on the network. And if you don't have the sensor, but you need data collected, we actually custom build the PCB and the sensor and the boards. And then we usually, out of that, expect a multi-year procurement and development agreement.
That's awesome. And how does it work from like you had some pricing up? Is it like an upfront buy of the physical good and then an ongoing kind of subscription for maintenance, or is it sort of just a monthly thing right off the bat, or how does it work?
It depends on the client. So the B2C is go online to besecure.ca and order your GPS tracker, and within 48 hours we've shipped it and provisioned it and you're activated in your account, ready to go. Runs about $13 a month for a cellular tracker. The LoRa devices is a little bit more complicated. There's a LoRa network that's provisioned. So our big uptake right now is pharmacy vaccine storage and monitoring of coolers and grocery coolers. And in that case, it's a temperature sensor. That one is 3-year contract. The hardware is free, $500 a year, done. Everything else included, training, onboarding, device provisioning, monitoring, software, dashboard, everything, $500 a year. Generally speaking, on LoRa devices, we're heading into Europe for bike trackers and pet trackers. The LoRa devices are $4 a month. And if you want to go multi-year, we give you discounts.
That's wild.
I have a GPS tracker on my dogs. I live out in acreage, and you want to see the terrain Great Pyrenees travel. Holy smokes. My dogs have covered 2-mile radius everywhere at night, and we used to lose them in blizzards and get worried. Now we don't. So we're taking that market to Europe for pet tracking and here in Canada as well.
I love it. Mike, do you have any questions? Or we're also bumping up against our time here for Sasklander.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to take any more of your time. This has been a really cool adventure watching River City Innovations change over the years, just from winning that original innovation challenge and now to what it's become today, and now moving off into France and everything. That's great. That's great.
I've got to point it out, 100% because of the ecosystem, Co.Labs, Innovation Saskatchewan. We can keep going down the list. We're not here without all of that. So awesome, and hats off to Innovation Place for helping us with a home to stay that's affordable. We really appreciate it.
We're happy to be there.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Last but not least for this prop tech block, we have Aldo from Sasklander.
Yes.
What's going on?
Not much. Clearly not James. We weren't sure whether it was going to be in person or remote. I'm sitting in Montreal actually, and there's definitely enough rain coming down to blanket all of Saskatchewan. I know it's been a dry year, but anyway. So it's a little hot in here. I'm glad it's on Zoom so you guys can't see that I'm sweating in the room, but anyway. Yeah, ready to go if you guys are.
Yeah.
Start the screen share.
Born ready.
Let's go into this one. I'm not sure if you guys are going to be just. Don't know if you guys can see my screen at the moment.
Nope, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, sorry. There we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, we'll just leave the little floating boxes where they are. So yeah, I'm one of the co-founders at Sasklander, and when thinking of rural property, obviously ag tech is the first thing that jumps into mind, right? And there's some really great companies. We saw some presentations earlier today in that space, but one aspect that's often overlooked is access to rural property. And there's lots of reasons that is needed. And currently landowners are underserved with modern solutions for managing access to their property. The best current solution is to go out, grab a sign that says no trespassing with no additional information, tack it up on your parcels. This is expensive, it costs money, and it doesn't really scale when you have hundreds of parcels. For people seeking access, they have limited options for getting contact and getting permission to be on rural property, especially if the landowner isn't known ahead of time. Now, access can be for recreational things like hunting, snowmobiling, or other leisure activities, or for corporate reasons such as surveying or energy infrastructure installation and maintenance. So Sasklander is the modern solution to this modern problem. We take a landowner first approach that's built on the pillars of privacy, good information, and good land stewardship. We let landowners digitally post their property on our map-based platform, set the access permissions, And then recreational users and other users can see what property is available, what the requests are, make requests. Landowners can then know that who's on the property, why they're there, and that they are in good standing without giving out any personal identifying information. Right now, with an increase in absentee landowners and issues around trespassing and property access, now is a great time to get into this market. We launched the early access version of this platform in June of this year. And in early access, we have 168 verified parcels on the property or on the system with 105 verified landowners. And we're reaching out with our strategic partners, SARM, the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, reaching out directly to their ratepayers. And we've just signed a contract with our first organization partner, the Saskatchewan Snowmobile Association. So we're managing their parcels and their property permissions for them. That represents about 2,500 landowners with about 1 to 10 parcels each. They obviously also have about 15,000 snowmobiles that are registered in Saskatchewan alone. This accounts for about 400,000 trips per year. Just in Saskatchewan. And the other recreational group we're targeting this year is hunters. There are about 42,000 and about 500,000 individual requests a year to get onto property. For organizations, it's a little bit more difficult to get this, but guys that we've talked to like Ducks Unlimited need daily access. Our revenue model looks a little complicated, but it's pretty straightforward. It's free for landowners to sign up, get their property on the system and manage access. Recreational users pay subscription, either monthly, seasonally, or annually, and organizations, it's direct sales. There's also opportunities for advertising as well as data analysis and data sales. So we launched the early access version of this June of this year. In the fall, we're looking to add recreational requesting for all recreational activities, but specifically hunting, as well as open the org accounts. And in 2022, we're looking to scale, add more pilots for organizations to get access, and to release premium features for landowners, including a marketplace for buying and selling property. Right now, we're doing our kind of first real raise. We're asking for around $400,000 to increase our marketing budget, scale, get on that ramp, and make sure more people are aware of us. And then also to fund our development team. We have a pretty small team right now, and we want to expand that to keep producing features that are going to be value added and revenue producing for us as well. So yeah, thanks. Aldo, you guys can find me at aldo@sasklander or sign up at sasklander.ca. Thank you.
All right, awesome pitch. Another Innovation Challenge winner over here.
Yes, yeah, 2019, and yeah, just thanks to the Innovation Saskatchewan for that, and thanks for you guys for setting all this up.
Yeah, and I'm gonna add to Jesse's question here from the chat. He asked about a name change. It might be hard to expand with a name like Saslander. So I'm really curious about expansion. I know the name change may be part of that, but I want to know, are there any regional regulatory differences or even just like behavioral differences among between regions and then going down into the south? That you see as sort of significant hurdles, and how might you get over that?
Yeah, so firstly, obviously the name is very Saskatchewan focused. When we won the Innovation Challenge, it was Sask based. We ran with it, we got a little bit of press attention, and we kind of got into a position where in early access and pre-revenue, people knew us as Sasklander, and so we wanted to keep the momentum going. But we know that once we expand past Saskatchewan, that's no longer going to work. So there is a rebrand scheduled for when we do expand past Saskatchewan. On that front, the differences between regions in Canada aren't all that great. In fact, Saskatchewan is now coming more in line with some of the other regulations in, I believe, Alberta and Manitoba, where you require permission to be on private property. It's no longer implied unless it's posted as no trespassing. So in fact, it should be easier to expand in there. Also, when I was showing the platform, there's that land fabric. So that covers all of essentially North America. So anywhere where we can get the data for the property boundaries, we can expand into pretty quickly. The only real regulatory issue right now is we're working with the title registry to make sure that all the parcels on the platform are verified and have gone through, and we know that we're adding the correct land. So we'd have to either figure out a similar relationship with other title registrars in other provinces, or maybe tighten up our terms of service a little bit more to make sure that we can filter out bad actors.
In terms of traction, both on the call it landowner side and on the user side, what have things been looking like so far right now?
Yeah, so like I said, we're in early access for landowners right now. So they can sign up, they have full access to the platform, they can set their permissions, things. We're opening the requesting in September. The reason for that lag is essentially we needed some parcels on the system to be able to actually do the requesting part of it. But, working with organizations like SARM, our strategic partners are really the big way that we're reaching out to landowners. And then one side, I don't know if so, there's about 21,000 landowners in Saskatchewan that use the internet for business, if you weren't aware. So, knocking on doors isn't exactly practical. So working with organizations like SARM, it's been really useful to get right in front of their ratepayers at their conventions. Everyone we've talked to said this is a problem that needs solving. And we've got some really good feedback from landowners and working with them to develop tools that work. And some of the premium features are really going to help. They're all in the space of property management and land management in the rural space. So whether that's a buy-sell marketplace or promoting your property for, I need this on my land, or, cultivated areas. So any kind of management things that are currently being done in pen and paper, we're looking to expand to that in the coming years.
Awesome. Great work. Well, it's 5 o'clock. How's it 5 o'clock already? What the hell? What's going on? This concludes hour 8 of the marathon, coming up on hour 9. Mike, how are you feeling?
Feeling good. It's been fun.
Great
Excited
work.
for the after party.
I'm realizing now that it was really appropriate for the largest landlord of all of the innovation properties in Saskatchewan to be hosting the prop tech hour of the summit. So that was awesome. Good work. We have Marco and Evelyn up next, our new hosts. I don't even know what the segment is. What are we learning about last? Education and workforce? What's going on?
Yes. Hi, Tim. Hi, everybody. This has been an amazing day. I've been tuned in all day, although I was watching on YouTube. But yeah, this has been awesome. And yes, Tim, we are actually closing with education and labor. And so I'm really excited to hear from these companies. I feel like EdTech has had this glow up since last year. So we'll see what our companies have to say today. Marco, hi.
Oh, hi, how are you? Really excited to be part of this today. And just to echo Evelyn's point of view, EdTech has had some incredible reform and things are starting to look up and starting to be really, really exciting for the industry. And then we have some quite impressive workforce startups also taking part today as well. So we're looking forward to helping see those companies present.
Yeah, Michael, honestly, also labor in general, right? How people work and how we are sourcing our employees has changed so much. So yeah, I'm excited to hear about this. And we're closing up with a bang, everybody. They got the best 2 hosts to close it. Marco from Alberta. So yeah, thanks Tim and Jesse for lining us up this way. Okay.
Yeah, you want to pitch Red Thread and Valhalla?
Yeah, no, context. Absolutely. Here, let me just pull this up here. So then we'll just go into share mode here. Oh, there we go. So we're going to go all the way to the front. So I'm going to start us off with Red Thread. So first and foremost, I am Marco Donadeo. I'm one of the directors of Red Thread Ventures. We are a venture firm based out of British Columbia, but love to invest anywhere globally. And more of our focus than anywhere else is here in Western Canada. And yes, that does include beautiful Saskatchewan. I myself am a graduate of the University of Saskatchewan and really excited to be a part of this presentation or these following up presentations today. A little bit about Red Thread. We are a community. We're not a brokerage or a traditional investment firm. We're really essentially a group of angels and VCs looking to invest in strong entrepreneurial investors. And in addition to that, we're trying to break a couple barriers by allowing people to invest under the traditional capital requirements of some potential startup rounds. We do this by essentially syndicating all of our deal flow at this point in time. So with Red Thread, essentially we offer two different, value propositions for both people. For investors, we give them a community of like-minded investors and entrepreneurs, as well as an extended group of angel networks. We vet our deal flow, and on top of that, we provide an opportunity for those who are wanting to be included to be able to participate in the due diligence if desired, and also, as mentioned, contribute at a lower minimum threshold that may be unavailable given the current circumstances of whatever company they're seeking. Whereas for entrepreneurs, we're essentially a community of like-minded investors that want to invest into inspiring entrepreneurs like you that are going to present today. We provide experienced financial advice. Specifically, we try and place a fractional CFO within your company. Tim is one of our great representatives as well, who really tries to work with these entrepreneurs on a day-to-day basis and really give you strong feedback to help bring you towards success. And in addition to that, the way we syndicate deals, you get an opportunity to have multiple investors invest under one cap table name, giving you a multitude of advisory, capabilities, and allowing for you to really utilize those around you. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it to Evelyn, who's going to speak a little bit about Valhalla.
Thanks, Marco. That was great. So a quick introduction about Valhalla Angels. For those that are not familiar with our group, Valhalla Angels is a company under Valhalla Private Capital. But our group, what we do is facilitate the introduction of companies to potential investors. So we're kind of like the middleman, and it is an investor-led business growth, right? And we've been operating since about 2003. We rebranded in 2017, but since then we've grown from just being head office in Calgary to have 6 chapters across Western Canada. So we actually have presence in Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, Kelowna, Regina, and Saskatoon. Marco, can you go to the back one? Thank you. And then also we have some remote members for those that are not in any of those cities. And actually, I'm really glad to see that we have some of our members attending here today, even from BC. So shout out to those that made it to the Saskatchewan Pitch Marathon. I think we have about our members, we have about over 120 accredited investors that are our members. We have invested in about 275 deals, and then about almost 72 million invested into early stage companies. Now, Marco, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. For investors, we do have 2 chapters, Regina and Saskatoon. I am the chapter president for both of them. Right now, we're kind of running it as Saskatchewan since everything's been virtual. So we have a heavy presence in Western Canada. What we do for our members really is to pre-screen the best deal flow we can get. And then once they are pre-screened, we introduce them to our members. Now, our members actually invest on their own, or, great organizations like Red Thread, who they facilitate the pulling of funds as well, and they go into the cap table as one. Some of our members do that. We have family offices, micro VCs, but we don't actually go in as Valhalla. Is for our members. We also have some member benefits, and then some data access is very important. For the founders, obviously, this is a platform for you to get exposure to investors outside of Saskatchewan as well, including Alberta, BC, and across Canada, some international investors as well. We do offer monthly pitches where usually 4 companies that have already been through our formal screening process. They get to pitch to our members. And we do have like one very important piece of Valhalla is education. And we offer this for both founders and investors. And Saskatchewan, actually, I have a little tip for you. We just secured some opportunity to host a Founders Base Camp here in September. So I have 20 spots available for those that are looking to raise around anytime soon, within 6 months or so. It could be your pre-seed, your seed, even your Series A. Just send me an email. I can send you an invite. These are invite-only events. Same for investors. We are providing some training for new angels who have been doing this for a little bit, but they still have a lot of questions and they still want to learn more. So yeah, that's us. I think did I go over my time, Martha? Are you timing me?
No, you are perfect. Just a minute under. And don't worry, we have to rush through these things to give the entrepreneurs all the floor anyways. They deserve it more than we do right now.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, let's get started. How about that?
Yeah, no, that sounds great. So I guess with that, why don't we start with our first presentation? It's going to be Neil from Skillshark. Skillshark is essentially a sporting evaluation app, and I'm looking forward to hearing about it.
All right, I should be unmuted now. Everybody can hear. You guys can hear me all right?
Perfect.
Okay. Oh, 1 second. There we go. All right, here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
So hi there, everybody. So my name is Neil Anderson. I'm founder of Skillshark, and we make athlete evaluations easy. So as an engineer, I spent the last 30 years focused on optimizing industrial processes around Saskatchewan and combining that with my love of playing and then eventually coaching competitive softball the majority of my life. That's kind of where I saw the need for Skillshark. So picture taking your child out for tryouts, and it doesn't matter what sport you're taking them out for, where pen and paper is being used to gather the data. Skillshark solves the 3 biggest problems for youth evaluations of any sport. So first, we save organizations buckets of time, not having to do up to 50 hours on average of data entry into spreadsheets. Second, for the athletes, when's the last time your son or daughter ever got feedback after an evaluation saying, here's what you did well, but here's what you need to work on to finish higher next year? Never happens. Basically, they just get told, hey, you're on team 6 of 10 and have a good season. And it usually takes 3 weeks to find that out. And then lastly, the parents who do not know the sport as well as the coaches. They're just looking for direction for what their child needs to work on the weekends. And we solve all those problems. So our solution is Skillshark. Skillshark is a B2B SaaS model company which sells annual athlete license subscriptions. Future revenue streams include selling data analytics back to sport organizations for data parsing. We're currently approximately 200K ARR. And prior to COVID, we were tracking at 500% year-over-year growth. And despite COVID in 2020, we still finished at 200% year-over-year. Our marketing focus is aimed towards the education of coaches and organizations in the sports data analytics market, which is growing at a rate of 30% year-over-year. This is really a blue ocean market for us, as we have very few competitors in this space. Our primary competitor to this day remains pen and paper, which we are definitely a disruptive technology for that. All of our major contracts, oddly enough, have been signed during the last 10 to 12 months during COVID. And that includes, I'll go along with Jeff Shirley here. We just signed a contract with the country of France for the French National Sports Council, who uses us across the board for baseball and softball across the entire country. They're also using us for their 2024 Olympians preparing for the Paris Olympics. We also most notably signed the largest sport organization on the globe, the USSSA, which has approximately 4 million athletes covering 15 sports. So we're going to be doing rollouts with their state directors. Yeah, so a number of organizations that we've signed partnership with, and we expect to announce a couple major ones here in the next 2 weeks. We have a development team right here in Saskatoon, and we just launched a $1 million seed round back in November through convertible notes with attractive terms. And it's a kind of a mixture of non-dilutive funds as well. And we're already at about 70 to 80% of our goal. The most notable people that we've recently added to our board of advisors is Sumit Arora from Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment. He's the director of strategy. And Jeff Roden, who was VP of operations with the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'd love to have you join our team and help us empower technology in youth sports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neil, for your presentation. Excellent job. As Evelyn mentioned, if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. But I guess I'll start it off with just a question towards your customer base. You have a lot of big names on that customer list thus far. Who are you planning on targeting next, and how do you plan on getting them?
Yeah, so one of the key ones that we just got word of today that they're expecting the contract to be signed here in the next week is the largest volleyball organization on the globe, the Ontario Volleyball Association. We've already signed contracts with Water Polo Canada, which will be mandating Skillshark across the country next year. We already have relationships with Softball Canada. They're using us for across the country as well. The CFL, we've got, we just signed a contract with the San Diego Strike Force indoor football team, and they are loving us. They hold a number of football camps around Southern California. Yeah, I could go on. We got a lot.
Fantastic. No, that's really great to hear. I guess further from there, I noticed that you mentioned it was, I think it was a $4, $6, and $8. Is that a monthly cost?
No, it's an annual cost. Most organizations, kind of like the one I was a part of, we actually did our evaluations at the beginning of each year. So if we made it a monthly cost, then people would just game the system and only subscribe for the 1 month they do evaluations and then cancel. So we make it an annual cost.
Interesting. And what's your margin on that $4, $6, $8?
We're a SaaS model, so we don't have any hardware costs or shipping or warehousing. So you could say it's 100%.
Mark, I'm gonna pitch in here. Since you're on this topic, and this was kind of my question that I had, is talk to me, Neil. First of all, I guess congratulations on all the traction you've had. It's been great seeing you, like grow and progress as you grow your team and everything. So, but talk to me about the pricing. Obviously, you are, like the pretty good option for the organizations you're working with, and you are, like competitive on pricing. Are you sticking with the price? Like, do you have any plans on like upping? Because some of them you are, like very affordable compared to other options. So are you planning on upping your prices at some point? Or are you going to
Great question. There's a lot to talk about. So on the pricing topic, one of the reasons why we've kept it so affordable is to make it a huge barrier to entry for any competition. So we want to own the market space first before we increase the price much more. Now, in the past 4 years, we've increased it 4 times, and each time we haven't seen many customers drop off. In fact, we're going to be going through another price increase here within 4 months as we launch a brand new feature. The people are already subscribing at our upper tier plan, and we haven't even launched the feature yet. It's, as time goes on and we continue to own the market and launching new features, it's far easier to increase your price than decrease it and erode your profit centers.
Oh, super interesting.
Yeah.
With that, I guess we can, if there's any other further questions, we can entertain maybe one more. Feel free to type it in the chat. We'll happily ask it. And then if not, we'll transition to the next presentation.
I think we're good, Marco, but congratulations, Neil.
Yeah, thanks. And similar to what Jeff commented, we would not exist if it wasn't for the infrastructure of places like Co.Labs and supportive organizations like Valhalla, who's been fantastic for us.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Okay, so who's next, Marco? Who do we have?
So we have Manon from More Data Scientists. I see him down there with that nice suit over there. It's a data science education program. Looking forward to hearing more about your pitch.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you should be able to share screen there.
Okay, just give me a second. Are you able to see the slide?
Perfect.
Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Manan and I'm founder of More Data Scientists. With us, you can learn data science with confidence. Talking about the problem, I had to come to Canada for my master's in machine learning and AI because machine learning is a nascent stage back in India. Before coming, I did some courses online, but they were pretty expensive. I wasn't allowed to download the code. And when I started working as a data scientist, I wasn't able to apply my practical knowledge in my job. These are some of the problems that are faced by international students. Solution to these problems is More Data Scientists. More Data Scientists is a platform that provides cost-efficient as well as free courses. You can download the code and learn whenever you want at your own pace. And we have an apply to instructor program where you can earn money while you teach. Now we'll talk about the market demand. According to the Forbes, the global machine learning market is projected to grow from around 7.3 million in 2020 to around 30.6 billion in 2024. So that's a huge market that's need to be tapped on. Teachers and students who are inclined towards machine learning and companies and employers who are implementing machine learning is our target audience. So this is our platform. It's live, and this is the landing page. You can see we have blogs, we have online courses, and we have books. So this is our SREDA revenue model. On the top, we have a monthly subscription of around $99. It will allow the learner to learn every course that is present on the platform. Next, if a learner wants to learn any single course, that is around $49. And in the last, if a learner doesn't want to see the videos and just want to download the books, it's only for about $25. And we are taking 50% commission on everything. I will talk about potential market adaptation. So we are thinking to have partnership with universities so that they can hold up their degrees and certificates on our platform. Be an instructor would be open to anyone with sufficient teaching skills, and they can opt to be an instructor. Our platform also has the ability to host online teaching events via Zoom. So we'll talk about some competitive advantages. So none of the competitors such as Coursera, edX, and Udemy has blog and tutorial section, which we have. Next, we have ready to execute code books that you can download for every course. And we are also going to implement the online teaching event soon to attract more users. So beside me, I have my co-founder, Ruchita. We both have done our master's degree in big data, and we are practitioners of machine learning for quite some time. So thank you so much for listening. Now I'm open to any questions.
No, that was great. Thank you so much, Manon. Really quick, right on the money, right on 3 minutes. So that was perfect.
Yeah.
So I guess one thing that I would like to question is you referenced the immensely large market. How do you plan on tapping into that?
We have few features that are unique. Like as I told you, we have really nice books that are ready to execute in Jupyter Notebook format. And other than that, we are going to implement online teaching schedules. So these are few things that our competitor doesn't have, and we are going to implement soon.
Manan, question, what's the IP on this? Do you have some anything proprietary? Is this how defendable is this what you're doing?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
What's the IP? Do you have any IP on this, or are you anything that's proprietary that on your platform, or how, I guess, how defendable, how are people not going to replicate it easily?
So like when a user apply to be an instructor, so all the things that he has, he can just upload to the website. So all those things would be proprietary, will be having a proprietary ridership to that owner. It won't be applicable to our website.
Interesting. And a couple questions from the chat here. Is your code deployed via Git or Jupyter? And are the examples released under permissive licensing? For example, MIT or GPL?
Yes, they are. All the things are licensed, so all the codes would be available on GitHub also.
Interesting. So I guess at this point in time, how far away are you from actually being available to market? Are you currently selling these courses?
No, actually, we are just in the development phase, and we are 95% done, and we are thinking that we are going to launch in mid-November.
How is your, I guess, like, how are you acquiring your customers right now? So some partnerships with universities, and but how is that working out?
So right now we are just uploading some free courses. So once we have launched, then we go and ask the universities if they want to have a partnership with us. So first I'm thinking like going to the University of Saskatchewan if they want to have a partnership.
Yeah. What's the feedback you're getting so far? Like, what's the best feedback you're getting?
So like before working on this platform, I launched an initial blog website for the tutorials, free tutorials, and I got a lot of messages and emails regarding the same, like the courses were really nice and if I can upload some courses for the same. So I think we are moving in the right direction.
That's good. And sorry, I didn't catch it. How much are you asking for? What's your current raise?
So right now we are asking for $100,000 for marketing and advertising.
And do you have an evaluation at this point in time?
Not right now.
Okay, that's fine. I guess, have you raised anything in the past, or have you been fully bootstrapped to this moment?
No, nothing at all. So this is my first pitch.
Well, you did great. Did great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's good. Good job on the pitch. And again, right, like making this education available to everybody is something that we've been seeing a lot. You know, the quick question I would have is like, how are you going to stay competitive? And, you know, just because it is a crowded space, right?
Yeah.
And a big question that I think a lot of people are going to want an answer to is what truly differentiates your product versus the market? Because as Evelyn alluded to, it is a very saturated market and you need to be able to really separate yourselves from your peers.
Yeah, so like every course is a small project and most of the data scientists work in this thing, like it's called Jupyter Notebook. So it's an interactive tool which you'll be able to run the code really easily. So every course would be sort of a small project. So you can learn a new technology as well as you'll be having your own project. So I think this is a unique feature that we are trying to implement in this thing.
Very interesting. Yeah. Evelyn, do you have any more questions?
No, just a quick comment. I did take a look at your website. It looks pretty good. I should probably sign up for something like this. I need some upgrade my tech skills for sure. So, but yeah, no, congratulations and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for your time, Manon. With that, we are going to transition to our next pitch here. Next up, we have MyComply, a safety compliance training platform to hopefully keep our workers a little bit safer.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I will just share my screen here. Everyone can see the screen?
No.
It's just loading.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. You're all set.
Good. Perfect. Well, I'll just run it on the side here. So MyComply is the future of work in construction. So I'll pose that at the very beginning and see how many catch it at the end. So what MyComply does, we are a compliance platform. So
we ensure or empower general contractors to ensure a qualified workforce on all job sites. And when we say workforce, we mean everyone on the job site. So both general contractors' employees, their subcontractors, and their subcontractors' employees that work for them. So here's the problem. The construction industry, you look at a general contractor, they are not a contractor that you would think of. They don't hammer in the nails. They really provide project management, engineering, finance, insurance, and they leverage subcontractors on the job site. So 90% of all people on job sites don't actually work or are for the general contractors. So there isn't this conduit or a method of communication from those worker attributes or details. Generally, it is their qualification and training from the worker to the subcontractor to the general contractor. It's also very important to note that the worker, 64% of the entire industry, so 64% of 7.5 million workers in North America change their job every year. In comes MyComply. So MyComply is a platform that is built on the idea of a worker-centric model. So it's all about the profile. So Facebook, LinkedIn, that idea of a worker-centric profile that is aggregated together to share information to the subcontractor employer, which can share that information to the general contractor. So we have two products. One is the company certification manager, and that is generally sold to the subcontractors for them to manage their employees. So all of their workers, they can manage their training, their certification. As an organization, they also manage their proof of insurance, their site safety policies, that sort of thing, all within one dashboard. Then we have Projects Pro, which is the product for general contractors. Those general contractors invite subcontractors through MyComply to a project. They can set the training requirements based on a matrix for the given work, for the job site, the bare minimum amount of training, even if you're just going to be a visitor on the site. And they can approve or reject workers on the job site. When it comes to the market is enormous. So the way that we have it priced out, we target the ENR top 400 construction companies, and that they invite their subcontractors to the platform. So we are a marriage between some intelligent hardware and software. So we have our smart badge. It is everybody's got them already. It's an NFC enabled card. So it's just an NFC chip within a card. We have our smart brick. It is an NFC reader, a microprocessor, and a cellular router. And that can be connected to actual physical site access control like a turnstile. So our go-to-market hack is that we have won the contract with the City of New York to supply the technology to manage the site safety training credentials of 200,000 workers in the city. So we built a piece of technology for the City of New York, and then the MyComply platform provides the tools for the stakeholders, meaning the subcontractors and general contractors, to be compliant with the local law. So we it's one of those things, it's not shooting fish in a barrel, but if you have to be compliant with someone, generally you want to be on the same platform as them. So here's a little bit of logo porn. We work with the very big of the big, the Turner's, Skanska, Suffolks of the world. Last year, this is a typo, our year end was about 1.7 million, and we have about 140,000 worker profiles. This year, we're on target to do between 3.5 to 5, depends on some of the sizes of our enterprise agreements. Our goals in this next year is to increase projects, increase those CCM deals, because that's what makes us sticky. We house that data that people need and need to provide reporting long-term on. So we have some competitors in the industry. Some are traditional access control companies, and some are labor and compliance tracking platforms, but none have really married everything together, and none have proprietary hardware. And the reason, I'm not a big fan of hardware, but hardware is needed for our industry. We could build everything mobile, but it's just not palatable to our current client base. So I'm running over time, but I'll just share a few more slides. Really, we're continuing our seed round. We've raised about $1.8 million so far through business contacts we have here in the province. We're doing an extended seed round, building up for our Series A. Our next target markets are those big four in the US. So moving from New York to Texas, California, and Florida. So that's it. I went over. I apologize.
No, that's okay. You know what? We had a couple extra minutes anyway. So first of all, very impressive job. You guys are really tracking really well. 3 to 5 times growth in revenue year over year. That's pretty fantastic. So congratulations. You're really starting to grow at this point in time. I actually have a handful of questions, so I'm going to go ahead and let Evelyn go first so that I don't hog the mic here.
Mike, you're just putting me on the spot here. No, great job. I do have a couple questions. I mean, I know you guys have been doing great, and you obviously have some really good traction. You have some good sales and prospects in the pipeline. Is there like an education component to what you're doing? You know, especially since you have a badge, since you have to like, I guess, you know, earn that recognition. So how is that education component to what you're doing?
So we actually have another product that is dedicated towards trainers, so that the trainers that are actually issuing that safety training, they can post their classes. The workers through MyComply, they actually can sign up for courses. Really, again, that's a growth hack to us that leads to profiles. So we have that built in. We aren't a training platform, but we work with, for example, the Association of Building Contractors of America. They train about 1 million apprentices a year. So we work with their largest chapters, in which their chapters actually provide the training, issue MyComply Spark badges that are populated with the worker profile and all of their training.
Nice. And a second question I had is, well, first of all, like, can you maybe tell us a lot about your terms in this round? Mark, I don't know if I stole your question, but
one of them. That's okay. I got plenty.
Yeah. So we're closing off 2 million on a 20.
Okay, that's good. And how's your sales cycle? Like, what's the average? Have you started to learn a little bit about that? Like, how long does it take you to close a client?
Well, it's interesting what we've been able to do up until this point. It's kind of like take the puppy home. So we generally sell a few projects to begin with to a general contractor. And what we've been able to prove is that we can roll that over, usually within 6 months, to an enterprise agreement. So we have to, we started, really, we have started revenue in January 2020. That's when we were a freemium product to that point. We were building out, understanding our market, really learning about our customers. We turned on revenue in January. And what we've learned is through that period of time, we've been able to convert 10% of our general contractors from a per project license to an enterprise agreement. And those enterprise agreements are very significant because most of our clients have business operations across the US. So we usually go from business unit to business unit with enterprise agreements, and we are able to influence all of those subcontractors below them, cascading down.
That's good. Marco.
So we only have 3 minutes. So I'm going to cut to the most important ones. So first of all, the price for one of your products seemed pretty substantial. I think I recall $499 per year, $999 per year, and like $1,400 or $1,500. How does that compare to what's available in the market currently?
So those licenses are a subcontractor license for the entire company for all of their workers for a year. So when you look at most of our clients, they're doing, their ACVs are 500 million to call it 16 billion. Those subcontractors they use generally have revenues of north of 20 to 40 million. So a license of software for $1,500 a year isn't a lot of money.
Okay,
we are priced well below what some competitors, for example, Trimble, who is a publicly traded company, what they charge simply for their access control module.
Yeah, I insinuated as much when you had the revenues that you did, but that's fantastic. I guess you mentioned ACV. What's your cost of customer?
Our cost of customer cost of customer acquisition, it's a little bit different because we have general contractors and then we have subcontractors. There's little to no cost for us to acquire a subcontractor when they're contractually obligated to the general contractor to sign up to MyComply. But right now, our GCs are costing us about $7,000 for each sign up.
Interesting. And you mentioned winning the bid for New York, which congratulations, that's huge. How easy is it going to be to transition to these other mentioned cities?
So it's interesting. New York is very unique. We're actually, some of you know Lee Evans, our Chief Revenue Officer. He's actually down in DC meeting with a consortium of construction companies, some of the largest players down there, and their civic and municipal governments. They would like this to be an industry-led initiative versus being legislated, but New York is unique because they are such a large construction volume in such a small area, and they required the legislation to decrease injuries and fatalities. Since MyComply has started working with the Department of Buildings, there's been a 34% decrease in injuries and fatalities in the city of New York.
That's awesome. And I guess last question, otherwise I'm gonna run over time. Are you wanting to exit? And if so, what's your exit plan?
We've got a long ways to go yet. The market, the construction tech market is evolving. It's a very new market because construction is very traditional. It's one of the last frontiers of technology adoption. The two largest players are Autodesk and Procore. I've been working with Procore for the past 3 years. Ultimately, our exit will probably be an acquisition either by Autodesk or Procore. We're fully integrated with both of those platforms, and they're both assisting in our growth. I should mention our growth primarily is through channel partners. So we have a group of channel partners through the insurance industry. So the largest underwriters in North America, the Chubb, the Hartford, AXA XL, they refer us to their clients because they're clients. Similar to a homeowner putting an alarm system in their home, companies that use MyComply get a reduction on their insurance premiums. Another channel partner is Procore and Autodesk. And then thirdly, we leverage, as I mentioned, the ABCs and AGCs of America, those industry associations. So really, we add value to all of those stakeholders.
Well, fantastic presentation. I could ask you questions for hours, but maybe another time. At this point in time, I want to thank you for your time, and we'll transition this to 10.8 Continuing Medical Education, which is a paramedic training software. I'd love to hear about it.
Michael, if you were going to the after party, you could talk to MyComply in person.
Hey, well, it's been a while since I've been in Saskatchewan, but I'm always happy to go back. Lived there for 6 years, so.
There you go.
Hi there, everyone can hear me?
Perfect.
Hi, so I'm Chad. I'm with 10.8 Continuing Medical Education. I'm a police officer here in Regina, and I also work as an advanced care paramedic. I'm the solo developer behind 10.8 Continuing Medical Education. I kind of just operate this business as a hobby between my two kind of jobs. So just like most other healthcare professions, paramedics in Saskatchewan are mandated to conduct continuing education to maintain licensure to practice. A lot of rural paramedics don't have any other options for obtaining their continuing medical education other than online education. But when I started in paramedicine, all that was really available were some American companies, and all of the content in those education modules was directed towards Americans, which didn't quite line up with our scope of practice and the medications that we use in Canada and in Saskatchewan. So in 2013, I created 10.8 Continuing Medical Education. It initially had 5 education modules, and they were all accredited by the Saskatchewan College of Paramedics for use as continuing education. Going through the years, 2021, the library has been increased to 15 learning modules, and it's now accredited in Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, and it's used by a number of other provinces that don't actually accredit specific courses as well. There's over 1,300 users that have subscribed, and they range from individual users to small and medium-sized EMS agencies, fire departments, and industrial paramedic organizations. So in 2019, I returned to school to upgrade to become an advanced care paramedic. And one of the things in paramedic training, in the formal aspect of your initial paramedic training, is that you do a lot of scenarios. And these scenarios are basically walk-through talk-throughs where you have imaginary patients and the other students act as your patients. And you kind of discuss what you do, and the instructor gives you feedback on what you'd be imagining that you're seeing. So that's difficult to imagine while you're trying to think of what you're doing and pretending you're seeing what you're being told that you're seeing. So it makes training difficult. There are ways around this nowadays with virtual reality or some high fidelity patient care mannequins. But those are very expensive, and their use is kind of limited to educational institutions that can afford them. So that's why I wanted to create my next venture, which is called Paramedicine, as a way to practice at home on my own and learn from my mistakes without having to do them in front of all my classmates, in front of instructors, and things like that. So this software is designed to be used at home or at school. It lets you choose from a library of courses that you can focus on your weak areas, or choose a random scenario to test yourself, and basically just learn as you go. So in the software, drug doses have to be properly drawn up. You have to interpret ECGs, interpret the patient's vital signs, and basically it allows you to go through a whole scenario on your own computer at home without having to be involved in an educational institution. The software is still in its early stages of development. This is the first time I've ever pitched it anywhere or kind of spoken about it in public. I'm the lone developer on the project, so it's making slow but steady progress, but I hope to officially launch it at the EMS World Expo in October of 2022 in New Orleans. So basically that's just, it's kind of showing the basics. There's quite a bit more that it does, but this is a little preview. Manage IV, drip rates, access ECGs, vital signs, things like that. So thanks for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm really just looking for some feedback and maybe the next direction to go with all this. Thanks.
Well, first and foremost, some people have hobbies like watching TV. It's great to see your hobby is to create an entire software to help people with their paramedical education. That's pretty fantastic. And I think I speak for everybody when I say thank you for your service as a police officer as well as a paramedic. But I guess in terms of feedback, it really depends on what you want out of this. If you want this to be something that will transition into your full-time career moving forward, there's lots of advice both Evelyn and I, as well as everybody else within this call, could help provide. But if you're looking to further it as a hobby, there's different advice that I'd probably provide. So what would you like out of this?
I think there's a lot of potential for this, and I'd like to see it through and keep going with it and see where it goes, I suppose.
Okay, great. Well, I guess step one is obviously identifying whether or not the market actually wants this. Obviously, you mentioned that there's a couple of alternatives, but they're quite expensive. If there is a market that wants it, just get them to test it. Even if the software is very, very early stage, it's okay to get people's just a thought process on it and within the actual field and see if they would be willing to pay for it. And in that trial as well, I would ask what price point they would feel comfortable paying for it if it were to be a paid service. That'd be step one for me. Yeah. From there, I think you're doing the first step and going to New Orleans and presenting at the conference down there. That's pretty incredible. And honestly, I think that's going to be the best feedback you can get. I wish I could give you more substantial information, but I think comments from people that are in that field will give you a lot more constructive feedback that'll push you forward. Evelyn, if you have anything to add, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, well, first of all, Chad, you make my hula hooping hobby to like sounds so stupid. Anyways, no, great job. And actually, that was a great pitch. I understood it. Like for you to be doing this on your own, like it looks really good. I was thinking, Marco, I don't know what you think, but like, I know that definitely within our membership and, you know, a lot of them as well, that we do have some contacts and some investors that would be happy to provide you with some additional feedback. And, they're pretty well, they're pretty knowledgeable on this space. So we can definitely connect you to some other people. Look at that, Jonathan, already in Social Hall. Where's my beer, Jonathan? But yeah, no, I let's chat, actually. I think we can provide you with some additional names for sure.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, well, excellent presentation. And I think you did a great job. Once you surround yourself with the team, I think you could be quite successful with this. So I wish you the best of luck. And once again, reach back out to Evelyn and I'm sure we'll happily help you. But with that, we're going to transition to our last pitch of the marathon today. So we're saving the best for last here. We have Dirk with Immigrate. Let's hear about your company and how you help aid in immigration services.
All right. Thanks so much, everybody, for having me and putting on this event. As I'm the last one, I want to thank you for everybody. My name is Dirk Kropp, CEO and founder of Immigrate. We've been automating the immigration process for the last 3 years. After helping thousands of people and doing thousands of applications, we've found that there's serious problems in the industry. Imagine having a business and having a shortage of staff. Like, I know it's hard to believe, but it's happening. And you can't find local people, so you have to come from outside Canada. And that's where the fraud really happens, is people trying to get into Canada that have jobs or trying to get in, getting bad advice, making mistakes. The process isn't very easy, so it's easy to make those mistakes. We've come up with a solution. We've automated the process by introducing people anywhere in the world with immigration experts in Canada. They specialize in those application types no matter where you are, to make sure that you can get that expert advice while having the highest chance of success. So far, we have quite a bit of traction. We have 3,800 applications processed through our platform. We have 25 employees currently, over $1 million in revenue, and we're absolutely crushing it. Things are going crazy because Canada needs more people. The last 2 years, we've been starved of people trying to get into the country. As soon as it opens it up, we're going to be ready. Currently, it's a $13 billion industry in Canada. It's only growing. The government has reduced or actually eliminated paper applications, so they're taking them online. We've been doing online applications for 3 years, so we're a little bit ahead of the game. Our market traction to date, we've had a couple months where we've made near 100 grand in the month. We've actually surpassed 100 grand. We're over 1.6 million revenue to date, and we're only growing. There's not a lot of competitors in the $13 billion industry. There's a lawyer company, Visto, a couple other ones that just match people, or there's form filling technology. We actually have an automated system that matches people, completes the application quickly, takes the data, automates it into the next application, the next application, the next application, and then a referral system that allows people to get paid for referring people into the system. When you're leaving a country, everybody knows about it. If it's successful, they want to tell the story. We have an amazing team of experts in our system here. I've surrounded myself with experts. We have team leaders for each different area of our business, and it's really helping us grow. Right now, we're currently at 25 people. We're looking to get up to 50 people by the end of the year, and who knows how far we're going to get after that. As for market traction, we're going to be doing an absolute massive marketing campaign internationally. That a lot of the stuff's going to be inbound. We're already working right now heavily on outbound marketing to enterprises. We have businesses like A&W, Tim Hortons, KFC, hotels, construction companies. Everybody needs people. We're closing deals every day. So we're looking for our $250,000 raise at a $5 million evaluation to help us fund our huge, massive inbound marketing campaign that we're just preparing to launch in October. If you have any questions, I'd love to chat with you about it. I am Dirk. Here's my information. Please take it down. I'd love to tell you more. Thanks.
Excellent pitch, Dirk. Thank you very much. Way to close off the marathon with some energy. I love it. I guess the first question that I have for you, you got a beer in hand. That's perfect. I'm jealous. I need one myself. But I guess first question that I have for you is, what is your projected next year revenues?
Our next year's projected revenue is going to be probably around 2 million, 2.5 million. We should be getting there.
How long is this bridge round supposed to last you for?
The bridge round should last us probably until, I'd guess, December to February. We're going to be doing a massive campaign. But with that bridge round, it's going to generate a ton of revenue. As that revenue comes in, we might not have to raise another round. if we do, it'll be a pretty big round to get into a different market or a different country.
Okay. I noticed you recall mentioning about your competitors, and there's not many within the industry. The ones that I noticed were Visto, Expert IMM, and Officio. Of those three, which are most likely to be your largest competitor, and would you see any of those as potential exit opportunities?
I would see as Visto is probably going to be our closest competitor, or will be our closest competitor, because it is essentially, we're the consultants, they're the lawyers. He's doing a pretty good job, and we're just ahead of the game. I have a ton more experience than he does in the industry, that goes quite a bit in the way that we're doing things, how we're doing things, and automating things.
And how do you plan on exiting?
I believe the exit is going to be a company, an international company, because we already work with international investors. Eventually, what's going to happen is an international investor is going to say, hey, look, I can fill your system. I can double the price. They're going to then buy it, fill it, double it, and then resell it.
Interesting. Last question from me, and then I'll hand it to Evelyn. What is your investment vehicle? Are you just raising this bridge round through equity?
This one I prefer to raise through a safe notes because I am getting favorable terms. As we've had over $500,000 in revenue in the first half of this year. So a $5 million evaluation is a pretty favorable. We are STSI approved, so investors in Saskatchewan can get that 45% tax break, so that's helpful. And that's kind of where we're at currently.
Great. I'll pass it to Evelyn. I'm sure she has plenty of questions here.
Yes. Good. Hi, Dirk. Good to see you again. Dirk and I will go way back.
Gotcha.
It's amazing to see the progress you've had, and good to hear that you still are raising money. There is a couple questions on the chat. So who is your target? Is it potential immigrants in other countries who want to migrate to Canada, or immigrants who are already here and they wish to bring their friends and family to Canada?
It's a little bit of A and a little bit of B. Like, our main focus right now is employers, and because it's an enterprise. A lot of the enterprises right now are seriously struggling with labor, and we have the solutions for them. We've automated the process for employers to actually go through the process, take it from a 40-hour process to 2 hours, 3 hours max. Makes it really easy for them to get the people that they want. Keeps it all live tracked on their phone, and then they can refer people with their phone. Anybody that's interested, right back to our BDRs, and they can then close more deals. So it's really good. The other thing that's really important is that a lot of employers, they need people seasonally. And there's a great seasonal program where we're doing a lot of those already. And it's residual income because every year they're going to be bringing the same people back or new people back. And it's going to be really important. My dog likes it.
Yeah. Showing the support. Good. That's amazing. I mean, as an import to Canada myself, I know how much this process can be very cumbersome for a lot of people if they don't have the right support. And, it's good. The work that you're doing is great, especially supporting the Canadian businesses that, we have a shortage on labor. So
thank you.
Good work. That's it for me for questions. Mark, unless you have one more, we can pass it to Tim, and we're going to show off some of the after parties that are going on.
Yeah, we made it through the whole marathon. Awesome job, Evelyn and Marco.
Yay.
Good job, Dirk. Everybody that pitched, this is awesome. Jesse's got his hand on his camera, but I'm sure that he wants to show off what's going on over there. He says, let me know when. I'll say when, like now. What's going on over there, Jesse? We got Jonathan too. We got a live view. This is good. We got like a live stream of the event. We got Jonathan. Jonathan, what's going on? Can you unmute?
Hi, Tim.
What's up?
How's it going?
Good, you?
We've got a full house here right now.
Well, the party starts at 6, so that's real good. They're early. You're early.
Yeah,
early the seats.
Early birds get the worm.
Yeah.
Awesome work. We'll be there soon. Jesse, what's going on over there? Holy crap, they're on TV.
You're on TV.
That was Evelyn that was there.
How's it going in Saskatoon, Jesse?
It's going pretty great. Hey, give a shout out, everybody, to the Zoom. There we go. We were watching this last hour of pitches. It's been a fun time. Amazing work. Love everybody who participated. Thank you so much. and great work on the last hour of pitches. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I'm so impressed with the lineup of companies today. I can't wait for
big clap.
Yeah, everybody's clapping for everybody. Like, I don't know about you, Tim. I'm getting thirsty, so.
Oh, I'm parched. We just ran a marathon. We gotta have a lot to drink. We gotta replenish our fluids.
Yeah.
No, this has been an absolutely awesome welcome into Saskatchewan for TNT. It's awesome to see everybody working together. It's awesome to see all these startups and getting to know everybody real quick. I'm super excited for Saskatchewan and all of these companies that have pitched and what everybody's going to look like in a year. This is super fun. Thanks everybody for putting in all the work and taking the time here. This is super fun.
Hey, shout out to Tim and Jesse for organizing and bringing us all together.
Almost entirely
today.
Jesse. So
yeah.
thank you, Jesse.
Jesse. Honestly, so many people came together to make this happen. All of the co-hosts that participated, Evelyn and Marco from Valhalla Angels and Red Thread, thank you so much for hosting this last block. Thank you, Tim, for all your hard work down in Regina. Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Sal. Thank you, Alex, Amy, Bree. In the morning, we had Brad at Egg West Bio. Who else we have? We had Mike and Ariel. We had, I'm missing anybody. We had Tanner and Jenilyn as well. And not to be forgotten, also Matt from Co.Labs and Brendan over at Vendasta that did a great block. And then Andrew, who joined me from STEP during our block in the morning. It was a great time participating in this event and putting this on for the community, bringing the community together, celebrating all of these great startups, this great entrepreneurship spirit that we have here in Saskatchewan. It's so great to be a part of this community. So go out to the after parties wherever you are, whether you're in Saskatoon, Regina, or even Edmonton or Calgary. We have after parties there going as well. It's going to be a blast. There's bars are sponsored. There's some food and drink available at all the venues. Have a great time. Enjoy yourself and give yourself a round of applause for a great day.
Great pitches, entrepreneurs. It was fantastic.
Woo! All right, time to go have fun.
Hey, everybody.
Awesome work. Beer time.
Beer time.
See you.